Danny's St. Lucia. Present day. I don't know why I'm smiling. I've not long found out that someone wants to kill me, and that's a really achievement, since I'm supposed to be dead already. But it's this place. The sound of the sea, the salty air, the turquoise waters that can be seen for miles, and the fact that my beautiful, savage wife is waiting for me to get home from my trip to Miami. The trip she refused to allow. The one that, if I went, would result in her filing for divorce. She knows what'll happen if she so much as dares. The divorce papers will be stuffed up the rear of the lawyer who delivers them, right before I ram a shotgun up behind and blow them to smithereens. I shut the Escalade door and stare at our villa, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. I've smoked more in the past 3 days than I have in 3 years. Finding out you've been resurrected will do that. I pull a long drag and exhale slowly and thoughtfully. Time to face the consequences, Danny, I say quietly, throwing my bag over my shoulder and trudging up the path. I don't use the front door, diverting around the back, leaving my bag on the terrace. I kick off my shoes and head down the path to the beach, coming to a stop at the top of a dune when I see her standing on the shore, staring out at the sea. I can hear her thoughts, hear her worry, even from here. Her arms are wrapped around her midriff protectively, her long hair billowing in the breeze, her willowy, tan body shimmering under the blazing sun. I groan under my breath, rolling my shoulders back, the urge to do what we do best, intimacy, overcoming me. And we will share intimacy, right after I've appeased her. One of our staff appears, rounding the pool with a hosepipe coiled around his arm. "Mr. Black," he says, nodding his respect, "welcome home." "Thanks, Keith." I look back to Rose on the shore, bracing myself for our reunion. It'll be both electric and dangerous. "How's she been?" "Quiet, Mr. Black." I nod, not hearing anything I didn't already know. "Quiet, yes. I know that because she's ignored my freaking calls, refused to reply to my texts. I've resorted to checking in with the head housekeeper to make sure my wife is alive and hasn't left me. I understand she's pissed off with me, but she's made her point. I'm about to make mine. I force my feet to move, taking one last drag of my cigarette and flicking it away, my eyes never moving from Rose. I know the moment she senses my presence, her shoulders lifting, her back straightening. But she doesn't swing around and welcome me home with open arms. She doesn't dive at me, ravage me, tell me she's so thankful to have me back in one piece. Alive. The silent treatment. Bring it on. I'll soon get some noise out of her. "You remind me of someone I used to know," I whisper, reaching forward and pulling the tie of her bikini top. It unravels, the ends falling under her arms. "Don't," she says to the water, her arms unmoving, holding the material to her body. I move in, resting my mouth on her shoulder, tasting salt mixed with her familiar fragrance. She's been swimming in the ocean, up and down, killing time. But I'm back, and I could do with some appreciation and distraction from the mess that's brewing in Miami. Circling my arms around her front, I take her wrists, pulling them away from her body, feeling her defiant resistance. I put my mouth at her ear. "I don't want to fight." "Then you shouldn't have gone." "You want me dead?" "No, that's the fricking point." She jerks, wrenching herself out of my grip. "You shouldn't have gone." "So you do want to fight?" I ask, looking at the clear blue sky. "Come on then, baby. Let's get this over with so I can be with my wife intimately. That was the hardest thing about being away. Not the death threats, not the appearance of an assassin, the enigma, or James Kelly as I now know him, not even the few murders that went down. I simply missed Rose. But now she's playing hard to get. There's only so much rejection a man can take. She's deliberately pushing me. She knows the outcome of this situation. She turns, unfolding her arms, and as a result, her bikini top slips. I quirk an eyebrow, my eyes falling to her breasts and imagining their shared intimacy. "No," she breathes. I dart my eyes up. "What?" I said no, she grates, reiterating her low blow. "No, Danny. No, no, no." I see red, moving forward and grabbing her jaw, getting my threatening face up close to hers. Of course, she's not fazed in the least. My warrior, still as gritty as ever. You agreed the day before I married you that you would never brandish that word in situations like this. Pushing her forehead hard to mine, her eyes angry lasers, she takes my hand on her face and yanks it away. And you promised never to leave me. She turns and stomps away, and like the idiot I am, I grab her wrist, giving her the perfect anchor to swing. And boy, does she swing. Her fist smashes into my face with force, knocking me back a few paces, actual stars springing into my vision. Gosh, I splutter, feeling at my nose, which is far from straight since I met this woman. Jesus. I wipe the blood away and pin her in place with an incensed glare. That really hurt. Good, she hisses, but I can see she's shocked herself. And now bracing for my retaliation. Game on. I charge her and throw her to the sand, pinning her down. Just kiss me, woman. No. Do it, Rose, I warn. Do it now, or so help me God. What are you going to do? She asks, thrusting her chest up, pushing her naked breasts into my pecs. Kill me? Kill her? Oh, I'll kill her, with great pleasure. I heave and puff above her, hating the goading in her stare, but also loving it. Like I said, electric and dangerous. I snarl at her, rubbing my face across her breasts, spreading the blood dripping from my nose. Her back barches. No, she reiterates. I growl and push my way to my feet, reaching down and hauling her up. Move, I order, spinning her and seizing the back of her neck, pushing her toward the villa. What's about to go down is not something that should happen outside the walls of our villa. Get off me, Danny, she hisses, wriggling, her hands reaching behind her to try and pry my fingers away. Shut up, Rose. I wipe at my throbbing nose. You wanted a fight? You've got one. I manhandle her back into the villa, passing Keith on our way. He doesn't bat an eyelid. Get in there. I shove her inside, slam the door with force, and brace myself for what I know is coming. I have always let her take her frustration out on me. It's how it's been from day one, and it will always be like this. I've persistently told her that the only person in this world who should be able to hurt her is me, and I will always let her fight back. Give me her all, because she's long past being controlled, and I'd be a complete jerk if I thought I could bring her to heel. She'll never have her back against a wall again, unless I'm putting her there, in preparation for intimacy. She swings around, her blue eyes dark and threatening. It's intensely arousing. Say it again, Rose, I order, prowling forward, my scar tingling. Refuse me again. She answers with another swing, her frustration getting the better of her, and I catch her fist, wrapping my palm around it, forcing it down. I really hate you, she hisses, and then she's on me, making the first move, lunging up and smashing our mouths together. Tension broke. We gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Our kiss was manic, our bodies colliding with the wall. Yes, I've missed this. Us. She was mad and intensely aroused. I moved my mouth across her face, homing in on her neck, sucking her flesh hard, marking her. She cried out, part pleasure, part frustration, as I went to her chest, biting at her nipples. Say no to me now, baby, I ordered. I dare you. She whimpers dejectedly, and I smile ruefully, withdrawing my touch and deepening our connection. She knows a no now will have me halting this, so she won't say no. I return to her face, pushing my forehead to hers with a force she returns, my eyes on hers. My touch was intimate, my grip of her wrists flexing. Did you miss me? I ask, exploring her intimately. Her body subtly bows, her exhale shaky. Be with me, Danny, she demands, and I smile. She wants to expel her anger. I'm here for it. I withdrew and spun her, pushing her face into the plaster, taking her neck, getting my face close to hers as I prepared for more. Her cheek squished into the wall, she panted, her eyes pouring with want. With the first dash of contact, I choked. Rose blinked slowly, and then her tongue left her mouth, licking away some of the blood on my face. I groaned, connecting with her deeply, and she welcomed the intimacy. I breathed in, twitching, my legs shaking. Move your head away from the wall, I ordered, giving her space to brace her palms against the paint. I took her hips, moving with her, and then watched our bodies separate briefly, glistening with shared passion. Gosh, I breathed, my head falling back, my feet spreading. I snarled as I powered forward, moving with her intensely. But she took it like a pro, always does, moaning and forcing her body back, egging me on. Yes, she said, and that's all I wanted, the key word. I launched my attack, moving with her repeatedly, over and over, connecting deeply, and she screamed her satisfaction, meeting my intensity. She urged me on. My hips were out of control, the pleasure ransacking every inch of me, my gruff barks loud, my vision foggy. "You like that?" I yelled, continuing our rhythm. "You like that, baby?" "Yes." She smashed her fist into the wall repeatedly, her head tossed back. "Danny!" Her body responded intensely, and blood surged to my head. We were reaching our peak. Urgency took over as I moved, pushing us to the edge. I bellowed her name, crashing forward erratically, reaching my peak with a choke. Gosh, I coughed, shaking the stars from my vision, falling forward. Her gasps are breathy, her body heaving, and I'm right there with her. "Don't say you're going back to Miami," she pants. I close my eyes, turning my face into hers and kissing her damp cheek. "I'm going back," I whisper, telling her what she already knows. She's silent for a few moments, and I brace myself, preparing for what comes next. She eventually breathes in deeply and wriggles from beneath me, and I hissed when our intimate connection was unexpectedly pulled away. She walks away, and I sigh, putting my forearm on the wall and resting my head there, closing my eyes. "I don't have a choice, Rose," I call into my darkness. "No, Danny, you have a choice," she says, her voice getting quieter the closer she gets to the bathroom. "You've just made the wrong one." The door slams, and I sag on a sigh. "For goodness sake," I mutter, pushing myself up with some effort, not only physically spent, but mentally too. I fasten my trousers, turning to face the closed door. "Baby, I really don't." The door flies open, and she appears, still completely unclothed, but now wearing a face of fury. "Don't talk to me about choices," she yells. "I didn't have any for years, so I very well know the difference between being backed into a corner or going there yourself. You've put yourself in the difficult corner, Danny." She really does know how to say the right things to get my back up. "We don't talk about that. Today we do," she hisses, her hands bracing on each side of the doorframe, getting comfortable, her stance threatening. I spent years with no choices, being beaten, doing what I was told, or paying the price. "Rose," I warn lowly, my veins beginning to burn. She knows it kills me hearing this, being subjected to terrible violence. My nostrils flare. The vicious person. Stop it. Nothing quite sends me into orbit like getting a swift reminder of how despicably she was treated in the past, the evil she faced. Nothing. Did you have a choice when your stepfather subjected you to such horrific abuse? "Rose," I roar, seeing red. Her chin lifts, her point made. "Don't tell me we don't have choices, Danny, because we went through hell alone and together to fight for them. You want me to sit around here waiting for them to come kill me?" "Who?" she yells. "Everyone, Rose, the whole world. If one man knows I'm alive, all the jerks who ever wanted me dead will be crawling out of the woodwork to make sure I really am in the ground this time. You want that?" Her jaw rolls, her frame quaking. "I won't let you go back. You'll be walking into a battle zone." "But I'll win the difficult war," I say, and she screams, her frustration bursting out of her with force. She gets it. She doesn't want to, but she gets it. I can't sit here doing nothing. I've been blissfully dead for 3 years, but my time in paradise is up. I should never have trusted Spittle to keep my cover. I should have known the stupid person would mess it up in one way or another. Greed is a nasty quality. But regardless, there are big fish moving in on my old town, and they won't risk me coming back to claim it. The attempt on Brad's life is the only proof I need, not to mention Kelly's intel. Whether I like it or not, I'm being resurrected. Rose stares at me, trembling. "Please," she begs. It kills me seeing my warrior so exposed and desperate, knowing I'm the cause. I shake my head, denying her. We leave next week. I turn and walk away, out of the firing line, but also because I can't bear the distress on her face any longer. I take the handle of the door, set to go find some solace in a few scotches, pull it open, and jump out of my freaking skin when something collides with the wall beside me, the crash deafening, glass spraying everywhere. "What the actual loving gosh, Rose?" I murmur, turning around, finding her heaving, her face red. I look down at the crystal glass bowl that weighs a freaking ton, or did. It's a lethal weapon, and my wife just threw it at my freaking head. I glance up, my blood heating. "I'm walking away now before we do some real damage to each other," I say, backing out of the room, keeping a close eye on her. Gosh knows what she'll launch at my head next. "Calm down, then come talk to me like the reasonable woman I know you can be." She snorts, looking away, her hand going to her forehead and rubbing. "Vera," I call, my eyes unmoving from Rose. Our housekeeper appears from nowhere, eyeing the mess of glass on the floor. "Clean it up, please." I rip my eyes away from my wife and walk away, taking a moment to gather myself. My Rose isn't a drama queen. She doesn't throw hissy fits over nothing, and she's not cracked me in the face for a long, long time. This definitely isn't nothing, and she has every right to hate on me right now. It hurts like hell, but I understand. I need to sort this mess out and hope my marriage is still intact when I'm done. "Rose, we've had some heated arguments in our time. We've fought, verbally and physically. It's how we're wired. Twisted? Probably. Unhealthy? Undeniably. But after what we've both been through, alone and together, it's no wonder. It's molded us into the people we are, the couple we are. Blackness like ours doesn't disappear. It fades, but it never truly vanishes. I've long accepted that the physical aspect of our clashes is our own messed up way of maintaining the proof we both need that we can hurt, feel pain, but only we can inflict that pain on each other. I leave Vera clearing the glass and lock myself in the bathroom, turning into the door and dropping my forehead to the wood, forcing my stressed breathing to calm, my body to settle, my heart to quieten. "Gosh," I whisper, clenching my fists and my eyes. We went through absolute hell to be free of our pasts. Today is just a reminder, a confirmation of my fears that we can never be free. Someone wants to kill my husband, and since he's already supposed to be dead, that's a bigger problem than a mere threat. The second he took a call from Brad last week and left the bedroom, I knew something was going down. I saw the flash of evil in Danny Black that drew me to him in the first place. The scar on his face seemed to glow. His icy eyes turned colder. The angel-faced assassin was back in that moment, and that scared me greatly. Not because he actually scares me, he doesn't, but what he's capable of does. Who could be so stupid to poke a sleeping rattlesnake? I hear the sound of the handheld vac start whirling and push away from the door. God, I missed him so much. In the 3 years we've been hiding out here in our own little paradise, we've barely spent 3 minutes apart. The past few days have been torturous, and now we're not talking. I sigh and go to the sink, wetting a cloth and wiping myself, feeling a little discomfort. Then I set about cleaning the smears of blood from my face and chest. I tie up my hair, unhook my little white sundress off the back of the door, and pull it on before I leave the bathroom. "Thank you, Vera," I say, smiling, feeling shame grab me. She gets to her feet and nods, leaving me, and I follow. "Gosh," I hiss, grabbing the wall and pulling up my foot. Gosh darn it. I clench my heel. It doesn't hurt, but the reason behind my injury does. "Oh, Miss Rose," Vera cries, dropping the vac and rushing over, her face full of apologies as she scans the floor, looking for the shard she missed. "I thought I'd got it all. I'm sorry." "Don't worry." I take her arm and smile my assurance. It's my own very fault for being so hot-headed and reckless. Go, I'm fine. I go back to the bathroom and sit myself on the toilet seat, pulling off some tissue and squeezing it around my foot, stemming the blood. He's barely been back a half hour, and we're both already bleeding. I pull my foot up to my thigh and try to squeeze the shard out. It's too deep. Giving up, I hobble through the villa and break out onto the terrace, taking myself to the pool. I sit on the edge and plunge my legs in, watching as a drop of blood spreads, creating a pretty pink swirl. I rest my palms behind me and turn my face up to the sun, letting the warm rays bathe my skin as I gently swish my feet. Calm. I don't feel like I've needed it more in the past 3 years. I hear the patio doors to Danny's office slide open, and the sound of his bare feet padding across the paving stones toward me. I return my eyes to the water, seeing his bare legs appear in my side vision. I look up at him, unable to see his face with the glare of the sun in the background, but I can see his bare legs and naked chest, and the sky blue swim shorts that make his pale blue eyes pop madly. He lowers to the edge beside me, dropping his legs into the water, and finally, his beautiful, damaged face comes into my sights. His dark hair looks shaggy, flopping across his forehead. His silver scar shines, my deadly masterpiece. Holding out a tumbler, he smiles a little, a peace offering. "Have a drink," he says quietly, taking a slug of his own, though his is amber, not clear like mine. I accept and have a small sip of vodka, reaching for his leg and resting my palm on it. He takes my hand and squeezes, and it's silent, both of us just being. Settling. Peace. We can only find it in each other. "How's Daniel?" he asks, swishing his feet next to mine. "Growing up too fast," I smile, but it's sad. Every time my son visits, I feel the wrench in my gut when he leaves. I have to repeatedly remind myself that he's not being stolen from me again, that he'll be back. I asked Hillary and Derek if he could stay a few more days, but they have some family wedding. The people who bought my son on the black market after he was ripped from my arms have been quite open to Daniel getting to know me. It shouldn't be a surprise. The alternative would be to lose him altogether, but I could never do that to Daniel. They're all he's ever known. When he learned of my true identity, naturally he was full of questions. Not being able to tell him the horrible, nasty, painful truth was hard, but it was also necessary. I'll never expose him to the world I was once a part of. So, according to my son, he was simply taken from me because I was unwell, incapable of looking after him. It hurts, but not as much as he'd hurt knowing what I'd been through. My eyes fall to the plaited brown leather strap around Danny's wrist. It's now threadbare, worn and faded, but Danny hasn't taken it off since Daniel bought it for him 3 years ago on his first visit to St. Lucia. I look up at him, and he peeks out the corner of his eye, rolling his wrist, coating his glass in scotch. "I'm sorry for throwing the crystal bowl at your head," he sighs, hooking his arm around my neck and hauling me into his side, pushing his mouth into my hair. "I'm sorry for breaking my promise." I swallow, going heavy against his hard shark torso as I watch the ripples of the water, my feet rubbing with his. I take another sip of my drink, swallowing hard. I can't agree to this. There's no way I can give him my blessing. I can't see him off to his old town with a smile and a wave, knowing why he's leaving me. I'll go out of my mind. "Let's not fight," he whispers, brushing his mouth through my hair, saying what he wants to say without even saying it. I'm not winning this one. Not now anyway. But I absolutely do intend on reassessing my battle plan. "What happened when you were there?" I ask. "Before or after I met the enigma," he says, and I frown at the water. The enigma? He's surely not talking about. I pull out of his embrace, looking at him with all worry I feel. "Is that who wants you dead?" He smiles. "No, that's who told me I wasn't dead." How did he know? Gosh, the enigma. I've heard of him. Who hasn't? But honestly, there was a massive question mark over whether he actually existed, because, well, Danny Black, the Brit, the angel-faced assassin, aka my husband, brandished his reputation unapologetically, the man dubbed the Enigma, for obvious reasons, did not. "Spittle," Danny snarls, knocking back the rest of his drink. "And the Enigma's in Miami?" Danny looks at me, and I slowly lean back, not liking the nervous smile on his face. "No, he's not in Miami," he says, and I relax a little. "He's here." "What? He's here? Here where?" Danny motions in the general direction of nothing. "In St. Lucia." "Excuse me?" I splutter, my eyes darting around us. "You brought a stone-cold killer to our home?" "And his girlfriend." I blink, my hand losing the grip of my glass. It plops into the water, and I watch as it sinks to the bottom of the pool. Sinking. Dazed, I hear Danny call Keith, and I look at him, seeing him pointing into the water. I follow his pointing finger and see my tumbler. The Enigma has a girlfriend? I ask, blinking. Well, Danny sniffs, pouting up at the sun, this stone-cold killer has a wife. He thinks this is funny? I get up, exasperated, and immediately regret it. Ouch! Dropping back to my seat, I clench my foot in my lap, scowling at the sharp pain radiating through my heel. What is it? Vera missed a shard. For goodness sake, Danny mutters, setting his drink on the ground and turning into me, taking my foot and inspecting it. He then brought it to his mouth, his eyes on mine, a thrill passing between us. Why is the enigma here, Danny? I ask quietly, resting back on my hands, letting him do his thing. Because he wants to kill whoever wants to kill me. Why? Because they burned his family alive, he says, so indifferent, focusing on the sole of my foot. There's someone moving in on Miami. Spittle got himself in up to his neck, as usual. Been saying things he shouldn't be saying to people he shouldn't be saying them to. He gives me his eyes, and I positively hate what I see in them. Grit. Hate. The enigma is no longer an enigma. The Brit is no longer dead. Chills glide down my spine. Who is the enigma? James Kelly, he smiles. Typical. All the good assassins are, I quip, and he laughs. He laughs so hard, dropping my foot and throwing his head back. It's the kind of laugh that takes my husband from devastatingly handsome to lethally handsome. I smile, despite it being wholly inappropriate, letting him get his body under control. He eventually sighs, reclaiming my foot and holding it gently. I watch him watch me, just waiting for what I might say next. I have a million questions. I honestly don't know where to start. So you've brought him here to devise your battle plan? And so his girlfriend can recuperate? She's ill? No, she got shot. He raises his eyebrows as I recoil. She's a cop, he adds, as if I wasn't struggling enough to wrap my mind around this onslaught of information. A cop, I murmur. A cop and a killer. Is he joking? Sounds like a fairy tale, huh? He leans in and kisses my stunned face. We're having dinner with them on Wednesday night. Dinner with the killer and the cop? He pulls back, smiling mildly. Well, skip the oysters, he says, and I shake my head to myself. In the 3 years we've been here, every dinner date involves oysters. Our connection is undeniable, and we often reflect on the intensity of our early days together. I frown and look down at the water. What's her name? Beau. Age? Early 30s, I'd say. And she's a cop? Was. She quit after her mother, also a cop, was killed by the same man that killed James's family. Goodness hell, I breathe, looking at him, stunned. And I thought our story was a total mess up. He smiles and pulls me into him again, hugging me close. Our story is ours. Theirs is theirs. But they're here, and you both want the same man dead. Danny says nothing, and I close my eyes, trying to brace myself for the worst. You're not going back to Miami, Danny, I reiterate, automatically reaching down to my rings and turning them on my finger slowly. Take them off, we'll be having serious words, Rose, he warns, his tone deadly, his body tense against me. I drop my finger and stare at the water, hating the long-lost feeling of helplessness rising from the deepest part of me. Danny would do well to remember that I will do anything to protect the people I love, which means this isn't going to turn out well for either of us. If you're going back to Miami, I'm coming with you. I know. I withdraw, surprised. What? You think I'm leaving you here? He laughs. No. You'll be safer at the mansion. My mouth falls open, my reality hitting me harder. You're not going to let me leave the house, are you? Nope, he says, straight up and completely unapologetic. I swallow down the anger rising before it overcomes me and forces me into doing something really stupid, like removing my rings. I've been free for 3 years, and he's going to make me a prisoner again? Has he even thought about where this leaves me and my son? As far as Hillary and Derek are concerned, I live a peaceful, uncomplicated life here in St. Lucia with my normal husband, who they know only as Danny. I wake up each morning without fear, without hurt, without pain. My life is simple after endless years of agony. It's exactly what I never dared dream it could be. Calm, undisturbed, safe. Going back to Miami won't only risk Danny's life and probably mine too, it could possibly destroy everything I've built with my son. I wrench myself away from him and stand furious. Jerk, I spit, storming away. I hate you too, baby, he calls. Go away. James, if I didn't have a thirst for blood, I might be content staying here. It's a far cry from the recent chaos of my life. It's also surprisingly needed. A break from the bloodshed, a time out from killing, a holiday I didn't know I needed. I strike the match and sit back, watching the wood burn down to my fingertip. I hiss and drop the cindered stick onto my naked thigh, blinking slowly as I flicked it away and push my fingertips together, staring out at the water on a deep sigh. The ocean is calm, the sun blazing, casting blinding reflections across the still plains. There's no breeze. Everything is so still, so quiet. It's the calm before the storm, but I must delay the storm. Entering a war with this much restrained hatred within wouldn't be wise. I've always operated on resentment. Let my fury be my fuel, but only I had been at risk of being hurt. Now I have Beau, and I would have had our baby too if she hadn't been shot. I shift in my chair, gulping back my anger, dampening its power. The bear's demise was always going to be grisly after he ordered the death of my family. Now he's taken a part of my future. My skin tingles with a need that puts all previous needs to shame. I've lost count of the ways I'm going to kill him, just as soon as I find out who he really is. I was certain the safety deposit box would hold the answer. Was so sure Beau's mom had figured it out and put his name away for safekeeping, along with mine. The box was empty, and we have the only key. The bear knows what I look like, he knows the name behind the enigma, but he still doesn't know who I really am or why I've spent years hunting him and his men. I look forward to enlightening him when I can look into his eyes. Or am I wrong? Does he already know? The safety deposit box. We'll soon find out. When I figured out the Brit wasn't dead, my next moves quickly fell into place. I don't feel guilty for dragging Danny from the grave, because I didn't drag him. He's been dug up by a mutual nemesis, a nemesis he's going to help me kill. A thrilling shiver courses through me. Control it. I look over my shoulder to the voile drapes hanging in the doors to the bedroom. Not until Beau is better, stronger. It could be a while. Her physical injuries will take weeks to heal, but the emotional damage? I'm not sure she can ever get over it. I rise from my chair and go to the doors, pulling the drapes aside. She's still curled on her side, snoozing. Always so tired, drained. A shadow of the woman I met, which is an achievement on Beau's part, because back then she was a whisper away from losing herself completely. Our whirlwind affair brought her into the light. Shady light, but light nonetheless. Now I feel like I've pushed her back to the verge of complete darkness. I have to find her again. This isn't just about me and my need for vengeance anymore. It's about retribution for Beau, for the loss of her mother at the hands of the man who wiped out my family. And it's about us being able to move forward without our demons suffocating us. I pad over to the bed and crawl on behind her, slipping my arm over her waist, being careful of her wound and the cast on her arm. I get as close as I'm comfortable with, which isn't close enough. I push my mouth to the back of her head and breathe in, closing my eyes, finding my calm. I've decided, she whispers sleepily. Decided what? Whether I hate you or want to be with you intimately. I smile mildly as I open my eyes, and she moves slowly and carefully, turning over to face me. I reach forward and kiss her nose. Tell me, I order softly. Her eyes.
How I wish they would burn as intensely as they once did when we were intimate. Neither. Her hand goes to my hair and drags through the waves. I just want to love you and feel that love back. Done deal. Is it? She asks, and I frown. Because you seem distant. Do not question my love for you, Beau, I caution. Definitely don't do that. Breaking away, I carefully ease her to her back. I sit beside her and start gently picking at the corner of the dressing on her stomach. I need to feel useful in a world I'm struggling to know how to exist. Look after her. Focus on her. Blood and death have to wait. I peel away the gauze, flicking my eyes up to her every so often to check her face for discomfort. There's none. She's just watching me, quiet and calm. When her wound is revealed, I'm forced to smother the rage it reveals with it. I'm okay, she says quietly as I reach for the antiseptic wipes on the nightstand. She peeks down. It looks better. It'll never look better, not as long as it's there. I grunt and start tenderly cleaning around the area, and she relaxes on the pillow, going back to studying me. "What are you plotting?" she asks. I don't look up at her, concentrating on my task. Do you need to ask? No, but I want to hear. All the gory details? I cast the wipe aside. Yes.
Savage, I murmur as I grab a new dressing. I haven't decided every detail. I keep thinking of more gruesome ways. How does it feel? She sighs tiredly, making her annoyance known. She can express her displeasure as much as she likes. From now on, she's out of the firing line. It feels like I've been shot. I flick her a warning look, taping around the edges of the dressing. We're going to dinner this evening. With? She asks, but we both know she doesn't need to. I humor her. Danny and Rose, the angel-faced assassin and his wife. She looks at the ceiling. And what will we talk about over dinner? How many people you've collectively killed? How many more you will? I push my fists into the mattress and lower myself until my mouth is hovering over hers. You want to continue with the sarcasm? I hitch a brow, and she rolls her eyes, relenting and pulling me down. I hold my hips high, avoiding resting on her wound. No, Beau, I whisper hoarsely, my body coming alive, sizzling. Please, she begs, and it's crushing. I know our intimacy helps her, but she's so broken. I just need a little bit normal. She reaches between us and touches me intimately, and I jerk on a groan, my head dropping, my breathing diminishing. I don't want to hurt you. Then don't, she whispers, really. I push myself back, kneeling, and reach for the painkillers on the nightstand, popping 2 out. She opens her mouth, letting me put them on her tongue, swallowing them down without the need for water. Her good hand goes to her knickers and starts pushing them down. Insatiable. This is going to take some creative thinking. I take over when they reach her knees, not wanting her to strain, dragging them off and casting them aside before pushing my boxers down. I roll her onto her side, getting a pillow and placing it in front of her stomach before settling behind her and laying my arm over her body, testing the pad of protection. Okay? I ask, kicking my feet to get free of my boxers. She answers by pushing her body back into mine. This isn't creative. This is a necessity. I reach for myself and touch intimately, drawing a few amazing strokes, every muscle buzzing with anticipation. It's been weeks since we've been intimate. I need to maintain my control. Guiding myself to her, I take in air, preparing, then we connect slowly, easily, gently. She sighs, subtly bowing. Are you okay? I ask, my vocal cords tight, holding still, waiting. She hums in answer, her shoulder blades pulling in. I dip and kiss each before sinking my face between them, easing out little by little, the friction mind-bending. Jesus, Beau, I choke, biting down on my back teeth. Okay? I ask again, holding my body back, stopping it from doing what's instinctive. I'm okay, she grates, frustrated, her hand joining mine on the pillow and applying pressure, holding herself. And I know she's trying to stem the pain. Stop the blood flow there to kill the nerves. Move, she orders. You're hurting, I mumble into her skin. Just move, she snaps, impatient, moving back. This is the only thing making me feel normal. Her words trigger something in me. Duty, love. I lick across her skin, finally allowing our bodies to move, steady and slow. Our collective moan is garbled and long. Good? It'll do, she whispers, and I smile. It will do. I maintain a consistent pace, my body moving slowly so she can move with me. The tighter her hand gets around mine, pushing into the pillow, the closer I know she's getting. I need to ensure she doesn't do herself any damage when she reaches her peak, doesn't lose control, make any jerky, sudden movements. That's not guaranteed. We all lose control in the throes of passion. I gently lock down our arms over the pillow tighter, straining to keep the force, my muscles aching as I split my attention between maintaining her pleasure and avoiding her pain. Gosh, she gasps. Okay? I ask urgently, my hips not getting the memo, moving on. Oh God, she yells. Oh God, oh God, oh God, I'm reaching my peak. I'm reaching my peak. Just the sounds, the words, my eyes cross, my body tenses, and I hold on to her for dear life, my body in spasm, releasing into her, feeling her body grab on and constrict. Really? I yell, jerking. Gosh, I'm okay, she cries, rolling her body into me, her head thrashing on the pillow. I bite her back, fighting my way through the moment. I'm okay, she repeats, this time calmly. I'm okay. She settles, breathing deeply, and I release her flesh and kiss it, moving my mouth across her back slowly. That was so good. Calm, slow, but as ever, immense. She hums, her back tensing and relaxing under the attention of my mouth. Have you spoken to Lawrence? She asks, killing the moment. No, I haven't, but I've spoken to Otto every day to get an update on all things, Lawrence being one of those things. He still hasn't left his room at Danny Black's mansion in Miami. I've sent the doctors in. Depression was mentioned. Depression because of grief. Beau's ankle knows he's lost his husband. That was a given after Dexter took Beau hostage and put a bullet in her. Whether it was intentional or not, I couldn't give a really. But what Beau and Lawrence don't know is that Dexter is dead, and they can never know. That was a decision I was forced to make when Beau agreed to marry me and slapped down a condition. I must let her uncle's husband, the man who betrayed Beau, live. I agreed, but it was too late. I'd already killed him, and I can't say with any guarantee that things would have been different had he been alive at the time Beau stipulated her condition. He was dead the moment I found out it was him on the inside, feeding the bear information that not only got Beau's mother killed, but also our baby. He very nearly took Beau from me, too. So, yeah, that's a secret I'll take to the grave. As far as Beau and her uncle are concerned, Dexter has gone into hiding, and that's a perfectly reasonable explanation, given he's got a very annoyed assassin hunting him. He's okay, I say, for the sake of it. Beau knows Lawrence is far from okay. Why don't you try calling him before we go out for dinner? She's quiet for a moment, thinking. The enigma and the Brit walk into a bar, she murmurs, looking back at me, an ironic smile on her face. I kiss her gently. Very funny. It's not a joke, though, is it? You and Danny Black joining forces? No, it's no joke. It's actually terrifying for all those involved, and even more terrifying for all those not. It's a means to an end, I say, easing away from her carefully. I'll turn on the shower. I climb off the bed and enter the bathroom, where whitewashed driftwood dominates every inch. The vanity, the open shower, the walls. It's cloudy but crisp, rustic but clean, no glass. The oversized shower head suspends from the ceiling, and I turn the knob, making it rain. Will it be busy? I turn and find Beau in the doorway, naked except for the dressing on her stomach and the cast on her arm. I look away from her quickly, the constant Mars on her beautiful body taking my mind to dangerous places. No, I answer, reassuring her. I made sure Black knew a quiet establishment was compulsory. Beau was doing so well in conquering her fear of chaos, of crowds, the opera, the supermarket.
But I'm well aware she only survived them because I was by her side, calming her, protecting her from what terrifies her. I feel like we've gone back 20 paces in that element of her life. I want her to relax, leave no room for anxiety to move in. So, you're taking her to dinner with the Brit. What will I wear? She lifts her scarred arm, and her throat rolls from her swallow. No one wants to look at this when they're eating. I notice the cast on her other arm isn't an issue, just the scars. Stop it. I go to her, taking her wrist and lifting it to my mouth, kissing it. I don't even see her deformity anymore. I hope she doesn't see mine either. I turn away from her, giving her my naked, damaged back, reminding her that we're both imperfect.
Are you going to dinner without a shirt? She asks, reaching forward and stroking over the smooth but bumpy flesh. I glance over my shoulder, giving her a tired look. Then your point is moot, she says, lifting her arm again. I've nothing with long sleeves, she frowns, and it's still really, really warm. Claiming her shoulders, I lead her to the vanity unit and pick up the roll of cling film. I don't want you to hide it, I tell her, starting to wrap her stomach to protect it from the water. It's a part of who you are. I lean in and kiss her forehead before helping her into the water protector arm protector. A part of who we are. And while we're imperfect, we're also really very perfect together. That's sweet, she pushes into my lips. My assassin boyfriend has a romantic streak. I scowl and pull away. Fiancé, I correct her. I'm your fiancé. Why do I have to keep reminding her of this? Because you agreed to marry this assassin, remember? I won't raise her condition. I hope we never have to speak of that again. She rejected me once. Not again. Remember. I nod, satisfied, and finish wrapping her up. You're good. I send her into the shower with a pat on her rear. I have a few calls to make. She nods, quiet, and I return to the terrace to call Black. He answers with silence, as I've become accustomed to, and then the sound of him taking a drag of a cigarette comes down the line. I need your reassurance that Dexter will never be found, I say quietly, closing the terrace doors behind me. You never did tell me why Beau can't know about the mess you made of him. I laugh lightly, taking a seat in the rattan chair and relaxing as much as a man who's lying to the love of his life can. Beau seems to have grown a conscience, I say, raking a hand through my hair. She agreed to marry me if I promised not to kill him. Oh, he says over an exhale, that's unfortunate. Not if you can assure me his body will never be found. I can assure you, Black says with a confidence I can't ignore. How's Beau doing? I look over my shoulder to the door. Quiet. Mine too, he says, and then laughs a little. Well, when she's not yelling at me or throwing deadly weapons at my head. That bad, huh? I can handle her. I can't imagine she's going to be my biggest fan then. I get up and walk down to the sand, scuffing my feet through the hot, silky grains. The man who's dragged you from your grave? That's how his wife will see me. She'll want to blame someone, and I'll be that someone. You've not dragged me anywhere, he muses, thoughtful, and I nod. Other powers have unearthed me. I can't sit around waiting for my past to catch up with me. If that benefits you, so be it. I'm beginning to understand Danny Black. I'll expect no loyalty from him. I'll always be wary of him, but he's no need to be wary of me, and he worked that out very fast. I've no desire to become king of his old playground. That's the only reason I'm here at the pleasure of the Brit. I'm a means to an end for him too. We both want the same man dead, and 2 assassins is always better than 1. Are you naked? He asks, amused, and I frown, looking around me. I spot him in the distance, standing on the shore in a wetsuit, a jet ski bobbing on the water beside him. It's hot. I roll my eyes to myself, and he laughs as I trudge back to the beach house. See you at the restaurant. Look forward to it, he says. And, James, what? Get some sunblock on. You don't want to burn that back of yours. He hangs up, and I look over my shoulder. He's still standing on the shore, his arm raised in a casual way. I raise mine in return, not feeling threatened by his comment. He's merely pointing out that we're the same. We're no longer hidden by death. We're no longer invulnerable. We have someone to live for, and we need to be careful.
Bow. I take off my arm protector and start unraveling the wrap that James so carefully applied around my stomach, naturally tense. And not just because of my wound. Dinner. And not just dinner, but dinner with the Brit. I'm literally having dinner with a ghost, a man thought to be dead. And his wife. What the hell are we supposed to talk about? I drop the wrap in the sink and sigh. Well, probably talk about how many lives our men have taken between them. I can only imagine what kind of woman she is to be married to a man like Danny Black. But then, if Rose Black is really messed up, I'm right there with her. Ex-cop turned gangster's mole. Jesus, I breathe, glancing at the mirror. I look empty, hollow. What would my mother say to me? What would she think? And yet I can't help but hope she would be egging me on, encouraging me, giving me a pep talk like no other, willing me to find the bastard who took her from me and end him. I've long accepted that I can't do that on my own. Her death goes way past a cover-up. It's led me into the deepest depths of the Miami underworld. It led me to James, and James has led me to the truth. It's irony at its best, or worst. Mom wasn't only a talented cop, something she passed down to me. She was an intuitive woman, strong, determined. She never gave up on finding out who the bear was, or who James was for that matter. The former had her blown up. The latter tried to save her. He failed, but he saved me, and in the process nearly burned himself alive. I look down at my scars. Some might think from the mess of my arm that he didn't save me from the explosion. Nothing could have saved me from that destruction. But he did save me from self-destruction. From the moment James called me under false pretenses to paint his office, I was enamored, mesmerized, intrigued, curious, attracted. I laugh under my breath. Really messed up really doesn't cover it. So perhaps Rose Black and I will find some common ground. But what the hell am I going to wear? I rub some face cream in as I go to the closet and scan the limited options. Sundresses, sarongs, shorts. My shoulders slump and I back up to the bed, dropping to the edge. I have nothing. My days in Miami were spent in ripped jeans and oversized shirts with long sleeves that covered my damaged skin. The only dress I own these days is the dress James bought for our first date to the opera, where he assassinated a corrupt judge while I was handcuffed to a chair. I fall to my back, exasperated. Rose Black has nothing on me. The door to the bedroom opens and James appears in his boxers. We've only been here a few days and he's already sun-kissed, bronzed. At least the front of him, not his back, which, like my arm, is constantly smothered in sunscreen. His hair is lighter, his blue eyes bluer. I pout at the Adonis before me. Soon he'll get dressed, probably put on a divine suit, muss his hair, spray himself with a cologne that'll send me delirious with pleasure, and I can't even act on my desire. My hand goes to my stomach, feeling at the white gauze. I have nothing to wear, I gulped. This was a terrible idea. Cover up, he orders, nodding to the sheets. I frown and pull them in around me, concealing my naked form, as James stands back, opening the way. A man scuttles in with arms full of clothes and some strappy shoes dangling from his fingers. "What's this?" I ask, sitting up slowly. "Miss Rose sent them," the man declares, stopping in the middle of the room, waiting for instruction. I'm stumped, so James directs him to the closet, where he hangs up various dresses while I look on. Once he's done, he nods and backs out of the room. "Problem solved," James says, flicking through the vest selection. I get up and pull the sheets in, approaching behind him. Why would she send me clothes? You can ask her at dinner. James pulls out a pretty cream dress that's decorated with gold stitching. This one? I blindly take the hanger, lost for words. "I thought you wanted to see my scars," I remind him, looking down at the long sleeves. "I want you to be comfortable and relaxed." He drops a kiss on my cheek and goes to the bathroom, leaving me alone. Relaxed? That's laughable.
We might be out of Miami right now, away from blood and death, but I'm under no illusion that it will remain this easy. We're here for me to recuperate, and for James to plot his next move. I look at the dress, my eyebrows high. I don't know this woman, but she clearly has good taste. I lay it on the bed and go to the dresser to dry my hair, but I divert when my cell starts ringing. Part of me hopes it's Uncle Lawrence, but I honestly have no idea what to say to him. The man is ruined, distraught, riddled with guilt. He's also grieving for his husband, a man who had us all fooled for so many years. Whether Dexter's dealings with the criminal world was an accident or not shouldn't matter. He's the reason Mom's dead. I reach for my phone and quickly retract when I see the screen. "Oh, really?" I whisper, looking over my shoulder. James is in the doorway, a toothbrush unmoving in his mouth. I quickly look away, avoiding the bullets of fury being fired across the room, and reject the call. I have no idea what my ex-fiancé wants. Maybe to ask if I'm going insane. Whatever, talking to him when James is within a 200-mile radius would be stupid. I turn and face him. His toothbrush is still static in his mouth. "I need to dry my hair," I declare, going to the dresser, claiming the hairdryer. I focus on myself in the mirror, ignoring James's looming frame in the doorway, and start blow-drying my hair. When he eventually finds it in himself to back up into the bathroom, I breathe out, relieved. I've seen the killer in him only a few times. It's frightening, ugly. I need to warn Ollie to stay away, or he might end up on James' gosh list, if he isn't there already. He's totally there already. I walk into the open living space, my clutch tucked between my cast and my body, and find it empty. No James. He left me in the bedroom applying makeup. I watched in the mirror, a mascara wand hovering in front of my eye, as he unhooked his trousers and shirt from the wardrobe and walked out without a word, still quietly raging. I'm not looking forward to this dinner. His mood isn't helping, but a drink might, so I go to the well-appointed fridge and pour myself a white wine, sipping it as I wander out onto the terrace to wait for him. The evening sun is still blistering hot, but the breeze, thankfully, is picking up, offering a breather from the constant heat. I drop my purse on the table and lower to a chair, taking in the majestic sight of the sun setting, slowly falling into the ocean. I'd smile if I had it in me. James has got to learn to control his temper when it comes to my ex, because I can't change my past. I wish I could. So badly I wish I could. But my ex is only a small reason why. I sip, casting my eyes across the shore, wondering where the hell he's gone. My question is answered when I see him on the beach, standing on his head. I lower the glass from my lips. He's balancing, trying to study his mood. In his gray trousers and crisp white dress shirt. I sigh as I reach down to remove the gold heels before standing, wine in hand, and walking down to him. I approach quietly, taking him in from top to bottom, from his toes to his head. When I'm before him, I crouch, wedging my wineglass into the sand, and gently lower myself to my stomach, resting my chin on my cast, my face level with his. He knows I'm here, but his eyes remain closed, focused, dampening down the monster inside. A few long minutes pass of watching him until he eventually opens one eye, peeking at me. "I don't want to argue," I say, reaching forward and brushing a wave of his hair aside. "Me neither." Slowly and with precision and control, he lowers to the sand before turning over to his stomach so his nose to nose with me. His lip quirks and mine quirks with it. "What did he want?" he asks. I didn't call him back. Why would I? I'm not stupid. Besides, we both know what Ollie wants. I have no idea why. I'm far from the woman he met, but for some unbeknownst reason, he wants me back. And when he found out about James, even before he was aware that he's not your average man, he worked hard to turn me against him, along with Dexter. Their motives were different, but they wanted the same thing: James out of my life. "I will kill him, Beau," he says calmly, with no menace or threat in his tone. It's just pure fact. I exhale, reaching for his cheek and stroking it softly, the scratch of his stubble soothing. "I know you will." I find his eyes, the endless pits of darkness. "I love you," I whisper, and he nods, swallowing, inching forward and kissing me tenderly. "We'll be late." He gets to his feet and helps me up, collecting my wine from the sand and taking a sip as he tucks me into his side and walks us back to the beach house. Sitting me down, he gives me my drink and crouches before me, collecting my heels. "You look lovely," he says, stroking across the instep of my foot, smiling to himself when I go stiff in the chair. He looks up at me, and I give him a warning look. His brow hitches. Another stroke. I shake my head. We'll never make it to dinner. But I don't really want to go to dinner, so I place my wine on the table and push out of the chair, lowering to my knees in front of him. More, I breathe, cupping his beautiful face with my good hand, moving in, kissing him reverently. More, more, more. We shared an intimate moment, desire building between us. His groan is quiet but full of want, mixed with frustration. "I need to be slow and careful with you, and we don't have time for that," he mumbles, standing, dragging me up with him, our mouths still attached. "Don't start what you can't finish." I lock my arm over his shoulder, pulling him closer. Oh, I am capable. Reaching back, he frees himself from my clutches. "But you'll have to wait for me." I grumble my displeasure, and he kisses my scowl away before putting me back in the chair and slipping on my heels. Something deep and uncomfortable inside tells me there's more to his statement. Wait for him. How long will he dedicate to hunting down the bear? How long will I have to wait for him to put that demon to bed? For both of us. And what if he never finds out the true identity of the bear? What then? James assured me that it wouldn't be busy. He didn't let me down. The seafront restaurant is quiet inside, and the decking outside is spacious and peaceful. We're shown to a table at the far side by an old crooked brick wall at the top of a rugged cliffside with a sandy trail that leads to the beach. The view is breathtaking, the ocean sparkling under the orange glow of the sunset. The breeze is light. Parasols are scattered sporadically between the tables, and fairy lights on strings zigzag above, creating a glowing canopy across the entire deck. A waiter pulls out a white rattan chair for me, and I lower to the bohemian patterned cushion. He lights the bowl candle in the center before handing me a wine menu, as James takes a seat beside me. "They're not here yet," I ask, setting my clutch on the wall beside my chair. "Danny texted me. They're running a few minutes late." "A lover's quarrel?" I ask, curious. I can't imagine Danny Black's wife is jumping for joy at the prospect of him returning to Miami. We all know what that means. "Must be something in the air," James muses, plucking the menu from my hand. I pout, narrowing my eyes on him. "Wine? Please." I settle back, taking in my view. Not the ocean, not the sunset, not the cute winding path to the white sand. I stare at James. He looks insanely handsome, casual, easy, his collar open, his sleeves rolled up to his forearms. It's refreshing. This is James on vacation. I like it. Why we're here, however, isn't such a welcome thought. "What?" he asks, not looking up from the wine selection. "Nothing. If I'd known they'd be late, I would have allowed us more time together." I press my lips together, my eyes widening when his hand briefly touched my leg. His smirk is very real. So is my warning look. He laughs lightly and pulls away, his attention captured by the waiter approaching James, orders wine and nods toward the restaurant. "They're here." He rises from his chair, and I follow his eyes across the deck to the back of the restaurant, rising too. "Gosh," I whisper, taking James's hand to help me to my feet. Danny Black looks plain deadly. Furious, in fact. A lover's quarrel? Good Lord, he looks like he's on a mission to kill. And I remember, he is. His frame is imposing, his eyes cold yet sparkly. The whole restaurant is aware of his presence, attention pointing his way from every table. The scar on his face looks so sinister. And then a woman appears, clinging to his hand as he leads. Tall, willowy, piercing blue eyes and rich dark hair. She's striking, her skin flawless, her cheekbones outrageous, her lips plump. I've never seen such a formidable couple. "That's his wife?" I whisper, shocked to my core. I don't know what I expected. Perhaps a war-torn, sallow, hateful-looking woman? What I have instead is a woman worthy of a perfume ad. I blink and look at James, feeling him staring at me. He cocks his head, and I shake mine. "James," Black says, reaching the table, "sorry for keeping you waiting." He pulls the exotic beauty closer. "This is my wife, Rose. Rose, James, and Beau." She smiles, but it's forced, moving around the table. Definitely a lover's quarrel. Beau, she takes my shoulders and hugs me, but only very lightly, no force, no pressure. I smile over her shoulder at James, who's still holding my hand. I gently tug myself free from his grip, returning Rose's embrace. It's lovely to meet you, I say, letting her break away. She looks down my front. You chose the cream one. I shift, so uncomfortable. Thank you. I literally have no dresses here. Good choice, Danny Black says, and I look past Rose to see him shaking James's hand. He releases James, coming around the table, and Rose moves aside, giving him access to me. He kisses each of my cheeks. You're looking better, he says quietly. How have you settled in? Great. Thank you for letting us stay, I say, although I suspect it's purely selfish. What does Danny Black care if I was shot? He needs James. James needs him. Anytime. He leaves me, pulling a chair out for Rose. Darling, he says, gesturing to it on a slight smirk. She doesn't thank him, just gives him a knowing, warning, intense look. And then he dips and kisses the top of her head, lingering for a while before going to her ear and whispering something. You could cut the tension with a knife, and I'm sure it's not tension of the sexual kind. I lower to my seat, peeking at James. I shrug when he smiles. So we're surrounded by deadly killers, Rose says quietly, plucking the bottle of wine from the waiter before he has a chance to set it on the table. It's a good job they're hot, or else why would we be here? I can't help my laugh, and something tells me I should. Danny Black flashes his wife a look that suggests she's pushing her luck as Rose holds up the bottle, her head tilting at me. I nod. Yes, give me all the alcohol. I'm going to need it to survive this dinner. So what brings you here, Beau? Rose asks, pouring us both a glass, not bothering to offer the men. She dumps the bottle in the middle of the table, takes her glass, and rests back, looking at me expectantly. Except for needing my husband's services. I sit back, wary, her bitterness potent. So it's me she's got an issue with? I flick my eyes to James and notice his tense frame, his laser stare on Black, as if silently telling him to rein in his wife. Black, lips straight, leans in and collects the bottle, pouring for him and James before setting his icy stare on Rose. Forgive my wife, he says, slowly taking a drink, his jaw rolling. She's not usually such a difficult person. I balk. James shifts uncomfortably, seizing my hand on the table, and Rose's nostrils flare. She throws back the whole glass of wine and slams it on the table, standing. Excuse me, but I'm not all too excited about discussing the inevitable death of my husband. She pivots, sending her long hair wafting through the air, and marches back toward the restaurant. As awkward as I've ever felt, I move my eyes across to Danny Black. He's staring at the table, obviously trying to gather his patience. He's seriously bristling. You weren't kidding when you said your wife has a stellar right hook, huh? James says, nodding to Black's nose, which I now notice is slightly swollen. Black blinks slowly, reaching for the bridge and pinching it. Excuse me for a moment, he says, pushing up from his chair. My wife and I have some issues to iron out. Take your time. James squeezes my hand and Black leaves, pulling at his linen suit jacket as he goes. And I'm pretty sure he flexes his fists. I turn to James. You don't think not our business, he says, not looking at me. Excuse me? He turns into me, leaning close. We're not here to offer marriage counseling. Of course we're not, I laugh, because we don't know how to be married. Not for long, he muses, his eyes running across my face, his thumb drawing a straight line down the index finger of my left hand. I shift in my chair, and he smiles darkly. Should I go check on her? I ask, turning my hand over and gripping his. He shakes his head, settling back and sipping his wine. I know many things about Danny Black, 2 things with unquestionable certainty. What? He's a merciless killer, James says, looking in the direction Black just left. And he worships the ground his wife walks on. He turns his expressionless face my way. We're more alike than I want us to be. Releasing my hand, he collects the menu and scans the choices, leaving that statement hanging in the thick, tense air that's still lingering, even now that Danny and Rose have left the table. I look up at the restaurant doors, contemplating how to approach this when they return. If they return. I'm not looking for a friend, which is probably a good thing. I'm here for James, period. James and me. I've worked my way through my glass by the time they get back, and as I watch Rose weave the tables, I notice the obvious flush of her cheeks, and Black behind her discreetly making himself comfortable. She sits beside me, flicking me a small smile. I'm sorry, I needed to get that out of my system. Which bit? I ask without thought, the signs of her and her husband having had a moment to themselves evident in her demeanor. Danny chuckles. It's quite cute for a killer. And James rubs across his Cupid's bow, smiling mildly. It's sexy for another cold-blooded killer. Shall we order? Rose says, picking up the menus and handing them out. The oysters are divine. Oysters? I ask, taking my eyes to the choices. I never know the best way to eat them. I jump out of my skin when Danny and Rose collectively burst into fits of laughter, and I look at them, stunned, confused, quiet. Did I say something funny? I ask, as they calm, Danny sending his wife a fond smile, taking her hand on the table. It's a private joke. Rose wraps her hand around his fingers, looking across the table to James. So, what do I call you? She asks. James? Kellen? A sip of her wine, her smile small. The enigma? James looks down, not answering, smiling, and I relish the sight of his hair flopping forward, his lashes fanning his cheeks. He's saved by the waiter. Not that he needed saving. He was never going to indulge her bold question. It's really weird, though, knowing people know who he is, which means, technically, he's no longer the enigma. We all order, and oddly, the conversation flows. Not about murder or Miami, but about the island, what there is to do, where we should go. As I sit back in my chair after our main meal, I watch James, fascinated to see him engaging, talking, smiling. This is so normal, it's really messing with my head. Two couples having dinner, chatting, laughing, eating. More than once, I catch James' eye, and he gives me a reassuring smile, either topping up my wine or taking my hand and squeezing. He knows what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, this could be our life, just us, here, being normal. We've never had dinner in a restaurant together, let alone with another couple. Tomorrow, we'll go to the local store and pick up some groceries, then check out the waterfalls across the island that Rose gushed about. James will go out with Danny on their jet skis. Rose and I, apparently, will chill on the terrace at their villa and have cocktails. No, I don't need a friend, but maybe I want one. Maybe I want this all the time, and the longer I'm sitting here with these strangers, the more I can understand Rose's earlier animosity. We've come here and disrupted her life, disturbed her paradise, because that's what this is. It's paradise, killers in paradise. So, you were a cop, Rose says, pushing her chair out, glass in hand, and crossing one leg over the other. In a previous life, yes. I look at James, wondering just how much he's shared about me, about him, about us. His elbows are on the table, a tumbler hanging from his grasp as he swirls it slowly, staring at the liquid, refusing to look at me. I lean over the table to take a piece of bread, not so keen on talking about my previous life. As I do, my sleeve rides up, and I freeze, feeling all eyes on the monster scar peeking out of the lovely cream dress. I press my lips together and retreat without the bread. The silence is horrific, and it's in this moment I realize that not once throughout this dinner have I dreaded the conversation, because it's been mindless, free, easy. That feels like it's changing now. I take refuge in my wine, peeking up at James, shaking my head when I find him gazing at me with sorry eyes. Stop it. Rose moves, and I frown when she lays her arm on the table. I see them immediately under the faint glow of the candlelight. Scars. Scars from many cuts. I move my eyes to hers, and she smiles. Then Danny's arm appears on the table, and he pulls up his sleeve. I inhale at the sight of the monster slashes all over his tan skin and glance at him. He smirks, stretching the unsightly scar that runs from his eye to his lip. Swallowing, I turn my attention to James. I won't remove my shirt, he says quietly, with an edge of irony in his tone. And what do? I laugh. I laugh so really hard, and everyone at the table joins me. I've never laughed about my injuries. What the hell is this madness? But Rose's message is clear, as is Danny's. We're more similar than we all probably want to be. I don't think I've ever felt so full. Full of food, full of drink, and absolutely full to the brim with love. I watch James, which I've done a lot throughout a surprisingly pleasant dinner after what was a rocky start. He looks so relaxed, even more handsome. I want to keep him here. It's getting easier to ignore the boiling desire for retaliation while we're here being normal. It's like with the release of his true identity, some darkness has lifted too. Why don't you and Rose go for a walk, he says, turning into me and kissing my instant frown away. Yes, show Beau the ocean at sunset, Danny adds, waving his arm for the waiter and ordering more drinks. I can see the ocean at sunset, I say, looking past him to the ocean at sunset. Danny falters, flicking his eyes to James, who's watching me closely, silently, warningly. The women are being dismissed so they can talk about all the ways they're going to kill. There's the end of my perfect dinner with my laid-back man. The darkness has resurfaced. The assassin is back. Although, what did I honestly expect? That a bit of sunshine and the magical sparkling ocean would strip James of the inner killer? No, I didn't. But this evening has given me a glimpse of what life could be like for us. And as fast as I embraced the notion, it's been robbed from me. I feel my teeth sink into the corner of my mouth, and I glance at Rose, gauging her reaction. She's contemplative, smiling, but through pursed lips. I'm guessing any protests from us might be met with force. I'm guessing Rose has grasped this too. It's why she's so obviously biting her tongue. I look at my wine glass, a little huff of laughter escaping. Get the little women out of the way so the boys can talk business. Has James forgotten that this is my war too? Resentment starts to burn a hole in my stomach. I'm not pregnant anymore, I say without thinking, turning a resolute stare onto him. I'm no longer fragile, James. I'm not glass. I regret the words the moment they're spoken, my bitterness for the world, for our loss, speaking for me. The look glued to me is undisputed rage, rage mixed with a ton of hurt. Do you think that escaped my notice? He asks quietly, as if our company might not hear. I absorb his evident disgust. Take it all. I know I deserve it. If you were still carrying my baby, he hisses quietly, you wouldn't be drinking. He takes the bottle and tops up my glass to the very top, making a point. So drink up, Beau. Make the most of it. He sits back, takes his vodka, and toasts the air. Cheers, baby. And downs the lot, gasps, steam virtually bursting from his ears. Slamming his tumbler down, he cracks his jaw, heaving like a wild beast in his seat. Go for a walk, Beau, he orders coldly and firmly. I feel a hand lay over my arm, and I look blankly to my left. Rose is imploring me, lifting from her chair. I glance across to Danny. He's silent, studying me, quietly taking in the scene, which is basically me losing my temper, speaking foolishly, and causing trouble. Furious with myself, I stand and walk away. Rose is soon beside me, taking my hand and pulling me toward the back of the terrace. Take your shoes off, she says, stopping us at an opening in the old brick wall, leaning down to unfasten her heeled sandals. I do as I'm told, looking back as my fingers fiddle with the tiny buckle. Black is handing James a fresh vodka. I sigh, kicking off my shoes, and let Rose lead us barefoot onto the sandy path that'll take us down to the beach. The silence between us is awkward, and I hate that I've created it. I hate myself. James might be a killer, but he's my killer, and he's done nothing but take care of me, indulge me, give me something to finally live for. How can you love someone and hate them at the same time? I ask absent-mindedly, watching my toes sink into the sand with each step I take down the path beside Rose. She laughs, but it's sardonic. Were you at the table earlier? She asks, inhaling and looking up to the hazy sky, smiling. I love to hate my husband. I know he feels the same. I think I can relate. I love James' persistent passion to right so many wrongs. I hate that it might break us. Already has to an extent. I swallow, forcing my hand away from my tummy when it instinctively reaches for it. We step over a rock, hitting the beach, and Rose takes the hem of her dress and inches it up to her thighs. She casts a smile my way, and it's significantly more friendly than her half-baked attempts earlier. "Come," she says, dancing off across the sand toward the shore, pivoting when she reaches the water, walking backward. "Just stand here and stare out at the burning horizon. It feels like you're on the edge of the world." She turns and looks at her feet, the water lapping at her ankles. Her attempts to pacify me are commendable. She didn't ask for any of this, but it seems she knows her place to an extent. I've known her only an hour or two, and I've fast learned that she keeps Danny Black on his toes. He adores her. She, him. She accepts who she's married to and backs down when she knows she needs to. I can't help but think that James hopes I might learn a thing or two from Rose Black. I pad down and join her, standing silently beside her, the sound of the ocean calming me. "You were pregnant," Rose eventually says, reaching for my hand and squeezing, keeping her gaze on the water. "Only a few weeks," I murmur quietly, an ache developing in my stomach. Completely unplanned. I look across to her, and she smiles mildly before returning her attention to the ocean. "Because who could possibly want a baby with a cold-blooded killer?" she muses, her hair whipping in the breeze. She releases my hand and pulls her locks from her face, looking almost sad. "I would." Her arms drop, her head tilting, as if waiting for the ocean to react to her statement. "But you can't," I reply quietly, reading all the signs. And more than that, seeing nothing but devastation past the semi-strong facade. She inhales and exhales slowly, gathering herself, and when she looks across to me, I see with perfect clarity the grief in her wildly blue eyes. This woman is fierce, strong. How could she be anything else, being with a man like Danny Black? She's absolutely my kind of people, more so because of the fragility hidden behind the armor, the beauty, the stunning dress, and impeccable, flawless makeup. "I had a baby when I was 15, she says. "He was stolen from me. It was a pretty stressful birth and," she swallows, "well, that was that. I have no idea what to do, what to say. I've never felt compelled to comfort anyone, but my recent loss, how it's unexpectedly made me feel, gives me a good sense of what Rose must live with daily. My chance of being a mother hasn't been stolen completely. Rose's has. I move into her side and do what any compassionate woman would do. I put my arm around her, and she relaxes against me. It's now, here, dipping our toes in the ocean on the edge of the world, that I realize I'm not completely broken, not so cold and damaged that I can't grasp another woman's struggles. "I won't try to dream up words in an attempt to make you feel better," I say. It would be horsemess. Life isn't just a difficult person, is she? No, she isn't. Rose kicks the water. She's a scorned person. I laugh, and it's pure and real. "Is Danny enough?" I ask. "More than." Breaking away, she laces her fingers through mine, gripping hard, and tugs me farther into the water. "And James?" she throws back. "Is he?" "Does it matter?" I ask, the bottom of my dress sticking to my thighs. I focus on the straight line of the horizon, breathing in the clean, salty air, filling my lungs. He would never let me leave him anyway, so he has to be. "But is he?" Rose murmurs. "Of course he is." I turn a smirk onto her, and she throws one right back at me. "We bagged ourselves murderers. We're living the really dream, Rose." She laughs, head tossed back, and I'm there with her. Because what the hell else can we do except cry rivers of hopeless tears? Tears that are really pointless in the world Rose and I have chosen to be a part of. Danny. Sounds like we're both in the doghouse. I take a cigarette from my packet and light up, relaxing back in the chair as James watches the women head down to the beach. A solo singer is setting up behind us, and the sun is close to disappearing completely into the ocean. It's been a surprisingly pleasant evening, domestic spats aside. Mine and Rose's was resolved quickly in the ladies. A failed attempt to slap me. After their intimate moment, I smile, exhaling. Beau's not the kind of woman that appreciates being told what to do. James rips his eyes away from the beach and sets them on the glass of vodka the waiter just placed down. So why don't you get yourself one? I land the question like a bomb, taking another hit of nicotine and exhaling it over my glass. Another woman, I mean. James turns his tumbler left, right, then picks it up and downs the lot. Because it wouldn't be Beau, he says, turning a stoic face my way. I know I'm talking to a man who hears me. I smile lightly, nodding mildly. Loud and clear, I muse, thoughtful. I'm looking at a man who's walking in the shoes I once did. And it seems I'll be walking in them again soon. Except this time, I have my reward already. If she doesn't leave me. What's the latest in Miami? James asks, circling the conversation back to what we're actually here for. I don't know. I flick my ash in the ashtray, but I hear there's a mess of epic proportions about to go down. Part of me resents having to return. Another part of me, the sick jerk who's been dormant for a few years, cannot wait to see the faces of many men when they learn I've been resurrected. Tell me something, he says, watching his glass as the waiter tops him up again. I wait silently for him to go on. Do you want to come back to life? I smile. If my wife asks, no. Your wife isn't asking. I am. It never leaves you, I say, leaning forward. You think you're going to kill your enemies and disappear off into the sunset and set up a life with Beau? I huff, relaxing back, taking another drag of my cigarette. There's always someone who'll want to exact their revenge, someone who'll want you dead. I'm living proof, and I'm supposed to be dead and really gone from this world. Brad was right. He once told me that you don't walk away from this life. You can't. Spittle tried to kill my best friend, my cousin. He did that for a reason, and we both know what that reason is. I give him a dark smile. I'm not the kind of man to wait around for the danger to find me. I'll find it, and kill it. I'll take that as a yes. I cock my head, looking down at the beach. I can't see Rose, but I always see her. It's going to be messy, I say, not telling him anything he doesn't already know. Besides, I've seen him kill a man. Neither of us do things by halves, but there will be plenty of men to get through before we find who we need. I know nothing else, James says, tipping his drink to his lips. I never did extend my condolences. For what? He asks, as I catch his jaw starting to pulse. The massacre of my family? My baby? Or the attempted murder of my fiancé? All of it. I don't want condolences. He sneers into his glass. I want retribution. I like this man more and more, and I am not the type of man to like a man. Only very few have ever had the honor of my approval. But James? He's understatedly immoral. And he's enamored by a really difficult woman. It reminds me of someone I used to know. Still know. You haven't had kids. James looks up at me, and my drink falters at my lips. No. It's time to show him something of who Rose and I were, who we might be again soon. Rose was planted on me by an old enemy, blackmailed to do everything he demanded, or her son would be killed. Probably her too. She has a kid? When she was 15, after being repeatedly subjected to severe abuse by any man who desired her. My stomach turns, churning up the anger that lays sleeping in the pit of my stomach. She had a boy. It was a rough birth. I shrug, like it's nothing, when it's every really difficult thing. She can't carry anymore. You saved her, James says, with absolutely no emotion. I fix my stare on him. We saved each other. Sound familiar? He smiles, though it's mild. And the kid? I found him. He's 13 now, lives with his parents in Miami. He visits, and they're okay with that? They don't have much choice. They bought the kid on the black market. They're lucky to be alive. I was talking about you. They're okay with him spending time with you? They don't know who I am. I'm Daniel's biological mother's husband, who she met after moving to St. Lucia. So what does he call you? Mister. I smile, and I know it's fond. Daniel's a good kid, smart, polite, accepting. I only wish I could give Rose more of him, but we're real. His parents are all he's ever known. His education is important, so is stability. Hillary and Derek give him that. What's your plan? James asks, getting us back to business. First, I'll take Byron's reach. If there's anything going into Miami, it'll go through there. Take it how? With force. And the bear? How do you propose we get to him? We put some piranhas in his pond. I roll the glowing red tip of my cigarette around the edge of the ashtray. Smoke him out. And kill him, I whisper, my tone as deadly as I feel. Is that the end? There's no end when you're in this world. Meaning? Meaning, if we go back to Miami, we set the bar. You don't walk away from the bar. You defend it or you die. You need to be prepared for that. You need to be prepared for that. It's what you get for being prolific. When the waiter comes over, I take the 2 bottles from his tray before sending him on his way and topping us both up. So the question is, James, are we going back to Miami? His eyes darken. We're going back to Miami. Holding his glass across the table, he turns his stare onto me. I'm prepared for anything. I've seen many killers in my time. The one with the most vengeance in his stare was the one I looked at in the mirror every day. I could be looking in the mirror now, seeing an equal swirl of darkness and hate. To revenge. I hit my glass with his and throw back my drink, getting a flash of white in my peripheral vision. Rose is approaching, her feet bare, coated in sand. But no Bo. She reaches the table and drops her heels to the ground, setting a hand on my shoulder to hold herself as she bends to dust off her feet. I turn my face into it and kiss her wedding ring, before laying my hand over hers. Rose catches James's questioning face. She wanted to feel the last bit of the sun on her face, James whispers, almost sadly, sinking back in his chair. I've known what that woman has needed from the moment I set eyes on her, he says, without looking at Rose, his gaze on the break in the wall that leads down to the beach. Now, he stands and my eyes lift with him. I need the restroom. Striding off, he pulls his phone from his back pocket, dialing on his way. He's a lost man. And again, I know exactly how he feels. Women do that to you, fog your senses, make you question your instinct. Are you ready to go? I ask Rose, waving for the bill. I need the ladies. She dips and kisses my forehead, and I smile, watching her go, leaving me alone at the table, until Bo appears from the beach. Approaching slowly, her sandals dangling from her fingertips of her cast-adorned arm, she takes in my seated form. Restrooms, I say before she can ask. Sit. I motion to the chair opposite, and Bo takes it, never looking away from me. I see the same resilience in her as I do Rose, the same fight. She simply lost her way momentarily. Can I ask you something? I look over my shoulder, a solid indicator to Bo that this isn't something I want my wife to hear. Not until I know what the answer is, because it could change things significantly, and frankly, I don't want to give Rose hope that's wasted. Bo doesn't answer, leaving me to go on. You used to be a cop. Yes. And now I'm the girlfriend of a murderer? There are worse things you could be. I feel my lip quirk, but Bo's face remains eternally impassive. Like what? Like one of his enemies. She blinks a few times, her eyes dropping to the table. What did you want to ask me, Danny? She reaches for her wine and takes a sip, refusing to look me in the eye. Can I be prosecuted for faking my death? Her glass freezes halfway back to the table, and I'm thrown when her face breaks and one corner of her mouth lifts. She finds my question funny. Your wife beat you to it, she says, finally looking at me. My head slowly tilts, her amusement making sense now. I laugh under my breath, shaking my head mildly as I trace the rim of my tumbler. Rose has already asked you. She has. And? It depends. On what? Foul play. She sets her wine down, and I find myself moving in closer to the table, interested. So long as there is no financial gain to yourself, life insurance, for example, then actually, no. If you hate your life, you're technically allowed to engineer an exit from it. I nod, thoughtful, thinking this news would have really annoyed Rose. She was looking for an out, any reason to stop me going back to Miami. I signed everything over to Rose. There were no policies involved. Then the FBI is powerless. What about my cousin? He identified me. I'm covering all my bases. The last thing I need is to step back into Miami and Brad or I get arrested. You drowned. She states it as a fact, telling me Bo knows of my story, which isn't surprising, since she was a cop. I nod, and she goes on. How long were you in the water before you were dragged out? 3 days. She shrugs, not seeming in the least bit concerned. A body generally starts to bloat after 3 days. In the water, that can be slowed depending on the temperature. Regardless, that long in the water will produce drastic changes in the appearance of a dead body. So you're saying they can't touch me? The FBI won't waste time looking for someone who wanted to leave their life. I'm not just anyone, Bo, I point out. Fair enough, I get that a person wanting to take a departure from their life with no ill-gotten gains isn't worth the FBI's time, but I am worth their time, and I have committed plenty of crimes. Can they prove those crimes are yours? No. She nods slowly, tapping the stem of her wine glass. Then I'll start praying for Miami. She glances past me, and I look over my shoulder to see James returning, Rose not far behind him. I want your word on one thing, she says, keeping her attention on James. What? You leave Dexter out of your business. Who's Dexter? I ask, my tone level, my mind quickly telling me to play it cool. Bo looks at me, her eyes narrowing a little, as she takes what appears to be a relaxed sip of her wine. You know exactly who he is, but for the sake of clarity, he's the man who killed our baby. And nearly killed you, I point out. So why would you want him left out of it, and why would you tell me and not James? I want him left out of it because I have to believe there was a method to his madness. He's my uncle's husband, and I'm telling you and not James because I don't believe he can resist bludgeoning him. Her eyes lift the nearer James gets to the table. Really, she knows her man well. Problem is, he's already bludgeoned Dexter, and I was the one who brought him to James. The waiter lays the bill on the table. I'll get it, I say, dragging it over, stopping James from pulling out his wallet. You get the next one. He nods, and Bo stands, moving into Rose and hugging her. Their embrace is solid. They've connected. My wife has never had a friend, and seeing her with Bo, even if it kicked off a little prickly, eases the guilt riddling me. These two women are going to need each other. And as I look at James, I note he's watching them too, undoubtedly thinking along the same lines. He catches my eye, and I nod sharply. Jet skis tomorrow? I ask. Sure. He shakes, and I stand when Bo approaches me. Reaching up, she kisses my cheek, lingering, waiting for me to give her my word. Really? Me? I loop an arm around her shoulder and pull her close. You have it, I say quietly in her ear, lying through my teeth. And I take absolutely no pleasure from it. Thank you. She breaks away and joins James, and he's quick to tuck her fragile body close into his side. I watch them walk out as I lower to the chair, patting my lap for Rose to join me. I think there's some intimacy on the horizon, she whispers as she settles, arms linked around my neck. I applaud him for waiting until he gets her home. I hold her with one arm around her lower back, reaching for my cigarettes and pulling one out with my teeth. Rose takes my Zippo from the table and lights it for me. She's got issues, she says as I take us back in the chair, getting comfortable. We all have. But I like her, I smile to myself, the simple declaration providing endless contentment. Does that mean you'll stop giving me a hard time? No, she whispers, laying her head on my shoulder and staring out at the ocean. I still don't like this. I look at her arm that's positioned under my chin, the scars bright on her gorgeous tan skin. I know how Rose has dealt with things out of her control in the past. I'll be keeping a close eye on her. Always. Come. I tap her, she stands with me, and I hold my cigarette between my lips as I pull some notes from my trouser pocket and count some off, tossing them on the table. I dip and collect her shoes, take her hand, and lead her to the opening in the wall. The sandy trail to the beach is dark now, the rocks poking up through the sand out of sight. Get on. I drop to one knee and her leg appears over my shoulder, then the other, her hands on my head. I lay my arm across her shins and rise, walking us down the rest of the path to the beach. Okay up there? I ask, taking a drag of my cigarette. On top of the world, she says wistfully, her hands leaving my head. I know they're stretched up to the sky, her eyes closed, her head back. Rose. Peaceful Rose. She makes me a really, really happy man. But in this moment, that happiness is being tarnished by what lies ahead. I wander slowly, relishing my wife upon my shoulders, the waves lapping the shore gently, the moon glowing hypnotically. I'll miss this. But we'll be back. I couldn't go very long without it. I flick my cigarette away and hold up her sandals to take. She shifts slightly, and I peek up, my smile small. I want to get married, she declares out of the blue, and I frown at the shore. You are married. Again. The stretch of beach ahead curves around to the left, clusters of lighting dotted along the way from the bars lining it. Why? Because we're not technically married, are we? We are, according to me, but not according to the law. It's pretty impossible to marry a dead man, and since you're coming back to life, I want to marry you. You want a big, fancy wedding, baby? I ask, my touch becoming more intimate. Maybe, she replies coyly, tensing, taking hold of my head. Can I? You can have whatever you really want, my queen. I stop just shy of a beach bar, hearing music, the decked terrace heaving with partygoers. Chain Smoker's I Need You Right Now starts, and Rose begins to sway above me, her hand sweeping through my hair. I drop one shoulder, reaching up and pulling her down my front, and she squeals, looking faintly dazed when she finds her feet. I take her heels, throw them aside, and pull her into my body. Her palms meet my chest. Her eyes stick to my scar. I really love you, I whisper, starting to move us slowly in perfect time to the distant track, my attention set firmly of my wife. My beautiful, resilient, warrior goddess. Her hands slide onto my biceps and hold me, her face coming close, nuzzling, rubbing her nose with mine, her skin brushing over every part of my face as we dance under the moon. My legs slightly bent to keep our hips close, slowly swaying. And it's how we stay until the music fades and there is only us, the ocean, and need. So much freaking need. Tension broke, gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Afterwards, breathless, she whispered, Danny, writhing in the sand, twisting and turning her body. Oh, God. I kiss every inch of her skin, easing her down, mesmerized by her body, by the sounds she's making, until she relaxes, sinking into the sand. Crawling up her body, I settle my weight, framing her head with my forearms. Her eyes are closed. Open, I breathe, knowing what I'm going to see. Her lashes flutter, she inhales, and she looks up at me. Tears. We're going to be okay. I kiss her between her eyebrows. Do you hear me, Rose? I have to make her believe it. Otherwise, we'll be fighting constantly. I've already resigned myself to the fact that I'm going to be looking over my shoulder constantly again. I don't need to be on my guard, watchful of my wife's tidy palm, because that's how she's operated since she fell in love with the man who kidnapped her. When she feels threatened, when she fears something will threaten us, she naturally slips into fight mode. Frustration and fuel are the fuel. I've always taken a backward pleasure from being on the receiving end of her physical lash-outs. I'm the only man in this world who can anger her. I'm the only man in this world who can love her. Therefore, I'm the only man in this world who can hurt her, because true pain only comes from loving someone. It's a lesson we've both learned and we both live by. She's my beginning, and she will be my end. The silence is palpable on the drive from the airfield to my mansion in Miami. I've held Rose's hand forcefully the entire journey as I've stared out of the window, feeling edgier the closer we get. I didn't feel like this a few weeks ago when I returned after the bombshell call from Brad that brought my peaceful life in St. Lucia to an abrupt end. But now, I'm tense, and I know Rose can feel it because she keeps unsuccessfully trying to release her hand from mine. And there's why I feel different this time. Rose. On my last visit, she was in St. Lucia, miles away, being guarded. It became very obvious very quickly that keeping her there, out of harm's way, wasn't a long-term solution. Not when we have no really idea who we're dealing with, what exactly they know, and how we're going to handle it. So she stays with me. She's not happy about being here, and I'm not happy that I've been forced to bring her. So we're equally pissed off about the situation. Rose, naturally, more than me. I can't help but feel like life is going to be too freaking stressful for more reasons than one.
My wife's temper is brutal. Unlucky for me, I'm the only poor person in this world who can spike that temper. I'm the only man who can hurt her. Therefore, I'm the only man in this world who can hurt her, because true pain only comes from loving someone. It's a lesson we've both learned and we both live by. She's my beginning, and she will be my end. The silence is palpable on the drive from the airfield to my mansion in Miami. I've held Rose's hand forcefully the entire journey as I've stared out of the window, feeling edgier the closer we get. I didn't feel like this a few weeks ago when I returned after the bombshell call from Brad that brought my peaceful life in St. Lucia to an abrupt end. But now, I'm tense, and I know Rose can feel it because she keeps unsuccessfully trying to release her hand from mine. And there's why I feel different this time. Rose. On my last visit, she was in St. Lucia, miles away, being guarded. It became very obvious very quickly that keeping her there, out of harm's way, wasn't a long-term solution. Not when we have no really idea who we're dealing with, what exactly they know, and how we're going to handle it. So she stays with me. She's not happy about being here, and I'm not happy that I've been forced to bring her. So we're equally pissed off about the situation. Rose, naturally, more than me. I can't help but feel like life is going to be too freaking stressful for more reasons than one. My wife's temper is brutal. Unlucky for me, I'm the only poor person in this world who can spike that temper. I'm the only man who can hurt her. I glance across the car, finding her eyes nailed to the guy in the passenger seat. Nolan. He's Brad's new accessory. A good kid by all accounts. I'm yet to find out.
I crane my head to see what she's looking at when her eyes fall to his legs. A machine gun is spread across his thighs. It's a precaution, I say, shifting my hold of her hand so my fingers lace through hers. And what about the 2 cars up front and the 2 at the rear? She doesn't look at me, turning toward the window. Are they a precaution too? Don't start, Rose, I warn. I do not need the added aggravation of my wife's sarcasm. She's got progressively more uptight since we left the villa this morning. The only person she's actually had any conversation with is Beau, and I bet my beautiful wife was slagging me off something rotten. Really, she breathes, trying to pull her hand from mine again. I don't allow it, obviously. I see Nolan flick a wary glance up at the mirror, and I flash him a wry smile. It confuses him. I can tell by the slight squint of his eyes before he sharply turns his attention back to the road. Welcome home, I say quietly as we pull up to the gates. I get another jar of her hand for my trouble. I'm fast concluding what the only thing that seems to pacify my wife at the moment is when we are intimate. It would be a satisfying thought, one to savor, if it wasn't an impossibility. I'm going to be a busy man, and perhaps that's a contributing factor to Rose's mood. She's had me all to herself for 3 years. I've had her. Each day has been spent whiling in the sun, taking walks, eating indulgently, indulging in each other even more. Miami is going to change the dynamic of our relationship. I don't like it, not at all, but obviously, me ending up dead will change the dynamic a lot more. Rose knows that. She's just finding it harder to accept. I glance across the car to her. She's looking at the 2 terraces leading off the bedrooms. There was only 1 terrace remaining when she left Miami 3 years ago. The other had been blown to smithereens. My blood runs cold, and my eyes clench shut, trying to push away the image of her dangling off the side, hanging on to the jagged concrete, looking up into my eyes as she let go. She wanted to die. I gulp, the ramifications of my decision to return to Miami becoming starker by the minute. The car comes to a gradual stop, and Rose wastes no time opening the door, trying to escape me. I grab her upper arm, haul her back, and lean over, pulling the door closed on a bang, making one of the men on the outside jump back. Let's lay a few cards on the table, I say, my fingers clawed into her flesh, stopping her fighting me. She turns a ferocious stare my way. "You're gosh at poker," she says through a pulsing jaw. She's right, always have been. I smile on the inside, thinking back to that time in Vegas when I took her as collateral. She wants to think about it too, but her mood won't allow her. Maybe, I muse, but I'm a champion at bringing my fiery wife to heel. I release her arm. Her hands clawed into the leather of the seat. Are you going to argue with me on that, too? She can bring her all. I'm ready, and she knows it. You probably haven't got time to argue with your wife. Her words were broken, her back pressing into the seat. The tension between them was palpable. Leaning in, I get my threatening face up close to her snarling one. I'll always have time for you, Rose. I kiss her fury away, drawing her close when she relents, whimpering. You're my priority. That's not technically true. Keeping myself alive is my priority. The former is useless if I'm not physically able. I kiss her again. It starts with you and it ends with you. Brushing her hair away from her face, I look at her, waiting. I'm backed into a corner, baby. I don't need you throwing flames at me, too. I lift her and place her back on the seat next to me. Wait for me in our room, I order gently, letting myself out of the car, unbending my body slowly, my eyes lifting up the front of the mansion as I do. I pull in my suit jacket and slip my shades on, feeling the eyes of many men on me, some old faces, some new. The Brit is back. I'm not becoming your in-house difficult person, Rose yells, jumping out the other side and glaring across the car at me. You're to use when you need to let off steam after a hard day killing whoever really needs killing. She storms off up the steps, and the men wisely move from her path. I breathe, blindly pushing the door shut. Yeah, the Brit is back, and he's brought his impertinent woman with him. Trying to get this balance right might kill me with stress, if Rose doesn't kill me first. I take one step, and the men around me move too, becoming more alert, more aware, some starting to look around, scanning the walls that surround the mansion. I freeze and cast an interested look their way. Am I missing something, or has the national news announced my resurrection? I ask. We're taking no chances. Ringo appears at the top of the stairs, and, really, it's good to see his ugly mug. Welcome home, Mr. Black. Shut up. I laugh as I round the car, this time ignoring the moves of the men around me, my arms lifting, beckoning him to me. His chest meets mine hard, and his big, murdering hands slap my back with force. Good to see you, you ugly person. Is it? He grunts, pushing me away, assessing me up and down. St. Lucia suits you. We start taking the stairs to the mansion side by side, and when we enter, Brad is emerging from the corridor that leads to my office. He spots Rose first, who's halfway up the stairs. Rose, he sings. Go away, Brad, she spits over her shoulder. What did I do? Breathe, she yells, and he recoils, looking my way. I shake my head mildly as I go after her, ready to calm her down. I catch her wrist. Haven't I learned? She swings around, landing me precisely on the jaw, and I hear the men's gasps, their horror. This woman is braver than any one of them. I close my eyes, breathe in deeply, and exhale calmly. Are you really determined to push me off the cliff of patience? She's trying so hard to hold back her tears, her jaw clenching fiercely, her waning strength pushing through. Her dainty shoulders push back, her eyes passing me, taking in our audience. She's smart and sophisticated enough to rein it in before it gets really out of hand. Her gaze travels the room and comes back to mine, and I reach for my jaw, making a point of cracking it, my burning glare spelling out my mood. Fuming. Our spars, all of them, verbal, physical, and intimate, should never be aired in public, especially not in front of my men. You done? I ask tightly. She looks away from me, pivots, and hurries up the stairs, keen to escape the peanut gallery. Oh, Rose, my fiery, savage, vulnerable Rose. I turn and take the stairs back down, noting Esther has wandered into the foyer, wiping her hands on a tea towel. It seems she's the only thing that's changed around here, her body no longer carrying an insipid gray uniform and is now adorned in bright garments that do her complexion wonders. I've seen her since we left, of course, but always in St. Lucia when she visited. It never quite hit me how far removed she looked from the woman Pops found all those years ago. But now, here at the mansion, my past catching up to me, the backdrop as it always was, she looks out of place. Danny, she breathes, and it's half-hearted, almost cautious. Worried. Hello, Mum. I go to her, dipping so she can get her arms over my shoulders, but not before I take the tea towel from her hand and cast it aside. Her hug is fierce. I want to say it's good to have you home. Then say it, I reply, letting her cuddle the gosh out of me. I can feel her unease. It's one more woman to try and appease. I have a feeling my mother might be easier than Rose. She breaks away and collects the tea towel from where I tossed it. I frown. Give me a moment with my mom, I say to the men over my shoulder, and they all disperse, heading outside. Come with me. I sweep an arm out for her to lead, and she does, although obviously curious. I open the door to my office for her, and she heads straight to my desk. The couch, I say, and she stops, looking back. This isn't a business meeting, Mum. They say old habits die hard. They really do. I need to break her habit. Redirecting to the couch, she lowers. What's this? I ask, taking the tea towel from her again and holding it up as I join her on the couch. Now I know Carlo Black had you well educated, Danny. She cocks me a wry smile, and I roll my eyes. What is it with smart-mouthed women in my life? I like serving you, she finally says. I lay the towel over the arm of the couch, settling back. I don't want you serving me. Those days are gone. The days when she pandered to my every whim, picked up after me, cleaned up my mess. It was Esther's way of trying to make up for leaving me with her difficult boyfriend who abused me before Carlo found me on the streets of London. It was my way of punishing her, but at the same time having her in my life. Are they? She asks, reaching for my hand and holding it in both of hers. I don't like this, Danny. Me neither, I admit, moving in closer to her, adding my hand to the bundle of limbs. I'll be okay, I cock her a crooked grin. She doesn't appreciate it. I might be back in Miami, Mum. I might be ready and prepared to kill, but I'm not prepared to have you waiting on me, or anyone else for that matter. I won't. It's non-negotiable. She is not here as a slave, not anymore. She's here because she's my mother. She's here because I love her dearly. I want to look after you, she says quietly, giving me imploring eyes. I've been here the past 3 years in between visits to St. Lucia, and I've enjoyed my time keeping everything sparkly and clean. It's given me a purpose, to look out for you, even if you weren't here. But now you are. What else am I going to do with my time? She pulls one hand away and indicates down her body. There's only so much yoga and shopping a woman can do, only so many cakes I can bake. She needs a purpose. A job hasn't been necessary, and it only just hits me how lonely she must have been. Flush with cash and time, but incredibly lonely. And that makes me feel like, gosh, she's not glad I'm back in Miami, but she's glad I'm here. I need to find a balance for us, one that eases my conscience and gives Esther the purpose she needs. Let me get a housekeeper, I say, and she starts to shake her head. Listen to me, I order. I'm not having you mopping up the mess of endless men around here. And believe it or not, I've become quite domesticated recently. She laughs, and I recoil, offended. What's so funny? Chuckling, she reaches for my scarred cheek and cups it, looking at me fondly. My sweet boy. I'm a mafia boss coming out of retirement, for Christ's sake, but I let her have her moment. The housekeeper is non-negotiable. I give her a look that dares her to object. If you want to cook, fair enough. If you want to do some gardening, great. Take care of the dogs, feed them, but I draw the line at washing laundry and cleaning bathrooms. My lips straighten, forming a warning line. That's the end of the discussion. I take her hand away from my face. Moving on. To what? Rose. Oh, she breathes, withdrawing. She's not happy. Understatement of the really century. I reach for my jaw, stroking across my bristle. Mum's lips purse, and I 100% know what she's going to say. She'll be scared, Danny. After everything you two have been through, the last place she'd want to be is here. Surely you can understand that. Of course I understand, but I also need to exact damage control. I get up and go to the cabinet, pouring a scotch. I feel like I'm setting the bar with this drink. I need you to keep an eye on her when I'm not here. Esther knows what I'm talking about. I want all razors, blades, anything she can use to harm herself, gone. I knock back my drink. I know my wife too well, and at the moment, that's an unfortunate advantage to have, because it bends my mind, and I need to keep my mind straight. Ignorance really is bliss. I can't be ignorant. I need to keep my eye on the ball where my wife is concerned, and I need my mum to help me do that. I should speak to Beau too. Those two will undoubtedly be spending lots of time together. Mum's silence speaks volumes, and I turn to find she's now standing. Rose wants us to get married again. Understandably, she looks confused. Why? I don't know. She wants a big, fancy wedding. When? I'll let you know, I muse, thinking hard. It'll keep her busy. While you're busy, she says, collecting that really tea towel, her expression knowing. Since you're so fussy about the mansion, I say, waving my empty around in the air, I thought you might like to hire the help. You can do the interviewing, because I've not got time between killing many men and pacifying 2 women. Sure, but I'm telling you now, none will be up to scratch. She wanders to the door, leaving me smiling behind her. That's a given, really. I've made stew for dinner, she goes on, a big one to go round. Let me know when you're ready to eat. Thanks, Mum. She shuts the door, and I take myself to the desk, sitting in the chair. And so it begins. I scan the surface. Nothing's moved. The gold letter opener still sits precisely to the right, the leather-bound writing pad to the left. I pull a drawer open. Breathe in, swallow. Reaching in, I pull out the framed photograph of Pops and position it by the letter opener. This is how I remember him. My hero. Tanned, smiling, a cigar ready to pull on, thick silver hair, and a malevolent twinkle in his shrewd eyes. Not the emaciated, weak, helpless old man who left me 3 years ago. I can't help but think that he's smiling right now, smug, cheering me on, satisfied that I'm back here, in this chair, ready to command my troops and take back what was always his. Miami. Respect, fear. I exhale and rest back, stroking over my Cupid's bow, lost in thought. I've gone full circle, and I know deep down in my heart now that I'm back, there will be no out until all threats, all enemies, old and new, are eliminated. That'll take time, I swallow, looking at Pups. The enemy never dies, which means this isn't a temporary trip. I know that deep down, and I think Rose does too. I'm yanked from my sobering conclusions when the office door opens and Brad walks in. He closes it behind him, assesses me at the desk. In the chair. We're reforming, I say before he can ask what the plan is, although he knows. Of course he knows. There's only one reason I'd come back to Miami, and missing him isn't it. But I have missed him. My right-hand man, my best friend, my cousin. And there's me enjoying the quiet life, he quips, going to the drinks cabinet and taking a bottle of scotch with 2 glasses before pulling out the care opposite and dropping into it. Quiet? You had an attempt on your life, he smiles, setting the tumblers down and pouring. You worried about me? I reach across the desk and take a drink. Maybe, he grins. And now you're here. And now I'm here, I muse, rolling the glass across my bottom lip. I've told Esther to have all blades removed from the house. His eyes narrow, and I see a watered-down version of my own anger. That bad? I don't know, I admit, but I'm covering all my bases. What do I tell the men? He reaches for his stubble and smooths down the roughness, a sign that no razors in the house isn't a problem for him. Those who shave, he adds. If they object, tell them I'll happily give them a cutthroat shave. I pick up the letter opener and turn it in my grasp, my head tilted. Brad laughs lightly. Really, Danny? Here's me thinking a woman and a quiet life has tamed you. Monsters can't be tamed, Brad. I can feel the dormant evil rising. But they can hibernate and resurface more powerful. I'm ready to wreak havoc on this town. I'm ready to take it back and maintain my position because I've had a fast lesson on what the alternative is. And I'm not ready to die. Tell me about the men, I say, sipping my drink rather than knocking it back. The new ones. You trust them? Nolan's a street kid. Or was.
He's young but keen. How old? 21. Obviously angry, but that only fuels his thirst for blood. Good instinct, too. I smile. Remember when we were 21? Brad snorts. I remember wild times and a fast lesson in what Uncle Carlo deemed acceptable levels of indulgence. I laugh, and it's rich and happy. I recall the incident with perfect clarity. Pops couldn't locate Brad. I knew exactly where he was, where he had been for 2 days straight. The wrath of my father was something any man should avoid, even his son. Plus, I could never lie to that man. So I ratted Brad out, and Pops dragged him out of that hotel room and put a gun to his head, a firm reminder that women cloud your judgment. Brad didn't hold it against me. I know he would have done the same. So what does Nolan do for you at the club? I ask. Heads up security. He has a good eye for a troublemaker, if you know what I mean. I hum, thoughtful. Not a bad position for a 21-year-old lad. And he's proved his loyalty, how? Brad smiles. You're not the only one with good instincts around here. Answer my question, I order. I'm trusting Brad. He's one of the only men I ever will, but I've been gone a long time and my instincts feel rusty. He's an orphan, got no one, no place in this world. He knocks back his drink. Now he's got a place, and I know a man who appreciates it. He points his glass at me. As do you, Danny. I can't argue with that. I was an orphan, had no one. Then I had Carlo Black. The others. Tell me about them all. Ringo, Len, and Bud couldn't take my call quickly enough. They're back with bells on. Turner and Dick have set up life on the West Coast. They're done. I can't blame them. Definitely retired? I ask. Brad knows exactly what I'm getting at. Trust no one, and don't trust a man when he says he's done in this world. Definitely. I had Len and Bud tail them for a while. And the other newbies? Brad works through another few men, all new, all with stories, and all to be trusted. That's fine, I'll accept it for now, but trust only comes from being earned. I'll reserve judgment in the meantime. All sensitive information remains between me, you, and the old men for now. The new guys know what they need to know. Got it? He nods. And what about the enigma? He tops up his drink and takes a cool, casual sip. What about him? What does he get to know? Everything. You trust him? I trust him, I reply, looking up as the man himself wanders in. Your ears must be burning. James closes the door and shakes Brad's hand before pulling out the chair next to him. Wondering if I can be trusted? Whether I'll turn you over? His blue eyes glisten with amusement. I'm trusting you and your men with Bo. She's staying here while we hunt down the boogeyman. I'd appreciate the same sentiment. I smile. It's wicked. How is she? I ask. Calmer than your wife, he retorts seriously, and Brad chuckles. I toss him a warning look that goes way over his head. He loves that my wife wears the pants. You heard that, huh? I ask. The whole of Miami heard it. We might not need to put the word out of your return. Speaking of which, Brad interjects, getting up and going to the cabinet, collecting a fresh glass and a bottle of vodka. How are we breaking that news? He places the tumbler in front of James and pours. He's excited. I can see it in his eyes. We should assume they already know. I'm not delusional. If they're as capable as we've concluded, they'll definitely already know. Time will tell on that matter. I flick my eyes to James, smiling darkly. But they won't know about my new recruit. I'm no recruit, James retorts, deadpan. I don't work for you, Black. I work for no one. I work with you. I can feel Brad's cautious stare on me, wondering what I might say to that. It's an historical shift in the Black legacy. There's a reason why I allowed you to walk into my office unannounced. I motion to the chair he's comfortable in. Sit in that chair. My eyes land on the glass in his hand. Drink my vodka. James takes a long sip, watching me over the rim. Then we're clear. Crystal, I agree, as Goldie, Otto, and Ringo all pile in. Now, for the benefit of everyone here, let's have a recap of what we know. James nods, wetting his mouth with more alcohol and motioning to Otto, who drops to a chair. Let's start unpicking this really mystery. And kill it. From the beginning? Otto asks, looking overwhelmed by the prospect. Yes, from the beginning. I know a lot. James and I talked over many drinks in St. Lucia. And I mean a lot.
I felt like my brain short-circuited every time, the amount of information mind-bending. It's time to relay everything we know to Brad and Ringo, as well as refreshing me. We know he ordered the death of James and his family 10 years ago, Otto says, sending wary eyes to his boss. James maintains his steely stare on my desk. Why? Brad asks. James's father, Spencer James, fronted the biggest cocaine syndicate in the UK. Otto shifts uncomfortably in his chair. His last deal was part of his exit plan. The bear wanted England, and he got it, I muse, keeping a weary eye on James. He had the snake fill Spencer's place over there, Otto goes on. James got rid of the snake in Miami over 2 years ago, the night FBI agent Jazz Haley, Beau's mother, was murdered. He found the order to kill her in a message on the snake's mobile. It was sent to another burner. The receiving phone was switched off, so we couldn't locate it. I tried to intercept the hit, James says, as I slowly turn my eyes onto him. I saved Beau. I couldn't save her mother. I nod, although he's not telling me anything I don't already know. He's simply building the big, bloody picture again. The mess of his back invades my thoughts. Beau's arm. The only reason the bear would want Jazz Haley dead, I say, would be because she figured out who he was, Otto finishes. And you, I point out, nodding at James, she'd figured out who you were too. Who I am, James retorts. Sorry, yes, he's still a murdering jerk. Except now you're not a paradox. Beau's mother held a safety deposit box under an alias, James says, rootling through his pocket and pulling out a key. He has our attention, and he knows it. There's only one reason an FBI agent would hold a safety deposit box under a fake name. It was empty. And what did you think was in there? Brad asks, as James places the key on the desk. All of our stares root on it. So small, but so significant. My real name, who I am, who my father was, and the identity of the bear. Brad and Ringo swing shocked looks his way. Could it have been emptied before we got to it? Ringo asks, what we're all wondering. Find out who heads up that bank, I say to Brad, who's eyeing the bottle of scotch. This is not the time to find comfort in a bottle. We need clear heads because the web is only getting bigger. Beau knew something wasn't adding up when the police closed the inquiry into her mother's death, James goes on. She started digging. I knew she was in danger. So you lured her to your den and were very intimate with her, Brad says, so casual. Stupid man. Do you want to die? James asks, turning his deadly glare Brad's way, prompting him to hold up his hands in surrender. Beau's friend and Jazz's colleague, FBI agent Nathan Butler, Otto continues, shaking his head at Brad, started digging around when he found out Beau was seeing James. He obviously didn't like me, James mutters, deadpan. No idea why. Brad laughs. I mean, you're one of the friendliest blokes I've ever met. James's jaw starts to twitch, but he holds on to his temper, continuing. Nathan Butler found CCTV footage from the night of Jazz's death. I was in the footage. He put 2 and 2 together and came up with 10. Assumed it was me who killed Jazz Haley. Where is he? Ringo asks. Dead. It wasn't me who killed him. The bear? Yes. 2 officers pulled him over. He had Beau in the car. She got away. They shot him. He died later in hospital. I expect there's more to it.
Like? Like something similar to the Russian nurse I shot in Beau's room when she was in a coma. I assume she wasn't actually a nurse, Brad says, starting to look overwhelmed by the onslaught effects. You assume right. And Beau was in hospital because her uncle's husband shot her? He asks. Correct, Otto confirms. Dexter Haynes, MPD. He carried out the hit on Beau's mother under instruction from the bear and got rid of all the evidence, including the CCTV footage from that night showing James trying to save Jazz. Obviously, he recognized James from the footage when he met him with Beau. And in other news, Spittle told the bear, I wave a hand dismissively when James glances at me, whether intentionally or not, that I'm alive. He then realized his mistake, panicked, and decided to take Brad out to try and avoid me finding out about his mistake. My brain hurts, Ringo mutters, dropping to the couch, rubbing at his head. My freaking brain hurts so bad. You mean you have one? Goldie says, shaking her head in a snarky way only a woman can achieve. And now you're in love with FBI agent Jazz Haley's daughter, I add, and James's unimpressed eyes turn on to me. Women, I mutter. My dad would kill me if he wasn't dead. So who is the bear? He has 3 arms, James says, and I smile. It's ignored. First arm, the Irish. They deal in drugs. The snake, the leader, as Otto said, is dead. The eagle, his second in command, also dead. Brad raises an eyebrow. He's not game to ask. The alligator, James goes on, their third in command, is inside, awaiting trial. His name's Vince Roque. A bent judge was dealing with his case. He's also dead. Brad looks at me with undeniably wide eyes. I give him a small wry smile. Yes, James has been a very busy boy. So what you're telling me is that we're dealing with a zoo, I say, amused, and so is James, judging by the lift of his lip. Funny how they're all named after animals, and yet I'm the biggest animal of all. I toast the air. You come a close second, my friend. James humors me, getting us back on track. The Polish deal in women. The shark is still out there. His second, the fox, dead. The hound, his third, alive. Not for long. And you've not located them yet? I ask. I will, he assures me, and I trust him on that. My apartment was compromised. All information I held has been wiped from the server. James digs into his pocket and pulls out a memory stick. Bet you can't guess who deals in the firearms. I can tell you who did, I say, deadpan. And he's back from the dead. Then the Russians should be scared. Russians? I mimic, wary. They're dead. Not this one. Sandy. He was sourced as a contact for me. Weapons. Turns out he's under the bear. Gosh, I say over an exhale. Why the bear? We've got snakes and sharks, so why would the elusive head of this web of crime and corruption go with something so fluffy? Brad snorts. Fluffy? I shrug. If I was going to pluck the name of an animal out of the air to instill fear into everyone, it wouldn't be a bear. I'm just saying. Kids take bears to bed and cuddle them all night. I've never understood that, Brad muses, kicking his ankle up onto his knee. I didn't have a teddy bear. You? He asks, and I shake my head. Stupidest freaking question ever. You? He asks, turning to James. Are we actually having this conversation? James asks, looking between us in exasperation. I smile on the inside. He had a bear. And that's where James and I are different. I was dragged up until I was 10. James must have had every luxury a kid could dream of, passing the days away on his country estate playing tennis, horse riding, and doing all the other things people from England who live on acres of land do. His father may have been a drug tycoon, but he was a lavish, bold man. I know because I looked him up. Of course I did. And I can't deny reading about the assassination of Spencer James and his family made my blood run cold for no other reason than getting a hint of the anger and hate James harbors. Miami isn't ready for the both of us, but it should be thankful we're here because Returning my attention to Brad, I get us off the subject of bears before James slams his head onto my desk. What's the deal with Perry Adams? Well, start with him. The mayor? Otto questions. And ex-bent lawyer. I raise my eyebrows and collect my phone. We go back a long way. He checks out, Brad says. Bank accounts all legit, no red flags, no extramarital affairs. Looks like he's finally being a good boy. I nod and dial a number that's been etched on my brain since the day Pops formed an alliance with him. It's been 3 years since we've had contact. He answers without a word, and I click it to loudspeaker, placing my mobile on the desk. He's waiting for me to speak. Waiting to see if it's really me or someone else, probably hoping on the latter. Chaka, I say quietly. Gosh, to Miami and back, he whispers, and I smile. The freaking Brit? I need guns. I get straight to the point, as I always did. Why would a dead man need an arsenal? Because he's not dead anymore. He laughs, and it's deep, rumbling, ground-moving stuff. I'm not dealing in the States anymore. Then start, I say flatly. Too risky, my friend. And business is booming here in my fine African nations. You once told me the meaning of your name, Chaka, I say, digging deep for anything that'll win me this battle. I need these freaking guns, and I can't get them from anywhere else. And you told me it means king in the tribal community where you were born. He's silent. He knows where I'm going with this. So, be a freaking king. Or the lions might prey on that peaceful community of yours, Chaka. You don't want that, do you? He laughs again, this time light. Back with a bang, eh, Black? Yeah, and I'd hate for you to be caught in the blast. Do we have a deal? I'll be in touch. I hang up. How does the Jepson estate stand? I ask Brad, knowing he'll have done his homework on that too, ready for my questions. Still in a trust until the kid is 21. He must have a guardian. Find out who. Got it. And while you're at it, we need someone to run it when we've secured it. You sound confident. I am. I squint, thinking, why hasn't Byron's Reach been snapped up by some other criminal lord? It's the perfect place on the coast to bring in contraband to the States. The place was crawling with FBI for a long time after you died, Danny, Ringo says from the couch, coming back to life, his brain still looking like it's hurting, judging by the massive line spanning his massive forehead. No one in their right mind would go near it again. Then clearly, I'm not in my right mind. I push my glass toward Brad, and he fills it. What I want to know is, where in gosh are all these criminals smuggling in their drugs, women, and guns? I look at James, noting his stretched silence. Just taking it all in, he muses, thoughtful. But you forgot someone. Who? Spittle. Spittle. The name makes my skin crawl. What about him? He ordered Brad's death. He knows you're still alive. He was taking orders from the bear, and he now knows who I am. He'll be reporting back to someone. Brad laughs, and James glances across to him. Spittle won't breathe a word. How can you be sure? Oh, I'm sure. Brad grins, pulling up the screen of his phone and placing it on the desk. Both James and I lean forward to see the picture displayed. Well, that's one way to stop a man talking, I muse, staring down at the image of Spittle in a compromising position. You should just cut his freaking tongue out, James spits, unimpressed. I nod, thoughtful, giving Ringo, Goldie, and Otto a moment of my eyes. They all get the message without the need to ask, getting up and leaving my office. How well do you trust your men? I ask James the moment the door closes. His eyebrow quirks, and I roll my eyes. Your people, I correct myself, although the woman, Goldie, certainly has animal traits in her eyes. I've seen it in endless men. I trust them with my life. Otto was my father's first for 15 years. He saved my life, protected me while I pulled myself together and found my calling. Killing, I state it as the fact I know it is. Justice, James corrects me coldly. I nod, same thing. And the woman? Honorable, loyal, she'll never leave my side. Trust me on that one. He goes back to his pocket and pulls out something else. You got Mary Poppins pockets, Brads asks dryly, as both our eyes fall to the photograph James places down. I don't know, have I? He's back at his pocket again, and this time he pulls out a gun. I'm disappointed, Brad mutters, unfazed. I was expecting a bazooka. He waves a finger flippantly at the picture. Who's the dude? Brendan Brunelli. I want him alive or alive. Last known location, London, after being released from Wormwood Scrubs. I asked Spittle to look into it, but he's sidetracked at the moment, occupied with a personal matter. I chuckle, and it's unstoppable. What did he do? I ask, but I get nothing from James, just a look that's warning me to not push him on that. Ring any bells? I ask Brad, dragging the picture toward me. I'll ask around. Start with Eugene Connor in London, I say. If anyone knows, he will. Thanks. James turns his eyes onto the photo of Pops on my desk, reaching forward and spinning it to face him. I can see the resemblance. Both Brad and I break out in uncontainable laughter, and James looks at us both like we've lost our minds. He's not my biological father, I say, relishing the usually unmoving face of James recoiling. Maybe I'll tell you the story one day after a scotch or 20, because that's how many I'll need to retell that tale. It would make a really brilliant novel. So, the plan, James says, getting us back to business. We buy Byron's Reach. Chaka gets us our guns. We kill the bear, once we find out who he really is. All while keeping a wife and a girlfriend happy? Brad asks seriously. Good luck with that. James sinks further into his chair, and I follow suit, both of us shrinking at the thought. Brad's right. I hate that he's always right. Now's probably not the right time to tell the boys that I've negotiated a deal with Rose that will give her the elaborate wedding she always dreamed of. Not when Miami is about to be ripped apart at the seams. God help us. Rose. I'm not crying, but I'm close. I'm in my suite, the room he put me in, after taking me from the Aria over 3 years ago as collateral. I wanted to hate him. Did to an extent. Then I started to chip through the lethal exterior, and what I found scared me more than the man who bought me as a girl and controlled me for 10 years. I found hope. I found hope in a notorious killer. And then I found love. He's given me freedom, killed my demons, found my son, and he's going to take it all away. I love him. I hate him. I'm back to square one, powerless. I rest my hands on the terrace railings and look to my right, to his terrace, the room next to mine. That woman, the resilient, strong, impenetrable woman, survived being Danny Black's prisoner, and then married him. I love him with every fiber of my really difficult being. I know he's stressed. I know he wouldn't choose this. I know I shouldn't be causing him more problems, and yet my deep, deep resentment for a world I've always hated won't let me lay back and accept the inevitable. I sigh, returning my attention to the impeccable grounds of Danny's Miami mansion. So perfect, so colorful. But outside these walls, I hear movement from the room next door, Danny's room. I bite my lip, knowing what I would see if I were a fly on the wall. My husband stamping around, searching for me. I creep back to the French doors, my eyes nailed to the other terrace, as I hear him curse me to hell. The sound of something hitting the wall sounds, and then he bursts out onto the terrace. His expression, one of fear and fury, tells me all I need to know. He thought I'd run out on him. He finds me on the threshold of the doors, holding the frame, nervous as gosh, although trying so hard not to show it. Gosh, he's angry, on the warpath. I find my shoulders pushing back as a result of that conclusion. I'm ready. Bring it on, Black. But unlike the times we've sparred and I've automatically pulled my armor into place, I don't need to do that anymore. I'm exposed, vulnerable, but only to him. He approaches the glass dividing the two terraces, his dark hair damp, curled slightly where it's meeting his nape. It's not the short, tidy cut he had when we met. But what's never changed is the fire in his icy stare. Whether he's livid with me, burning for me, laughing with me, there's always fire. He is fire. Danny Black is an unadulterated, uncontrollable inferno. What are you doing in there? He asks, slipping his hands into his pockets, probably to strangle me. It's my room. I lift my chin, confident in my stance. This is your room, he retorts, jerking his head back in gesture to the space behind him. Our room. Don't make me drag you back, Rose. I'm tired, moody. I need some closeness, a cuddle, and my mom's homemade stew. I'm not hungry. I'm not in the mood for intimacy, and I don't need a cuddle. I must be out of my really mind pushing his buttons like this. Out of my mind. The scar on his face deepens. It's my measure, my way of assessing what level of rage I'm dealing with. Right now, it's breaking the spectrum. I see his body engage, and I back up, but before I've even made it past the door, he's cleared the railings dividing the terrace, catapulting his body over using one hand on the bar as leverage, and is coming at me like a bull. I don't bother running. I won't get very far. Coming to an abrupt stop before me, his toes touching mine, he blows angry breaths into my face. My eyes narrow. Naturally, my skin prickles, heat washing over me, and it's got nothing with the heat of his anger. He snarls, reaching for my hair and fisting it. I smirk to myself, goading him. His snarl falters. A dirty, wicked smirk slowly forms. Why'd you do it to me, baby? He bends fast and hauls me up over his shoulder. Don't answer that. I already know. Stalking to the door, he swings it open. You want attention, don't you? I snort, and it's pathetic, because it's true.
I've been spoiled for 3 years, been my husband's be-all and end-all, and now I have half of Miami's criminal underworld to compete with for his attention. That's pretty pathetic too, even having that thought. And yet here I am thinking it. I want to go back to St. Lucia and resume our bliss, not return to the blood, death, fear, and twisted clashes that brought us together in the first place. "Excuse me?" Danny says, and I wedge my hands into his lower back, looking up and trying to see through the hair covering my face. I catch a glimpse of Beau and James in the corridor, their backs against the wall to give Danny room to pass with me dangling over his shoulder. "My mom's cooked a stew if you're hungry." "Thanks." James takes Beau's hand and leads her on, and she looks back over her shoulder on a small, sad smile. She's not fully recovered. Her stomach still tender, her spirit still dull. I know, not because she's griped about it, nor even cried, but because I've observed her many times holding her tummy, falling into thought. Her despondency gives me a motivation. I've not lost anything, and I won't, not knowing Danny as I know him, but Beau has. She's lost so much. God, gosh me. I swallow, letting my head slump down, feeling ashamed of myself. I hear the door slam, feel his hands on my hips. I'm lifted and tossed onto the bed, and I come to rest and brush the hair out of my face, finding him standing at the end, arms limp by his sides, his face impassive. "I'll be your punching bag, Rose. I'll take everything you have to give. In private." His hand comes up, his finger pointing at me. "But you will stow away your fists in public. You got it?" I feel well and truly put in my place. "I'm sorry," I murmur quietly, my shame growing.
Where the gosh is that woman who laughed in the face of threats? I'm having a hard time finding her. Perhaps because back then she was functioning on force, accepting everything, taking it all without tears or complaint because nothing would change. Now I'm not forced to do anything, and everything could change. I don't mean to lash out, hurt you. On a sigh, weighed down with all the worry I know he feels for me, Danny rests on one knee at the end of the bed. "You don't hurt me, not physically, but each time you plant one on me, Rose, it really hurts my heart, because you only lash out like that when you're feeling threatened. That hurts." Why is he keeping his distance? I need him all over me. Lifting my arms, I beckon him into them. Another sigh, but he comes, sinking his face deep into my neck, sticking his lips on my throat. I'm here now. I may as well accept it and get on with it. The less hassle I give him, the quicker he'll deal with what needs to be dealt with, and we can go home. "How was your first meeting with the men?" I ask, rolling my eyes to myself, but short of asking how his day at work was, it's all I've got. I feel his lips stretch against my neck. He thinks my question is stupid too. "Let's agree on some things," he says, starting to dot kisses across my skin. "What?" "We don't discuss business." I laugh. It's not an amusement. My reasonable, pacifying mood has been turned on its head with one thoughtless, stupid statement, and this time it's not for me. "Oh yes, you don't discuss business with the latest whore you're really with?" I push into his chest. "Get off me." "Oh, for gosh sake," he grumbles, not fighting back, rolling to his back tiredly. "It's a further insult. I didn't mean it like that. Stop being so really sensitive. Are you just going to lie there saying dumb things? I am your wife. I have a really right to know what in the world is going on with my husband. More so when I know he's about to go to really war with God knows really who." I pick up a pillow and throw it at him with force, and he catches it, his knees coming up, his body folding in protectively. "I really hate you." "You want intimacy?" he calls as I stomp into the bathroom. "No, that's not the answer." "Then tell me what the answer is, and I'll do it." We leave Miami. I know it's not that simple. Gosh darn me, I know it more than I hate him right now. I slam the door, furious, and then burst into tears. I feel like my head could pop off, the stress, the worry, the anger, all coming to a head and compacting. We've never argued so much. I stand in front of the mirror, looking at the woman I am, searching for the woman I used to be. "Find her again, Rose. You need her." I yell and swipe up the nearest thing I can lay my hand on and throw it at the mirror, shattering the glass. and I stare down at the razor-sharp shards littering the vanity, each one begging for me to take it and use it to release the pressure, to own my pain. I'm halted when Danny charges through the door, nearly taking it off its hinges. "Better than your face," I say calmly, feeling anything but, my tears streaming. He says nothing, just walks coolly across to me and yanks me into his hard, warm chest, swathing me in his arms, holding me tightly. The silence is peaceful, his closeness so needed. "I don't know if I can do this," I tell him, what he already knows, but I need to speak with words, not actions. "You can do anything, baby." He pulls out, holding my neck firmly, his eyes locked with mine. "Where's the woman I met? She's got far more to lose now." "You're not going to lose anything," he kisses my forehead lightly. "Only your mind if you allow it. I need you to be strong for me, Rose." "Don't say that," I beg, my hands feeling him everywhere I can. "The last time you said that, you died." "Baby, don't you know me at all?" His nose meets mine, his hand slipping to my cheeks. "I'm invincible." I should argue, I won't. I've seen my husband in action, watched him kill many men. He's merciless, always one step ahead. "I know you," I breathe, taking his wrists. "I'm sorry." He hushes me and walks me back to the shower, reaching in and flipping it on. "Let's have a long, hot, intimate shower together." He places me safely to the side and starts collecting up the glass from the vanity, dropping the jagged shards in the trash while the shower warms. He checks the floor, the sink, runs the faucet to get rid of any slithers he might have missed, before collecting a hand towel and using it to brush down the counter, ridding it of any glass or weapons. Then he checks the floor once more before he begins stripping me down, starting with my jeans, and I watch him as he concentrates on getting me naked. I'm going to be his respite through this, his way to unwind, a reminder of why he's on this path. It's a job I'll take very seriously. I start on his black shirt once I'm naked, unfastening the buttons and pushing it off his wide shoulders, kissing his chest as I move my hands to his pants, and he kicks his shoes off. I can feel the vibration of his groan against my lips on his chest. We shared a moment of intense intimacy, and I was pulled to my feet and backed up into the corner of the shower. His deadly masterpiece of a body cages me in, water raining down on him. I lay my hands on his waist and gaze into his lazy, hooded eyes. "Ever call yourself a difficult person again?" he whispers hoarsely, brushing our lips together, working me up. "I won't be so nice next time." Tension broke. We gave in to desire, connecting deeply. This beautiful, dangerous man, my absolute hero. We rested, letting the water wash over us. His face showed the intensity of the moment. His parted lips and his drowsy eyes were a glorious picture of my husband. I clamp my arms around his neck, hauling him in, and I kiss him with a passion that's natural, taking us both to the edge. "Rose," he whispers jaggedly, and we reached our peak together, tensing every limb around his solid physique. I strained to drag out the pleasure, every nerve in my body sizzling, pulsing, screaming. "Oh gosh," I whisper into his mouth, stiff in his arms, trying to contain the intensity. Every powerful sensation seemed to trigger another spasm in me, making me twitch and tense, fighting to deal with the sensitivity. Nipping my tongue, he relaxes into me, burying his face in my wet neck. "I could binge on you forever and never feel full," he says on labored breaths, and I smile into his shoulder, having a nibble of his flesh. I said that once, I'm sure of it, and I still feel the same. "Come, let me clean you." I wince at the pull in my legs as I release them from around his waist, finding my feet, and stand quietly while he washes me down with the utmost care. Like I'm fragile. "You said you wanted to agree on some things," I say. His movements falter, the washcloth pausing on my shoulder for a few seconds. "Right, I think that's a good idea. What do you want, Rose?" "I want you to wear a vest when you leave the house." "I'm assuming you don't mean a waistcoat." "No, I don't mean a waistcoat. British lingo really messes with my mind sometimes." I turn so he can see how serious I am. "A bulletproof vest. I want you to wear one. So whoever you're sourcing your arsenal from, I want you to call them up and add it to your shopping list." His smile is unsure as he leisurely soaps his torso down. If he even thinks about coming at me with some spiel about it being unnecessary, I might scream. "A bulletproof vest?
Yes, I reply. The best on the market, please. Fine, I hide my recoil. It's hard when I'm shell-shocked. Now on to some other things. He takes a towel and wraps me before seeing to himself. Gosh, whatever he's going to demand, I can hardly say no now. What things? Our wedding. He drapes the towel over his shoulders and starts pulling from side to side, drying himself. Oh, what about it? Well, since I'm a crucial guest, it would be nice to know when I should be there. 3 weeks, I say casually, as I saunter away completely naked, smiling as I go. Confirmed.
No, but it will be. What are my boundaries? No guests past our friends. Father McMahon will do the service, so we'd better check 3 weeks suits him. No wedding planner, no announcement in the local newspaper, and no moaning about it from you. I stop in my tracks, my nose wrinkling. This is going to be the most boring wedding ev. Oh, I'm hauled back and thrust up against the wall by his powerful, gorgeous, wet body. I blink, disorientated, gaining my focus. He looks mad, but he isn't. I push my face forward and lick a long line up his scar to his eye. Can't wait, I whisper. You kill me. And he kisses me ferociously, holding me close, pushing me higher up the wall. I yank and tug at his hair, urging him on, at the same time praying that I'm the only person in this world who can kill him. I become more frenzied at the thought. I have to go, he mumbles around our manic kiss. And whatever you're thinking right now, stop thinking it. He tears himself away, his labored breaths bursting in my face. He's got me, and I look away guiltily. Not for long, though, because he forces me back. Understand? He affirms with grit. I nod as best I can with his long fingers gripping my face, and he kisses me, this time softly. Don't go, I beg, hating the need in my tone. I don't want to become clingy. I don't want to be that woman. And yet my hand still reaches for him, manipulation taking over. I'll be back later. His voice is strained as he knocks my feeling hand away and locates his jeans. Where are you going? I don't discuss business with my wife. His lip quirks as he pulls them up his legs, and I scowl. Anyway, you're busy yourself. Doing what? Organizing our wedding. Oh yes, that. After pulling a black t-shirt over his head, he strokes through his wet hair, and I all but dribble at the sight of my man looking casual. I smile to myself. He's not dressed to kill, so to speak. He goes to the bathroom and appears a few seconds later with the trash can full of glass. I'll put a call in to Father McMahon. I'll do it. I wander to the dressing table and sit down. You're busy killing half of Miami. A small, inappropriate, dark laugh and the sound of the door closing. I stare into the mirror at my flushed cheeks. And so my sentence begins, I whisper, studying myself as I think and think. He never mentioned that I couldn't, so I'm going to assume that I can. I go to the bed, get comfortable, and call my boy. Mom, he says in answer, sounding surprised. And then he quickly corrects himself, and I know it's because he must be around Hillary. I mean, Rose. God love him. The mom thing has happened naturally over the past 3 years of visits to St. Lucia, and I never once questioned it because Hillary was never around to have her feelings hurt. But the fact of the matter is, I am his mom. I deserve that title. Hey, kid, I quip, smiling at the ceiling, hearing scuffling and bangs in the background. You okay? No, my hamster escaped. Oh, a rodent on the loose? I shudder. How? I don't know. I'm always careful to lock the door of his cage. More bangs. I'm checking the kitchen cupboards. He likes cereal. Nice. I grimace. You settled back into school? Yeah, it's good. I can't believe you're in 8th grade. He's growing up too fast, the years rolling, and that sucks even more because I feel like he's only been in my life for a second. Daniel bypasses it all. When can I come visit again? He asks, and I smile. Historically, I've only seen him every couple of months, but each year the visits are becoming more frequent. His eagerness to spend as much time as he can with us in St. Lucia, the best kind of reward for his absence from my life for so many years. My fear that he would reject me was very real.
I never dared hope that he would actually embrace me. My smile quickly falls when I remember where I am. You only just got home a couple weeks ago. I take no pleasure from how this must make Hillary and Derek feel, none at all. But for me, it's life. I've got to beat Mr. on the water before I'm 15 or I'll lose the bet. Huh, you'll never beat Mr. Danny's been jet skiing most days for 18 years. If he wasn't a Mafia boss, he'd be a pro. Tell me about school, I order. Really? Moabit? Rose. Really? I want to hear if you're destined to be top of this class, too. He's athletic, a total brain box, and, of course, really beautiful. I dread to think of all the hearts he'll crush when he starts dating. If he starts dating. I don't want him to start dating. It's too early to tell, he says, blasé. But I aced the soccer team tryouts, and I hear Hillary in the background calling him. Okay? I ask. Yeah, Dad's home. I've got to go. He sighs, definitely stroking my ego by sounding regretful. I'll FaceTime you next week, okay? Okay, I squeak, cringing. FaceTime. He'll see I'm not on the beach, or around the villa, or by the pool. Love you, boy. Yeah, you too. Tell Mister I've asked if I can have some jet ski lessons down the beach at the weekends. I laugh. He'll be quaking in his wetsuit. He should be. He lowers his voice. See ya, Mom. My tattered heart repairs. See ya, I whisper back. After unpacking both of our clothes and calling Father McMahon, I head to the kitchen and find Esther stirring a big pot of something on the stove. Stew? I ask as I perch on a stool. She turns around and smiles, dusting off her hands. You look significantly calmer than when you got home. I give Danny's mom a sorry look, reaching for the hand cream that's in the middle of the island next to her purse. I didn't think we'd ever come back. It's a hard pill to swallow. I squeeze some of the cream into my hand and start mastarting it in. She comes over and leans on her forearms opposite me, a happy twinkle in her eye. I don't understand it. I don't understand anything. In the meantime, I believe we have a wedding to organize. He's trying to distract me. I'm not dumb. So you don't want to be married to my son in the eyes of God? I look at her tiredly. Of course I do. She claps her hands, and I jump. Then let's get cracking. Esther magics a laptop from nowhere and takes a seat next to me, opening Google. When? 3 weeks on Saturday. Wow, you mean business. Wedding planner. I'm not allowed a wedding planner, I reply, bored. Oh, well, I'll be the wedding planner. Venues, she declares. Here. What? It'll be here. I just know it. There's no way in hell Danny will risk having a big affair outside the boundaries of this house. No way in hell. Esther's lips purse. Okay, guests? I prop my chin on my hands. Danny, his army of killers, me, you, my boy, and Beau. That was easy. She looks at me, cautious, and I raise my eyebrows. Right then. She goes back to the laptop. Invitations. Esther, I could yell the time and date right now and everyone who can come would hear. What's the color theme? I don't know. Then let's decide on that. Decide on what? We both look over our shoulders and find Beau at the kitchen doorway. I force a friendly smile, but only because she needs some friendliness. The color theme of my wedding, which, at the moment, isn't worth having. I wince when Esther slaps my arm. She's overreacting, she says to Beau. Come join us. Yeah, it's nothing. I wave a hand flippantly, and Beau gives me a side smile as she comes over, taking a seat at the island with us. Where's James? I ask, noting her stroking her arm, the cast gone. She shrugs, giving me open hands as if to say, you tell me. Where's Danny? My nose wrinkles immediately. This is something we should get used to. Their absence. Just each other for company while our men are out doing hell knows what. Okay, Esther chirps, going back to her laptop. The bachelorette party? You'd better ask Danny. I smile sweetly. We don't want it to clash with a murder. Esther narrows impatient eyes on me. Entertainment for the wedding. Probably prohibited, I sigh. Is it too early for wine? This is depressing. I don't wait for an answer, jumping up and going to the fridge.
I pull down a bottle of New Zealand Sauvignon and twist off the cap. Joining me? Beau raises her hand, Esther rolls her eyes, and I grin, taking down 2 glasses. I pour in plenty and hand them out, retaking my seat. I have interviews for housekeepers to arrange, Esther says, snapping the laptop shut. Enjoy. She leaves the room and I turn my attention to Beau. She looks rested. It's good to see. Will you be my bridesmaid? She blinks rapidly, and I hold my breath, surprisingly nervous of her answer. Does she think we're not close enough? You serious? I shrug, like it's nothing, when it's everything. I'm grateful for her in my life, and not only because of the circumstances and timing. I hope she's grateful for me too. Deadly, she laughs. Of course I will. My body deflates, releasing air I didn't realize I was holding. Relief. Good. That's one thing I'm in control of. Well, go dress shopping, if we're allowed. How are you settling in at Casa Black? I want to say it's unnecessary. She grimaces and takes a sip of wine. But I can't. It's a mess, Rose. The whole thing is a mess. My uncle is still in shock. We can't find his husband. James is on the warpath, and I'm here being useless. I smile sympathetically. I'm sorry for everything you've been through. It feels a bit lame, but what else can I say? Danny told me that the man who wants him dead wants James dead too. He told me what happened to your mom, to James's family. Beau really has been through a lot. And James too. They're yet to conquer their demons and find their out. It's hard to accept that Danny and I can help them do that when our stabilized world is being rocked. And I'm sorry you've been dragged into the middle of it all. She pushes a hand toward me and I take it, squeezing lightly. I don't want her to feel bad. Adding guilt to her mountain of woes would be unfair. Don't be sorry, I wave it off. When you marry a man like my husband, I suppose you have to expect the unexpected. I chink her glass and drink some wine. Tell me how you met. Beau laughs, but it's uncomfortable. You'll think I'm certifiable. Beau, I say, turning on my stool to face her, leaning in. Danny took me from a casino floor as an indemnity policy. He slapped my face within minutes of meeting me. I was supposed to bleed him for information and feed it back to my handler, a lovely man named Knox, who bought me from the man who took my baby and sold him on the black market. That man happened to be Danny's uncle. Her eyes widen with every unbelievable word I say. I fell in love with the monster. If you're certifiable, I'm right there with you. Really, gosh, she breathes. I know. I drink more wine, frowning to myself. It sounds crazy, utter madness, and yet it's all true, and that's not even the full picture. So tell me, or we could just carry on worrying about where our monsters are. I cock my head and she laughs. Okay, are you ready? No, wait. I take the bottle of wine and fill both our glasses to the rim. Now I'm ready. I settle in, giving Beau my full attention. In a nutshell, she asks, and I nod. She takes a deep breath. 3 years ago, I had a mom, a fiancé, and an amazing career as a cop. I aced my Phase 1 FBI exam, had a lovely apartment with my fiancé, Ollie, also a cop, and things were looking really great. Except for my dad. He's a jerk. I recoil, and Beau shakes her head. He left my mom for a younger model, Amber. She's pretty unbearable. Anyway, my mom was an FBI agent, a great one. She took down many wanted criminals, but suddenly they started turning up dead. As in murdered dead? Yeah. A little piece clicks into place. The enigma, I gasped, quickly slapping my hand over my mouth. James, I hiss. Yes. He was killing the most wanted men before my mom could get them behind bars, and it was driving her insane. Jesus, I whisper, sipping more wine, listening, both rapt and shocked. And there's a top man, they call him the Bear. He's responsible for James's family's death too? I ask, remembering Danny mentioning that. But the Bear? She nods, joining me when I slurp more alcohol. I'm not sure one bottle will be enough. No one knows who he is. But James thinks Mom knew. Why would James think that? Because she figured out who he was. Really, gosh, it's like something out of a crime thriller. I'm sorry I keep swearing. I wave a hand for Beau to go on, blown away already, and I have a feeling I've heard nothing yet.
It's sickly satisfying. I didn't think two people could be more really messed up than Dandy and I are. Bo laughs but soon stops, and she looks horrified with herself. Whatever is coming next, it's hitting her hard. My eyes fall to her scarred arm, which is covered with a sleeve. Always is. My uncle's husband, another cop, Dexter, somehow got involved with the bear. He ordered Dexter to get rid of Mom because she figured out Dexter was corrupt. I think she also knew the bear's true identity. She stalls and clears her throat. I went into a store to get some wine. We were painting her new apartment. It relaxed her. Swallowing, she lifts her sleeve and I get my first full hit of Bo's scarred arm. Mom was in the car. I wasn't. Oh, Bo, I breathe, inching my stool closer. She glances up, her eyes watery, and she smiles the saddest smile I've ever seen on a woman. The police closed the case, said it was a freak accident. What? A bomb? They said Mom was smoking in her vehicle. She wasn't. They said there was a fuel leak. There couldn't have been because her vehicle was at the dealership a few weeks before. I kept fighting for justice, but I met a brick wall constantly. I know now Dexter manipulated all the evidence and destroyed the footage that proved it wasn't an accident. I quit my job, left my fiancé at the altar, and went deep, deep into depression. I painted. It relaxed me and brought me closer to Mom. Then one day I got a call from someone. Wrong number, he said. James. James, Bo counters. He was just James then. A total freaking mystery. Almost cold, but gosh, he stirred something inside, and it felt so much better than the constant hatred and bitterness. We got close. He said things that really messed with my head, but it all started slowly falling into place. Who he was, what he'd done. It was like he wanted me to know. He knew I was digging, and he knew it would have gotten me killed. A knight in shining armor. A desperate man. She smiles, and it's knowing. He knew Mom knew who he was. He knew that if the police opened an internal investigation, his identity was at risk of being revealed. How? He saved me, she whispers, turning her glass by the stem. He tried to warn Mom that she was in danger, but he didn't get to her in time. He managed to pull me away. She lifts her arm, biting the corner of her lip, and my heart breaks for her. Have you seen his back? She asks, looking at me. His back? I ask, confused. She just smiles. He was as broken as I was. And then we were fixed for a time, she murmurs, looking across the kitchen blankly. My eyes instinctively fall to Bo's stomach. And now I feel like we're more broken than we ever were. Gosh, help me. I must not cry on her. What do I say? What do I do? I have no idea. So I take the bottle and top up our glasses again. Drink, I order, pushing her glass to her lips as I sip some of mine. More of a dinosaur shell than a nutshell, huh? I'm trying so hard not to look stunned. I know I'm failing. I feel like both of us are completely shrouded in devastation, darkness. I can't allow us to just sit here dwelling on every tiny thing there is to dwell on. And there is a lot. Right, I place my glass down, feeling all assertive. Let's do something. Like, I don't know, tennis? Bo looks at her stomach, and I wince at my stupid suggestion. I'm sorry, I breathe, exasperated with myself. Please stop apologizing, Rose. I blame no one except one man, and James and Danny are about to kill him, if they find out who he is. They will, she says, and it's with 100% certainty.
I definitely wouldn't want to be him, Raph, nervous. I can't even think about it. And there's the problem. Hanging around here, scratching around for things to do, it gives us too much time to think. Okay, I say, casting my wine aside. Walking into Danny's office armed with alcohol isn't going to do my cause any favors. I'll be back. Don't move. I leave her, repeating a silent, encouraging mantra as I go, and enter his office unannounced. I immediately regret it. I should have knocked, shown some willingness to be considerate. I cringe. Sorry, I murmur, stepping back out and closing the door. I then knock and wait. Come in, Danny calls over a chuckle. Oh, good, my gorgeous, chuckling god. He's more amenable than the growling monster, and I need amenable right now. I let myself back in his office. "What's up, baby?" he asks from behind his desk, looking all powerful and kingly. I never thought I'd see this Danny again. He looks as if he's never been away, like he's slipped back into the role seamlessly. I shake away my resentment, feeling all eyes in the room on me. James, who's on the couch, Ringo, who's next to him, Brad is at the desk with the young guy beside him, and the woman and guy who came in with James and Beau, Goldie and Otto. All quiet, all watching. Could I have a minute? With one nod from Danny, everyone starts to leave, and I smile, thanking each and every one of them, feeling like a massive inconvenience. "Make arrangements for me to meet this Leontid," Danny says, and Brad nods. I stop James taking his arm. "You should stay. It involves you too." His face falls, his tall body tensing. "Where's Beau?" "She's in the kitchen. She's fine." I'm quick to reassure him, shutting the door, placing my attention on my husband, and taking a few discreet confidence-boosting breaths. I'm well aware that I don't have only one man to get through. Danny leans back in his chair, his fingers laced, resting against his torso, his face expectant. And James goes to the desk, perching on the edge, crossing his jean-clad legs at the ankles, folding his arms, his face interested. It hits me in this moment, standing here before them, who I'm faced with. Two of the deadliest men to walk the planet. I'm not even exaggerating. It's fact. I swallow and push on. I wondered, maybe. I move toward the desk, hoping their faces might soften the closer I get. They don't. Maybe you'd... I can't find the right words, as my brain's empty. I look at Danny's desk, searching my mind as I stare at an image of a man. I don't know who. Probably someone they're going to bludgeon. Would it be... I look up. Could we... No, Danny says flatly. Absolutely not, James adds. My shoulders drop as they hold me in place with their deadly glares. "Do you want us to go mad?" I ask, feeling defeated, with not much faith that I can convince them. "Come with us, if you must. Send a chaperone. Put us in bulletproof armor. But please, please, can we just go out somewhere?" "Where?" Danny asks, perplexed, as if he doesn't get it. "Shopping? I don't know, just somewhere other than here, where all there is to do is dwell on things." I turn my eyes onto James, making sure he's understanding me. He snorts. "Beau can't do busy places." "Then we'll go to the beach, the quiet part," I say, sounding way too enthusiastic, given I've not got a yes, and I don't look likely to get one either. "The answer is no," Danny reiterates firmly. I look at him, hurt, and see the familiar, unmoving man I know too well. Was that all? My eyes drop to the carpet, my small laugh one of disbelief. "That was all," I say, lifting my chin in an act of strength I'm really not feeling. I flick my eyes to James. He's on the exact same page as Danny. Same paragraph, same sentence, same freaking word. It's a no. I'm sorry to have bothered you. I turn away, angry with him, with James, and with myself for the unstoppable sting in my eyes, but mostly angry with Danny. No flex whatsoever. I close the door behind me. "Jerk," I mutter, wiping at my eyes as I walk down the corridor, emerging into the foyer. I take a moment, sitting on the bottom step, to gather myself before returning to Beau in the kitchen. I can't tell her what I tried and failed to win for us. There's no need for us both to feel shitty, or shittier. On a side that Danny could probably hear from his office, I compose myself and take the gold rail to pull myself up, but freeze when his office door opens. I hear his boots hitting the carpet, then another pair. They appear side by side, pacing determinedly, and my eyes follow them across the foyer until they're near. Danny comes to a gradual stop before me. I look up at him in question as James continues past the stairs in the direction of the kitchen. Oh gosh. I stand, worried. He can't be pissed off with Beau, I say, ready to go after him. Danny takes my wrist, halting me, and I turn, ready to order him to call James back. "Sit," he says softly, lowering to the bottom step, pulling me down with him. He sighs, and it gives mine a run for its money. I know I'm asking a lot of you, Rose, he says, looking at me, tortured, but your safety is topping my priority list. I know, I breathe, shaking my head at myself. I don't really have a valid argument. I know of the world outside, the enormous carved wooden doors of this mansion. I lived in it for too long. I just sat and listened to Beau's story. I reach for his hand, squeezing, feeling like I need to hold on to him. So I understand why they're here, and I understand why you're now here too. I want justice for them. I smile at him. And if there is anyone in this world who can help them find that, it's my husband. I stand and turn into him, straddling his lap on the stairs. I take his cheeks in my hands and kiss his scar, and he exhales, circling my lower back. You can leave the mansion, he says, almost reluctantly, and I pull back, shocked. There are firm, non-negotiables. What? I'll do anything. I know of your exact movements if you're not with me. Done. You will have protection, always. Done. And this. He reaches behind his back and presents me with a tidy silver handgun. In your handbag at all times. I look at the pretty accessory. Okay, I agree. And James was okay with it? Like me, James doesn't want to be resented by the woman he loves. You know I'm not comfortable with this, Rose, but I also know I can't lock you up forever. He places a gentle kiss on my lips. Forever? You'll be vigilant. I know your instincts are second to none. If anything is off, you act on it. Am I making myself clear? I answer him with a massive appreciative hug. I'm not stupid. I know when I'm in danger. It's the advantage I have after spending most of my life fighting for my life. Thank you. He lifts from the stairs with me still attached to his front, reaching back to pull my arms away. He holds out my hand and places the gun in my palm, and I watch his face twist. He's hating this, hating that he's having to go to these lengths. It's as clear as day that it physically pains him. I love you, he whispers. Said no man ever while handing over a lethal weapon to his wife, I reply lightly, trying to soften his mood. He huffs lightly, kisses my forehead, and wanders back to his office, and I watch him go, seeing the weight he's carrying on his shoulders. The kid said he's asked for jet ski lessons so he can beat you before he turns 15, I call. He chuckles lightly, but it takes some effort. I'm unbeatable. God, I wish that to be true in every way. James. I stand on the threshold of the kitchen watching Beau. She's in a complete daydream, unaware of my presence, and that bothers me more than it should. I know she has a lot on her mind. Trying to get a balance between fulfilling my mission, our mission, and doing what's right for Beau, being her rock, is still a really nightmare. We may have eradicated one enemy, but we're no closer to extinguishing the ultimate threat.
I can only hope that resurrecting the Brit works because I can't do what I need to do while watching Beau 24/7. I eventually make my presence known with a light cough, reconciling myself to the unbearable fact that her senses are dulled at the moment. She doesn't feel my presence like she did, doesn't know I'm close without actually knowing I'm close. It's not reassuring, especially after what I've reluctantly just agreed to. I need her on form. I need her to dig deep for the instinct inbuilt in her, the instinct she inherited from her mother. She looks up, and the smile she gives me is half-hearted. It's an insult, too. I know this woman inside out. She can't fool me, and she knows that. Try again, Beau, I order lightly, going to her. Try what again? She asks as I remove her from the stool and take her place, pulling her between my thighs. Try convincing me you're okay. I reach up and stroke the bridge of her nose, tapping the end lightly. It's breaking my really heart seeing her like this. She's always been broken. I knew it the moment I set eyes on her, but somehow I've managed to break her even more, all while trying to fix her. It's a complete mental challenge, defeating, but I mustn't allow the pain it spikes to rule me. I feel murderous already. Considering she could be forever ruined, might burn my bloodstream until I turn to ashes. Is there any word on Dexter? She asks. I knew it was coming. Danny clued me in on her quiet word with him at our first dinner in St. Lucia. Beau doesn't want him dead. She warned Danny of that too.
I have to give it to him. He did well to keep his cool and not inadvertently hand Bo my vulnerability on a shiny silver platter. I wish I could take that part of this whole really mess back. Only that part. I'd do things very differently knowing how Bo feels. I don't understand her compassion where her uncle's husband is concerned. He killed our unborn child. He nearly took Bo from me too. He killed her mother and covered it up. His death was ugly. It's the only murder I've committed and not had my head on straight because when Danny Black delivered Dexter to me alive, I lost my temper completely. And in the process, I've risked losing Bo to something other than her darkness. So yeah, she can never know that I bludgeoned her uncle's husband, a despicable human that Bo thought was good to the core. An animal so deceitful he could watch Bo rot in despair, knowing he was the root of her agony. Reprehensible. He had all the answers to heal her, but never gave her that cure. He watched her suffer, watched her cry, watched her hurt herself. Jerk. I lied. I wouldn't have done things differently. Even now, weeks later, my head screwed back on, I would butcher the corrupt, immoral individual. Breathe, James. No word, I whisper, taking her nape and pushing her face into my shoulder, avoiding her sad eyes. I have no idea how I'm going to fix this. She'll always ask, and I'll never be able to answer truthfully. She'll never have closure. Therefore, I'll never have my Bo. Gosh, I slip my hands under her baggy shirt and feel her naked back. Do you want to go out with Rose? What? She pulls out, looking at me in question. Where? Where do you want to go? Back to St. Lucia. Within reason, I say tiredly. The beach? The hardware store? I have nothing to decorate. That might be my temporary answer for distraction. Give her a project. It's been her relaxant since her mother died. Can it work now? I'm not sure. So much more has happened. If I find you something to decorate, will you? A small smile, and this one is real. All of my equipment is still in your glass box. Are you finding problems for all of my solutions? She gazes around the kitchen that sparkles as much as the rest of the house. This place is perfect. Nothing needs painting. She sighs, and it's sad. Where's Dolly? Her mother's on her mind. Painting. Dolly. In the driveway, I say, and she looks toward the window, nodding. And the keys? Are somewhere. Where she can't find them. I knew she'd ask for Dolly. She can have her, but driving her? No. I've got to go out. I need to go back to my glass box and fetch some things, namely my mini arsenal of weapons, to see us by until Danny's contact delivers. Where? My place. Can I come with you? She asks, light lifting in her eyes. Why? You want to return to the place where you fell in love with me? Who really knows what I'll find when I go there? My home, my fortress, was infiltrated by the enemy when the mess truly hit the fan. I may have killed the culprits, but the bear has more men. Slaying two won't have fazed him. Maybe, she shrugs, more light shining in her gaze. But I'm about to dilute it, and I hate that. Not today. I massage her shoulder blades, working my hands deep into her muscles. It's a tactic I'm not afraid to use. Soften her, blind her. But one day, I promise. You've yet to finish my office. You've yet to compensate me for my time, she quips, and I smile, diving in for a kiss, swallowing us both whole with needed closeness. I'll pay you in abundance every day for the rest of my life. It's a vow I'll never break. I look up over Beau's shoulder when I hear movement at the door, finding Rose hovering there. Sorry, she murmurs. I can come back. It's fine. I turn Beau between my thighs to face Rose, smiling at the small handgun in her grasp. She looks down at it, purses her lips, and tucks it behind her back. They're all the rage. She rolls her eyes, looking exasperated. The feel of Beau jerking a little in my hold, laughing, does inexplicable things to my heart. Then I must get one, she jokes, as I reach into the back of my jeans and pull out a matching gun. I hold it out in front of her, and her head drops. Didn't want you to feel left out. Another laugh. I'd think you're playing, she says, taking it from my hand. But I know you. She releases the magazine and inspects it before smacking it back into the chamber. Rose's eyes widen. Oh God, I bet you're an amazing shot, aren't you? She wanders over, the gun looking plain awkward in her grasp. I forget you were a cop. She's a great shot, I say, lifting us both from the stool. I can attest to that. I give Bo a high brow, and her lips fall into a straight line. Any other man wouldn't have stood a chance. Lucky for me, I'm a fast ducker. Plus, she wasn't on true form, her broken wrist hampering her aim. On that thought, I check her now bare arm. She's constantly clenching her fist, always circling her wrist, as per Doc's instructions, trying to get some strength and movement back. You tried to shoot him? Rose asks over a gasp. You have to teach me. She looks down at the gun again. The last time I fired a gun, I aimed at a forehead and took out an eye socket. Rose stills, frowning at her weapon for a few moments. Ladies' lunch? She breathes, looking up a little dazed. I catch Bo's curiosity. I bet that's a story about to be told. Good. I'll take all the distractions. Go get ready, I say, patting Bo's backside. Check in every hour and be nice to your personal protection officer. Who's my personal protection officer? She asks my back as I walk away. They'll meet you in the foyer in half an hour. Could be longer. Goldie and Otto are still arguing over who gets the pleasure. When I get back to Danny's office, I find what I knew I would. Goldie snarling at Otto. I want to speak to HR, she mutters. This is discrimination. As if to prove her point, she takes her gun from behind her back fast, disengages the safety faster, and has it aimed at Otto's head even faster than that. He backs up, hands in the air. Will someone put a really leash on it? He asks, exasperated. One of Danny's men, Ringo, chuckles across the room. He pays for it, Goldie's aim quickly moving to his chest. Pardon? She asks, her head tilting, daring him to mock her again. Didn't say a word. He waves a hand indifferently, taking a seat on the couch next to Nolan and Brad. Well, I'm out, Brad says. I have a nightclub to run. I take a seat, getting comfortable, feeling we might be here a while. Who the really is watching Rose and Bo? Danny asks, his face displaying all the tiredness he's feeling. Because they're getting ready to leave, and they're going to be pretty pissed off if we, his finger waves between his chest and mine, are forced to go back on our word. Ringo sighs, moving into the middle of the room, just as Goldie does too. I'll do it, they say in unison, throwing shocked looks each other's way. I don't give them a moment to reconsider or start bickering. Fine. I stand, motioning to Otto. I've got a few things to do. Like? Danny asks, interested. Like, clear out my old wardrobe. Brad's arranged for me to meet someone to run the boatyard, he says. I thought you might like to join us. You mean that derelict piece of wasteland? I ask. He grins. Not for long. I'll leave you to do the interviewing. See you later. I pace to the door, eyeing Goldie and Ringo as I pass. I don't need to say a word. They see the look in my eye, the one that tells them I won't hesitate to kill if they let me down. They both nod. I don't know why really everyone was arguing over it. They should have jumped at the chance to take the most important role going at the moment. Meet me at the club later, Danny calls, and I hold up my hand in acknowledgement, turning my attention to Otto. His beard has doubled in size since I left for St. Lucia. You lost your razor? I ask. Yeah, actually, he mutters, feeling at his chin on a frown. What's the plan? We need guns until Danny's contact delivers. If he delivers, he'll deliver, I answer, certain of that. I'll drive. The conversation isn't exactly flowing on our way across town to my building, but it's comfortable. The safety deposit box, Otto says casually, turning the aircon up. What about it? When did he empty it and how did he manage that? He's not asking me per se, more voicing his thoughts, so I remain quiet, letting him continue. How long has he known your true identity? You're assuming we're right in our assumptions, that there was information held in it, I point out, although we both suspect that box at some point had some contents. And the flick of Otto's tired eyes my way confirms it. Jazz Haley was smart, and she outright told me she was keeping the information on me as security, along with some other interesting information. So if they got into it, how really did they manage that without a key? I guess we'll find out when Brad tracks down the bank manager. Don't you find it amusing that he had the face of the man hunting him all that time in the footage Dexter removed from the scene of Bo's mother's death? Really hilarious, I mutter. And if he really did get to that safety deposit box and my name really was in it, Quite frankly, I'd be pissed off I didn't get to see his face when he realized the enigma, the man who tried to save Jazz Haley, is the son of Spencer James. Really, really pissed off. But along with accepting that I'd fallen in love with Bo Haley, I accepted I couldn't keep her as well as my secret. I'm still the enigma, but no longer an enigma. We turn into the street, and a heaviness descends, the silence shifting to a wary quiet, my eyes darting high and low, as do Otto's. I abandon the underground parking garage and continue down the street. See anything? I ask, swinging into a space. Nothing. We both get out and round the Range Rover, meeting at the trunk, opening it and arming ourselves. I know Otto has constantly scanned the CCTV over the weeks, but these days I'm living by the motto that you can never be too careful. We lock and load, tucking our weapons into the backs of our jeans as we pace to the main doors of the building. Shiny new doors after Butler ram-raided the place. Otto pulls up CCTV as I unlock them, looking through the glass. "Every floor clear," he murmurs, pulling out his gun. I follow suit and step inside, listening. The whirring of the electric supply is all I can hear, the bank of surveillance screens on the desk the source. We pass them, and Otto punches in the code to call the elevator, and the distant sound of the mechanisms kick in. I turn a questioning look onto Otto. I don't need to speak. He's thinking what I'm thinking. The elevator should still be on the first floor after we exited it weeks ago. "When you came back to assist the guys replacing the doors?" I ask quietly. "The elevator was here. It requires a code, so how really did anyone use the elevator?" In perfect unison, we each move to either side, pressing our backs to the wall, guns poised. My eyes on Otto, his on mine. The sound of the elevator gets louder until it eventually pings its arrival. The doors slide open. We wait. Nothing. I nod to Otto, and he swings around, filling the doorway. "Clear," he grunts, disappearing inside. "The shaft?" I ask, following him in and looking up. "Clear." He shows me the screen of his phone. "In the years we've been here, have you ever known the lift to travel up and down without someone using the code?" I ask. "Never." Me neither. "But why really would someone be so stupid? You said the surveillance has been clear." "It has." The lift stops, and we both edge to the side. Otto looks across to me. I'm watching it live. "And none of the sensors have been triggered?" He shakes his head as the doors open, and I slowly crane my head, cautious, my heart booming. My apartment comes into view, and I scan every inch of it, searching for something, anything out of place. I don't tell Otto it's clear. I have a feeling, a horrible feeling. I step out. "Wait," Otto barks, halting me, my foot in mid-air ready to place down. "Don't really move." I freeze, holding my position as Otto messes about on his phone. "What the really are you doing?" I ask, splitting my attention between him and the open space before me. With his eyes nailed to the screen of his phone, he slowly lowers to his knees. "Just stay exactly where you are," he whispers, turning his eye onto the space directly in front of my boot. He goes lower, onto his forearms, and it's then I see it. A wire. A wafer-thin wire crossing the air just outside the elevator doors. "Gosh," I breathe, slowly pulling my foot back. "Trip?" "Definitely." Otto starts to stand, rising deliberately slowly, scanning thin air. "Look." He holds the phone out in front of me, and I take in the footage he's got enlarged. It's live footage from an elevator, this elevator, and it's empty. "Jerk," I say on an exhale, lifting a foot and clearing the wire. We get the guns, we leave. "Take it slow," Otto warns, following the length of the line into a nearby cupboard. "Really booby traps," he mutters, revealing a pile of C4 blocks. "We need to leave. They could have remote triggers, they could be watching us. Not before I have my guns. I can't fight a really war without an arsenal, and despite being sure that Danny's man will kit us out, who really knows when that'll be?" I stride through the open space, my eyes high and low, squinting, watchful. "For gosh sake, Kel," Otto mutters, coming after me. I stop at the foot of the stairs and check for triggers before taking them two at a time. Another check at the entrance of my bedroom, and another at the dressing room. I pull out some bags and dump them at Otto's feet before rummaging to the back of my wardrobe and opening the colossal safe. You'd need to blow it up to gain access without a key or code, and lifting the thing out would require a crane, so I had no concern whatsoever that my stash would still be here.
I start passing Otto Glocks, VP9s, Berettas, machine guns, bullets, grenades, everything I have in my possession. The sound of them clanging against each other as Otto drops them into the bags is deafening. Done. Let's go. I throw one of the bags over my shoulder, Otto takes the other, and we leave, taking the same route. I come to an abrupt stop at the top of the stairs, and Otto warily skips to a stop too, looking at me in question. I back up, stopping at my office door, checking the entrance. Nothing.
If there was anywhere I'd definitely go in my apartment if I returned, it would be my office. So why no trigger? I slowly lift my eyes to the bank of screens that dominate the wall, seeing every single one is illuminated, displaying the faces of many men, but not the men I'm going to kill. I smile. It's twisted, it's dark. I see Brad, I see Otto, I see Goldie, Nolan, Ringo, and every other man I've set eyes on since digging up Danny Black from his grave. And, of course, the main screen, the largest, the one that holds center stage, has a picture of me and Danny. Not together, but together. The two main targets. Gosh, me? Otto breathes from behind. I start nodding slowly, running my gaze across the bank one more time before snapping a picture. Cut the electric to the building, I order. Do it now. He goes straight to his phone and a few seconds later, a surge of power lifts and then dies. The elevator? I ask. It's the only thing linked to the backup supply. I edge past Otto and take the stairs fast, my focus set, and walk straight through the trigger line outside the elevator. They wanted us to see those screens. The line isn't to trigger the bomb, it's to let them know we're here. I smack the button for the elevator as Otto falls into the cart. They'll have a remote trigger. The doors close and we start moving, my eyes watching the floors tick down at a painfully slow rate. He's going to call any second, I say, my stare rooted to the illuminated digits. And listen to the explosion while he thinks I'm looking at the gift he's left me. I smile to myself as the elevator comes to a stop on the first floor. I can imagine the elaborate spectacle he would have made of it. Me looking at my own face on the center screen where his unknown face should be. I look at my phone when it rings, stepping off the elevator. I answer and put it on loudspeaker, adopting my historical tactic. Silence. Kellen James, he purrs, using my real name like a weapon. And it cements what we all suspected. My identity was in that safety deposit box. My question now, though, is, was his? And how did he really get into it when I have the key? I've missed you, I say flatly, striding through the lobby. Lying low? He laughs, and it's truly gleeful. I heard you've been making friends. Nice photograph collection. I push out of the doors, Otto on my tail, and lock them up again. I give him the nod to turn the power back on. Ah, yes. Are you looking at them now? I am, I murmur, knowing that's exactly what will be appearing on the screens next. Deceased, I murmur. Nice touch. You like? I look at Otto, who shakes his head in disbelief. That's what happens when you spend years hunting someone. You start to think like them. Beautiful, I say, stopping at the Range Rover and opening the boot. Since you missed the party I threw for your father, I thought we could have a belated one, just for you. You're too kind. Goodbye, Kellen. The line goes dead, and I look to the top of my building. Fire bursts out of the windows, spraying glass into the air. Gosh, Otto yells, startling at the sound. And then we're both cowering, shards starting to rain down on the street. I quickly throw my bag into the back and jump into the driver's seat. Jesus Christ, Otto barks, slamming his door, shrinking in his seat as the windscreen is pelted. Looks like I'm back from the dead now too, I say, pulling away fast, wishing I could call the jerk back and break the news that I'm still breathing. But I'll just have to keep playing the game. You're running out of lives, Kel, Otto retorts quietly, his mood dark. Let's just get the frickin' job done. I head toward Brad's club, calling Goldie. I've not taken my eyes off her, she says in answer. Not for a second. I wouldn't expect anything less. Where are you? A small beach in a cove not far from the boatyard Black once. It's nice, actually. Peaceful. Sun shining, water still.
You sound close to joining the girls, I say, feeling Otto's dark mood lift. I turn a look onto him, finding him highly amused. Got a bikini? He asks. Really, Goldie spits, I'm still not talking to you. What's Bo doing? I move the conversation along before these two start squabbling like kids again. If I didn't know better, I'd think there was some warped attraction between them because they bicker like an old married couple. Standing on the shore, face turned up to the sun, I add, seeing her in my mind's eye doing that in St. Lucia every day, fighting to stay in the light. My heart twists and turns in my chest, praying that one day she won't need to fight. Has she got sunscreen on? I ask, clearing my throat. Complete block on her arm? Because she forgets. All the frickin' time, she forgets to protect her delicate skin. I know it's only because she's absorbed by the sunshine, and it's never truly been a problem, because I've always been with her to rub it on when she forgets. I'm not in the sunshine now, not in the light, not unless you count the fireball that was my apartment billowing in the distance behind us. Her sleeves are down, Goldie says, and it's quiet, as if she knows what that means. She does. We went forward so many steps, even amid our crusade for justice. Now I fear she's getting too close to the point of no return. I feel Otto's sympathetic expression aimed my way. What's the deal? Goldie asks. I clear my throat. My apartment is currently blazing. What? A bomb. He triggered it, thinking I was in there. I take a left toward Miami Beach, hearing Otto muttering his curses. Gosh, is all Goldie manages? He thinks you're dead? Not for long. I can never return to being an enigma. Not now I've put us in the heart of the Miami underworld with the resurrected boss of that heart. We're heading to the club. I want you to bring the girls there. I need Bo close right now. Use the back entrance. I'll let Nolan know. Got it. See you there. I hang up and breathe out as a screeching fire engine speeds toward us. We're both silent as it passes, and I look up to the sun, willing it to keep shining for Bo. Bo. I'm sure everything is fine, Rose says from the seat beside me in the back of the Mercedes. I wish I could believe her, but I've gotten to know Goldie's facial expressions pretty well, and her face when she told us we were leaving the beach now was grave. I muster the energy to smile, albeit weakly, and accept Rose's hand when she lays it between us. She's gone out of her way today, moved mountains, literally, considering who our men are, so we could simply leave the elaborate Miami complex that's my temporary home. She's brought me to the light and let me soak it up quietly without a word. I'm becoming quite attached to her. Not dependent, like I feel I am with James, but attached. I'm sure, I murmur, looking at my cell in my lap when it rings. Oh, God. What? Who is it? Rose sounds worried, so I'm quick to ease her. I pick it up and show her the screen. Oh, she breathes, lips pursing. She knows all about my dad. In fact, Rose knows just about everything there is to know about me now. No one will ever fill the void that losing my mom formed. The open, non-judgmental friendship, honesty. But despite the amount of time I've spent with Rose, I think her guileless acceptance may come close. A friend who knows all and loves me anyway. Just like a mother would. Checking in? She asks. I laugh. My dad doesn't check in. He calls when he wants something. But I just don't have the energy to hate him anymore. It's a weird feeling. So odd. But other forces are monopolizing my anger these days, and they are forces far greater than my egomaniac father. I brace myself and take the call, cringing terribly. I haven't even told him I'm back in the country. Dad? Darling, he says, and I roll my eyes. I feel a little bit guilty for my reaction. Perhaps seeing me half dead in a hospital pulled his head out of his foolishness. It's ironic, really. I've been half dead since Mom died. Rose. Darling, he says, and I roll my eyes. I feel a little bit guilty for my reaction. Perhaps seeing me half dead in a hospital pulled his head out of his foolishness. It's ironic, really. I've been half dead since Mom died.
And now he cares? I remind myself of the supposed genuine dinner invitation from him weeks ago, the one that would involve his friend Fraser Cartwright, who just so happens to be a journalist writing up a piece on the success of Tom Haley, master businessman. I would have been there as a prop, nothing more. And I know for a fact I was only invited because he deemed me more stable in recent times. I laugh on the inside. I've never felt more unstable. Add in the fact that James is now in my life, avoiding my dad feels more compulsory than ever. He'll want to know every tiny thing there is to know about James. His roots, his job, his ambitions. What the freaking hell do I tell him? "How are you?" I ask. Small talk. Always is, always will be. "Busy. How are you?" I recoil in my seat, truly surprised. He never asks. "Good," I answer. "About that dinner." I look at Rose, my face twisted. "Dinner?" I mimic. "Dinner with you? Or dinner with you and a journalist who's going to write a glowing article on how successful and humble you are, and what a fantastic relationship you have with your daughter?" "Now, Beau," he sighs. I back down, but only because I'm too exhausted to be locking horns with him. And I'm still sidetracked by the fact that we're on our way to Brad Black's club, and I don't know why. "Sure," I say over a sigh. "Tomorrow?" I only just stop myself from blurting a straight, "God, no." I'm too beat to argue with him, but I'm also too beat to endure dinner with my father. Maybe next week? I need time to build some energy for this. "Next week? Are you busy?" No, never busy. He knows that. I have a few things to deal with. This is horrific. Plain horrific. "Then I'll pop by Lawrence's place to visit with you." My head drops back, my eyes closing, and I feel Rose rest a hand on my arm. Why has it only just occurred to me that I have no idea how much my father knows? I need to speak to James. I'm not staying with Lawrence. In fact, the house is sitting empty, Dexter's missing, and my uncle, my dad's wayward, shameful brother, hasn't left his room at Danny Black's mansion yet. He won't talk, wouldn't even look at me when I checked on him earlier. "I'm not there, Dad." "Oh," he says, curious. And then, oh, him. That's all it needs, really. Him. I don't need my father's approval. I don't really want it either. But if my near-death experience has brought on this long-lost, concerned, caring figure in him, it would just be a hell of a lot easier to have it. James. I say his name clearly. His name is James. "And you're staying at his place? Moved in? It's a bit soon, isn't it, Beau? How long have you been dating him? What does he do for a living? I should know these things. For goodness sake. He deserves to know nothing. And if he did deserve information on my life, I could hardly tell him that my current address is a supposedly dead assassin's mansion. Don't even get me started on the occupation of my boyfriend, who I've been seeing mere weeks. And if he knew I was pregnant? I let my head drop to the side to find Rose, showing her the immense discomfort I'm feeling. I'm staying with James, yes. It's not technically a lie. I am staying with James, but not at his place. Maybe I could stop by there to visit with you? I laugh, and it's unstoppable. I don't think so. My head finds my hands. "Then bring him to dinner," he suggests, making me balk. I suppose I ought to get to know this man. Jesus Christ. "Look, Dad, we'll do dinner, soon. I'll call you, okay? Let's walk before we can run. I've spent years hating this man, blaming this man, wishing him dead instead of Mom." "Okay," he agrees, if grudgingly. "But you should know, one of my latest investments is a beautiful luxury apartment block on South Beach. Let me buy you one, the penthouse perhaps." This is too much. "We'll talk about it. I've got to go, Dad." "Okay." I grimace and hang up. Oh my God, he sounds really concerned about you. He does, I admit, and I have no freaking clue how to deal with it. I've been so busy appeasing my father, I don't realize we're idling at the curb around the corner from the main strip on Miami Beach. Goldie and Ringo both look around, Ringo with his hand in the air in silent order for us to wait, Goldie with her cell to her ear. "Round the back," she says, motioning to a side street not far down the road. Ringo pulls away, and a few moments later, we're down an alley outside a pair of black iron doors. His hand comes up again, holding us in our seats as he answers his phone. "Yeah," he says, as the doors open and the young lad who works for Brad Black appears. "Nolan's here," Ringo says down the line. "What do you want me to do with Rose?"
Rose shoots forward in her seat fast. "Are you serious, Ringo?" she asks, halfway between outrage and humor. I see Ringo flinch in his seat, and I catch his eyes in the rearview mirror. "I'm not his very prisoner anymore," she goes on. "I'm his wife." Pulling the handle of the car, she slides out, throwing her purse onto her shoulder. "What will he do with me?" she mutters, marching into the back entrance of the club as I get out with Goldie, who looks amused, and Ringo, who looks thoroughly scorned. "That told you," Goldie teases, closing in behind me, getting close but not physically moving me. "Really, wench," Ringo spits as he rounds the car, prompting Goldie to laugh her way into the club. "Glad you two are getting along," I say dryly, feeling my stomach twist as I take in the decadent space swallowing me up. James wouldn't order them to bring me to a place he knows I couldn't cope with. I take comfort in that. Rich blue wooden paneling lines the corridor with gold-framed portraits set every few sections, each displaying an old photograph of Miami. The battered wooden planks beneath my feet are polished, the ceiling scattered with gold spotlights shining a hazy, dim light on us. Rose paces determinedly along in front, her glossy dark hair swishing across her back, her jeweled flat sandals clipping the wood rhythmically. Her pretty coral sundress makes her sun-kissed skin glow. I've thought it since the second I met her. Perfection. It's hard for me to believe this woman was once damaged. I glance down my front to my torn denim shorts and oversized shirt I've tried to pretty up by knotting the tails. I don't feel inadequate next to Rose. Actually, I feel hopeful. She's like a marker, an example of how I can feel, if I get through this mess. "Next on the left," Ringo calls from behind, making Rose slow in her determined strides. She stops outside a room marked office and takes the handle, pushing the door open. It's empty. She looks past me to Ringo. Silently, Ringo moves past us, gently but firmly moving Rose aside and entering the room. He holds the door, motioning us all inside, and then closes it and locks it behind us. I frown, looking around the office space. A desk, a bookcase behind it, a couch, a filing cabinet. "This way," Ringo grunts, pushing into one of the sections of the bookcase. I recoil when it pings open, revealing another room. He gets us all inside, closes the door, and puts a long code in on a wall-mounted control panel. The iron door on the other side of the room opens with a click, and Ringo pushes his way inside, revealing a staircase. We all climb the steps silently, emerging into a huge room. "Wow," I breathe, standing stock still on the spot, while Rose ventures inside, looking quite stunned too. There are 4 desks in this office, 2 corner couches, a private bar, a poker table, many men, and the back wall, spanning one side to the other, top to bottom, is glass, with an unrivaled view of the club below. A smile creeps up on me. Glass. I then realize the room's deadly silent and gaze around, finding all attention pointed at me and Rose. All conversation has stopped. James gets up from one of the couches and comes to me. "Hey," he says, quietly, discreetly taking me in from head to toe. His relief is clear. What isn't is why I'm here.
What's going on? I ask, uncomfortable under the scrutiny of all the men. He hunkers, oblivious to the peanut gallery behind him, and caresses my cheek. Apart from someone trying to blow me up? I withdraw. You're not joking, are you? I crane my head to see past his big body, noting the grave expressions of everyone, most of all Otto. He has a scotch in his hand, a big one, and now I notice the mini arsenal of firearms scattered across the 2 enormous coffee tables in front of each corner couch. Grenades, pistols, machine guns? Is that a harpoon? I blurt, as Rose approaches the table, casting an unsurprised gaze across the collection, before wandering to the foot of the glass wall and looking down into the club. I don't know why I'm shocked. I knew what James's collaboration with Black meant, but seeing it spread all over the tables, hearing James just escaped death, and observing the many men in this room, it suddenly hit home. War in Miami, and my boyfriend has the biggest bounty on his head. I look across to Danny Black. He's running a close second, and his contemplative face, his relaxed but tense seated position at a desk, the scotch before him too, tells me he's mindful of this. Of course he is. Danny blows out his cheeks and blinks, getting up from his chair and joining Rose by the glass wall. "We're done," he says over his shoulder, and the men disperse, leaving only us. I look at James. What happened? I ask, seriously considering joining Otto with a strong, large drink. Did you have a nice day? He asks, completely swerving my question. He's not real. You tell me you nearly got blown up and then switched to chit-chat of the normal couple variety? Well, give you two some privacy, Rose says, pulling on Danny's arm and eyeing him. I don't need privacy. I need answers. You don't need answers, Beau, James says quietly. You need peace. I inhale, and it's long and deep. He is real. He's going to send me out on girly days while he gets caught up in explosions. I wince, hearing a door close behind us. The room is empty, except for us. James reaches for my damaged arm and strokes down the sleeve of my shirt, his eyes harboring too much sympathy. Don't do that, I warn, shrugging him off and walking to the window. Stop looking at me like I'm broken. I reach the glass. The club's dance floor is clear, the bar quiet, and I see Danny leading Rose across the floor. You've been broken since the moment I found you, Beau, he retorts, resentment rife in his words. I'm not looking at you any differently. That's the freaking point, I yell, whirling around. Yes, I was broken, but I didn't feel it when I was with you. When you obliterated everything, took me to that place you always do when we're intimate, I wasn't broken. I suck back a sob, my voice infuriatingly wobbly. Now I feel more broken than ever. There's so much more gosh to add to the pile, so many more answers I need. And the most horrific thing is that in order to get those answers, I need to let James go out there and find them for us. I have to risk losing the one and only thing that's given me any hope. I feel like I have my back pushed up against a wall. What do you want me to do, Beau? He asks, his cheeks hollow from the force of his bite. Do you want me to take charge of this situation? Yes, I choke over a sob. Do whatever it takes to protect us, but please stop treating me like glass. You are glass, he murmurs, because I know better than anything that if this breaks you, I won't be able to put you back together again. I bite at my lip, my hands shake, and my arm feels like it's on fire. His face pains me, the mix of anger and sorrow, and I'm not helping him. By being like this, hollow and sad, I'm making James's mission harder, but I don't know how to be any other way. I think I need to see a therapist, I murmur, trying to keep my words even and strong. I think I need help. I must be strong. I need to be more like Rose. I'm sorry. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. More? He questions, looping the leather around my wrists. You want more, Beau? He touched me intimately, stimulating me tenderly. It isn't a sign of what's to come. I close my eyes, resting my cheek on the cool glass, letting my body soften and soak up the feeling of his touch. I've missed this, missed him. His palm wraps around my neck, his body pressing into my back, and the scratchy feel of his scruff rubs across my cheek. I remain in my darkness, just feeling him. If you want me to stop, say my name, he murmurs, his lips brushing my cheek. Which name? I whisper. James? Kellen? The enigma? What do you think? He tugs the bonds, testing them. The friction is instant. My healing wrist jars, and I inhale, soaking up the pain. Don't fight the bond. It's a message. One I hear loud and clear. I won't, I say, wriggling my hands, desperate to break my skin and achieve the luscious burn, the soreness, anything to mask the other pain. I'm at the start of that road to nothingness. I love you. Now's not the time for that, Beau, he says coldly, and then they came together with no warning or any scrap of mercy. I cry out, my eyes pinging open, my body tensing, trying to curb the brutal intimacy. My mind instantly scrambles, and his name, all of his names, hang on the end of my tongue, waiting to be screamed. And it occurs to me that it's what he wants, his name, for me to stop this. The thought has me moving back into him, egging him on, and he groans, holding the bonds around my wrists with one hand, his spare on my hip. Really, Beau? He breathes. He doesn't want to enjoy this. He doesn't want me to enjoy this.
My teeth grind, my hips roll, and I flex them forward before moving back again, absorbing the intimacy. But I need his power, his force, the ache, the burn, the deep, uncomfortable pain. More, I hiss, peeling my damp cheek away from the glass and stepping out wider. Give me more. No, he gasps, shaking behind me. Yes, I slam back onto him, yelling at the glass, fogging it completely. Gosh, Beau. More, I goad. More. Another desperate slam. More, James. Really? He roars, crushing me into the window, his hips starting to move back and forth wildly. You want more? He bellows, continuing on, his force brutal, his pace inconceivable. I'm helpless, and it's exactly how I need to feel, because I'm helpless for the right reasons. More. I exhale calmly, my body out of control, jerking, banging into the glass, my insides in chaos, but my mind so incredibly calm. I close my eyes and float away with James moving with me like a rabid animal, his shouts primal, a mixture of pleasure and despair. More, I whisper, letting the intense feeling take me in their healing claws and indulge me. More. The force of my cheek to the glass doesn't hurt. The area of my gunshot wound doesn't hurt. My wrist doesn't hurt. My empty womb no longer hurts. My heart doesn't hurt. My scarred arm that always burns is scorching for another reason, along with every other molecule of me as I accept James's punishing taking. I peel my eyes open and stare across the room to the table full of weapons. And I smile, because not one of them is as deadly as the man currently with me like an animal. They came together in passion. Afterwards, breathless, I felt the lingering intensity. I love you, James whispers hoarsely, releasing me of the bonds and shifting to get his back against the glass. And then there's this new side to him, the soft side. He pulls me onto his lap. With everything I have, Beau, I really love you. He forces my face to his, and I crumble on the inside at the sight of his anguish. Broken, fixed, happy, sad, I love you. If you do anything, just remember that. I nod as best I can in his hold, running my palm over his slick chest, my gaze following it, unable to sustain his eyes while they're so despairing. I need to be stronger for you, like Rose is. She's had far longer to heal, Beau. I know that, but I feel like I've put her back a few years. I look up at him. She's still strong.
He smiles, as if I'm missing something, and it makes me wonder if he knows things I don't. Does Danny talk to him about things like that? Am I just seeing an exterior to the warrior queen? My dad called me again. I rest the side of my head on his pec and let him hold me. He's offered me an apartment in the new block he's building. That was good of him. The hostility in James is rife. He doesn't even know who I am, and he's trying everything he can to get you away from me. Imagine if he finds out I kill for a living. I smile at his misplaced joke, nudging him with my shoulder. If I'm going to be forced to endure my father, you have to endure him with me. I feel James's body tense beneath me, and I pull out to gauge his expression. It's somewhere between smiling and grimacing. I purse my lips over my smile. What happened between you two when I was in hospital? You know what happened. Your ex threw around some careless statements, and now your father thinks I'm physical with you in ways that don't involve bonds and my body. I chuckle. That's misplaced too. I saw James's reaction to those careless statements. It wasn't anything to laugh about. Not when I broke my arm. I meant when I was unconscious, when I was shot, when I lost our baby. Nothing happened. He looks away, and it makes me doubt him. He showed up, we were civil, and he left. I didn't see James when I was out cold, but I can't imagine he was civil to anyone. I need you to humor him. I will. He kisses my forehead chastely. When I can channel my energy into just that, I absolutely will. Putting his hand on my thigh, he rubs it, as if to reassure me that he's speaking nothing but the truth. I can't protest. To say James has a lot on his mind right now would be the biggest understatement in the history of understatements. Until then, you should start building your bridges with him. Me showing up at your first dinner date will go down about as well as a cup of sick. I burst out laughing, and every muscle I possess pulls as a result. I just catch his satisfied smile before my body goes limp and I fall against his chest. He offered, actually. He wanted to visit us. He stiffens. Don't worry, I put him off. He relaxes. Then James lets me be for a while, settled, sated, and getting a handle on the aftermath of my laughs as he gently touched my thigh. Beau, he says after a time, his hand pulling away and turning over in front of me, revealing his palm. His palm covered in blood. Baby, you're bleeding. He goes to move, and I make myself a dead weight, taking his hand and steadying his shakes. My period, I say quietly. It's my period. I blink my foggy vision clear and snuggle deeper into his chest, feeling his arms envelop me tightly, his mouth resting on top of my head. It's my first since I lost our baby, and another reminder that I'm empty. Danny. I stand on the deserted shore, my feet inches away from the rolling water, taking in the cove. I've been back in Miami for over 2 weeks, and I'm still breathing. I'm also still married, another achievement, considering how things are progressing, which is basically slow. I assured Rose this would be dealt with quickly, and we'd be out of here before she knew it. But really, I accepted the moment I agreed to return to Miami that there would be no going back, not unless we kill every enemy. Yet with each man killed, another is born. I've almost accepted that. That's why I'm here at Byron's Reach, covering all my bases, watching our plans move into territory I didn't anticipate when I first met James. Plus, there's been no word from the bear, no moves made on his part. I can only surmise he's letting the dust settle after removing the enigma, or, at least, thinking he's removed the enigma. I thought I'd diced with death in my time. James is putting my attempts to dodge the Grim Reaper to shame. Across the water in the distance, where Winstable Boatyard once stood, is a construction site, cranes and scaffolding dominating the space where I once operated from. I see Pops there. I see him wandering the derelict land that once stood empty. And I see the extravagant cabin he built when I was 15, the jet skis, the good times, the guns. I haven't yet told my wife about our imminent purchase of this land, or about our plans to take back Miami. I'm more wary of Rose, her reaction, and subsequent retaliation than I am of a mass murderer on the hunt for me. I hear the rumble of an old Jeep pulling away. What do you think of him? Brad asks, joining me on the shore. Well, he fits in around here. The kid, Leon, is all blonde curls, bandanas, board shorts, and pot. But he's smart. That was obvious very quickly. Brad nods. And this? He asks, motioning in the general direction of everything. Perfect. That's exactly why we tried to buy it 3 years ago. Byron's Reach is a prime location to ship anything illegal into the country. It's secluded, unmatched access. If I didn't know better, I'd ask why it hasn't been snapped up by a rival, namely the bear. He deals in drugs, women, and guns. Or his minions do. But I do know better. After the massacre left behind 3 years ago, when I sold my soul to the Russians and they turned on me, there's an understandable stigma attached to this area. The latest body was dragged out of the water only a few months back, unidentifiable. The criminals know this place was on the FBI's radar. I should avoid it like the plague. Should. I won't. James offered to rent the land was snapped up by the legal team managing the Jepson kids' estate. Now he's in negotiations to buy it. I smile, casting my eye across the still ocean, taking my shades off to get the full force of the sun reflecting off the surface. There will be jet skis flying across this water in no time. A bustling cabin, an arsenal fit to kick off a world war. I look over my shoulder to what was a huge hole in the ground. It's shaping up to be a very useful and compulsory bunker, or gun store. Are we on track? I ask Brad, taking in the cabling and pipelines. Chaka pulled through, unsurprisingly. The shipment arrives this weekend, ahead of schedule. They'll be finished tomorrow. Impressive. It's come at a price, but cheaper than losing, eh? An army of men are working through the night, and the fruits of their labor are plain to see.
The extravagant cabin, a match of the one Pops built across the water, but twice as big, is holding court, and the quay's complete. It took Pops 2 months to build Winstable. We'll have completed Byron's Reach in 2 weeks. Tough going, but essential, and not only because we have stock arriving imminently, both of the legal variety and illegal variety. We need to get this bunker concealed before we have any unexpected guests, namely the MPD or feds. I've spent over 2 weeks lying low, letting the whispers of my resurgence be whispers. It's only a matter of time before the police catch wind of those whispers. Speaking of which, what's our friend Spittle up to? I slip my shades back on and turn, starting a casual stroll through the site with Brad flanking me. Still got his intact? Lens on him 24/7. His house is on the market, and his wife's in contact with a realtor on the West Coast. Sounds like we've pushed him into relocating. I pull out a cigarette and offer one to Brad. He waves me off. You need to quit. I light up and take a long, needed drag. For a man who hates the obvious being stated, you do it a really lot. You, he mutters, and I laugh, pinching a sliver of tobacco off the end of my tongue. How's Rose? He makes a point of blatantly checking my nose. Rose is Rose. Glorious, fragile, but tough, all at the same time. You told her about this place yet? She's distracted. The wedding, he sighs, showing his disapproval once again. Bad idea. I had to give her something, Brad. Besides, while she's drowning in the logistics of that, she's not on my case. How's hiatus? I ask, steering away from yet another occasion when Brad has stated the really obvious. Of course the wedding is a bad idea, but I couldn't deny her.
Give and take and all that bollocks. Ironic name for a club, by the way. Especially your club. He lacks over an eye roll. It's smooth. No shootings and no enemies. For now. You watching your back? I ask, showing concern we both know is rare. It's pure luck Brad dodged Spittle's bullet. Nothing more, nothing less. We don't operate on luck. Like a real hawk, man. He holds out his hand. Give me one of those smokes. I smile and hand them over, looking over his shoulder when I see James pull up. Brad turns as he lights up, exhaling on a satisfied sigh. I'm literally surrounded by dead men walking. Feeling left out? I ask, showing concern we both know is rare. It's pure luck Brad dodged Spittle's bullet. Nothing more, nothing less. We don't operate on luck. Like a real hawk, man. He holds out his hand. Give me one of those smokes. I smile and hand them over, looking over his shoulder when I see James pull up. Brad turns as he lights up, exhaling on a satisfied sigh. I'm literally surrounded by dead men walking. Feeling left out? I ask on a grin, because I can fix that. He laughs. Not much in life is guaranteed, Danny, but I can guarantee you'd never kill me. Your wife, on the other hand, is a different matter entirely. She's going to go into full-on demonic mode when she finds out about this place. He takes another drag of his cigarette, like a hit of nicotine can douse the nerves that thought spikes. And do I need to point out that the reasons you and him, he motions to James, who's nearing, are walking dead? Because you got yourselves a bit of distraction. If she hears you refer to her like that, Rose will definitely kill you. Watch your words. Who's Rose going to kill? James asks, obviously hearing the tail end of our conversation. That brave person. I point my cigarette at Brad before giving James my attention. What do you know? I know no one's in the market for a new supplier in Armory. James takes his phone out and frowns at the screen. What's up? I ask. Woman trouble, James mutters, and Brad chuckles, getting dark looks thrown his way from both of us. You want to add me to the list of people who'll kill you? Me, James? Brad breathes. You two are tetchy today. So no one's in the game for a new supplier? Not for guns, not for drugs, and not for women. James gives me a look, and I pout to myself. Seems the bear has all areas of criminal activity covered. And you found this out how? Vince Roque. Vince Roque? Brad asks as I frown, the name familiar. And it comes to me. The one they call the alligator? That's the one. Started small time. A flurry of malice flutters through James's blue eyes. Jazz Haley arrested him before I could butcher him. He's been on remand ever since. Ah, the dead judge, Brad says, and then he frowns. Why'd they call him the alligator? He was known to snap. What's with all these really animal names? I ask. It's like the set of Really Sesame Street. They think they're animals? I laugh under my breath. They've not met me yet. James smirks, and Brad coughs over his laughter. So Vince Roque volunteered this information to you, did he? No, his next in command did. Why would he do that? James sweeps his arm out, all chivalrous, his smile sick. After you, gentlemen, he says calmly, and I eye him, following his instruction, walking to his Range Rover. The boot starts opening before we make it there, and I round the car, finishing off my smoke and flicking it away. We make it to the back of James's vehicle, and I balk at what I see. You are one sick person, Brad breathes, taking the words right out of my mouth as we take in the sight, James leaning casually on the side of his car. I cock my head, nodding, counting the number of missing body parts. No fingers, no ears. Half a nose. Nice, I muse. James joins us, leaning into the car and pulling off the man's blindfold. He's hardly breathing, but his eyes work, and they widen when he cops a load of me. Hi, I say cheerfully, lifting my shades to my forehead. Lost something? He garbles a load of unintelligible sounds, blood spraying from his mouth. No tongue. I look at James. Well, he can't really speak now, can he? And he also won't last much really longer. James takes a leg and drags him out of the range, and his body hits the gravel with a thud. He's got nothing more to tell. Taking an axe from his car, James swings it casually as he stands over the half-dead guy. Or have you? A moan, a weak cry. I think that's a no, Brad quips, flicking his cigarette at the man before stuffing his hands into his pockets. I got that too, James says, cool as a real cucumber as he raises and swings the axe, taking off the guy's right arm. I grimace and take a step back, but Brad virtually dives out of the way of the spraying blood. Me, James, he mutters, brushing down the jacket of his suit. This is bespoke. What am I missing? Ringo appears between Brad and me, taking in the scene. His ugly face twists more, his huge nose wrinkling. Then Otto shows up too, circling the body like a vulture. James steps over the guy, getting in position for his next hit. What's my name? He asks, bending slightly, putting himself in the line of what is certainly blurred vision. Tell me my name. A few garbles, but I definitely catch the tail end, deciphering it as Ma, the enigma. You say that to Beau when you're intimate with her? Brad asks, as James raises his arms ready for his next strike. You're next, Brad, he grunts, and I chuckle, along with Ringo, Otto, and Brad himself. But we all shut up and flinch when the axe comes down again, taking the guy's left arm. James exhales, looking up at us. Don't send me psycho. He moves down to the guy's legs. You're not now? Brad blurts, waving a hand dementedly at the mutilated body before us. I think he's dead, by the way. There are no sounds now. But there's plenty of spasms, the guy's body jerking all over the dusty stones. As a dodo, Ringo adds, his face still repulsed, definitely as dead as a dodo. But James isn't done, and we stand there, quiet, as he proceeds to take his legs too, until all we're looking at is a torso. Like one of those freakish dummies people practice CPR on, but messier. James, finished, stands back and dusts off his hands. You forgot his head, Otto quips, and James immediately pulls his gun from the back of his jeans, aims and fires, sending the bloke's brain spraying far and wide. We all jump back again, out of the firing line of blood and gore. And what did they call this one? I ask, frowning at the sleeve of my shirt, flicking off what I expect is a piece of brain tissue. The worm? The jellyfish? The dodo, James replies swiftly and coolly, and my eyes snap to his, along with everyone else's. James shrugs. Is he really kidding me? Straight up, he points his axe at the remains. They called him the dodo. After a few stunned looks passed around us, we all fall apart laughing, and it's the stomach-cramping kind, the bend-over, delirious, eye-watering, uncontrollable body-jerking kind. If you tell me there's one called Rex, I'm quitting life. I chuckle, struggling to catch my breath. Get rid of him. Oh gosh, Brad whispers, and I turn, getting him in my sights. He looks stricken and confused, and I'm thrown by it. What? I follow his line of sight until I have the source of his disturbed expression in view. Oh gosh, I mimic, seeing all the men in my peripheral vision move back. Behind me, out of the line of fire. Busted. Gosh, I thought she had a dress fitting today. Hey baby, I slap on a cheesy smile and step in front of the dead body like I might be able to hide it from her. Not because she'll be pissed, but because frankly, it'll give her nightmares. My wife has seen me kill many men. She's watched me decapitate the Romanian who bought and handled her for years. She's watched me cut out my dad's cousin's tongue and force-feed him it when I found out he was the man who took her baby and sold him. She's seen some disturbing things, but that was years ago, and I don't want her used to that mess. Hey, she says slowly, her scrutinizing eyes circling the men and where we are. I'm bracing myself for the explosions. I don't know how she got here, how she knew I was here, but I'll find out once I've dealt with this unexpected situation. And if I come out alive. I point at the dismembered body. That wasn't me. I didn't do that. Her head tilts, eyebrows high, lips pursed. It looks like a standard angel-faced assassin kill to me.
It was James. I throw an arm out toward him, unhesitant and unashamedly chucking him under the bus. "Where's Beau?" he asks, stepping forward, tense. "In the car." Rose keeps me in place with her burning blues as James tosses the axe aside and marches off. "Who is it?" she asks, raising a limp hand and indicating to what's left of James's latest catch. "The dodo." I say it without thinking, and laughter erupts behind me. No, gosh, no, do not laugh. My cheeks blow out, and I try so really hard to shut off any orifice that could let me down. The jerks behind me aren't helping my cause, snorting and tittering in the background. Death wishes, the lot of them. It's no good. I lose my fight and bend at the waist, having to brace my hands on my knees to hold myself up. I haven't laughed like this since leaving St. Lucia. Our life taking a swift turn from carefree and easy to serious and frankly really taxing. I need this release. Rose, however, looks like she needs to punch me in the face. "You finished?" she asks, her posture threatening. I focus on composing myself like my life depends on it, because it probably does. Finished. Back to serious business. I raise a hand in indication for everyone to leave and let me handle this alone. "What are you doing here, Rose?" "Me?" She looks at me like I've sprouted horns. "What are you doing here?" She motions around the site to the diggers and cranes and piles of materials. She knows what's happening. "No," I say firmly, and she recoils, indignant. "You will explain. How did you get here?" "I drove." "You gave Goldie the slip?" "No one gives Goldie the slip." "Oh, for goodness sake, you held her at gunpoint, didn't you?" My lips straighten, annoyed. "I gave you that gun so you can protect yourself, not so you can brandish it at my woman when you feel like it. This isn't the first time this has happened, but it'll be the last." I stalk forward and grab her bag from her shoulder, rooting through. "Where is it?" I ask, looking up for an answer. I don't need one. It's on the tip of my nose, literally. My eyes travel up the barrel to her hand, up her arm, across her shoulder, her face, to her eyes. The wicked glint is satisfaction personified. "What are you doing here?" she asks calmly, pushing the tip of the gun into my flesh. I move fast, dropping her bag and grabbing the gun, twisting so she spins into my chest. I lock down her arms, squeezing her hand until she drops her grip. I could have asked her for the gun. She would have given it to me. But where's the fun in that? My mouth at her ear, I growl, "How did you know where I am?" The woman infuriates me. "I tracked you." "What?" I don't like how smug she sounds. Not at all. She tracked me? When you were asleep last night, I shared your phone's location with mine. You did what? You heard. I knew you were up to something, Black. I release her and turn her to face me, my patience fraying. You promised me you'd be wise. Leaving the mansion without protection isn't wise. I'm really livid, Rose. And you promised me you'd wear a bulletproof vest.
She reaches for my shirt and rips it open, revealing a bulletproof vest. It's not the best on the market, but it had to do until Chaka delivers. Rose gasps, stepping back, and I tilt my head, my look expectant, like, give me an apology now before I really strangle you. She looks up at me, her lip wobbles. You listened to me? Of course I really listened to you. I'm a brave man, but my wife truly terrifies me at times. Not because I'm petrified she might pop me, punch me, rip a strip off me, but because she might leave me. I take her neck and drag her into me. Don't take this as an amnesty. I'm still very irate, Rose. So am I. Why are you here, Danny? I'm recreating what Pops built. I don't try to fob her off. She needs to know, and hopefully she'll soon gather without me having to tell her that a quick exit from Miami is looking less likely with each day that passes. She pulls out, and I quickly straighten my twisted face. It's times like this I wish I could play poker. Then maybe I would have had practice nailing my poker face. The boatyard? I nod. Jet skis? I nod again. Her head tilts. Dealing? My lips press together. It's the only answer she needs, but surprisingly, she doesn't fly off the handle. You said we were here temporarily. I can't fight a war unarmed, Rose. I don't know how this is going to play out. They think James is dead, and Miami has gone silent. Then let's leave, she begs, fisting my shirt and pulling her face down to hers. We'll go back to St. Lucia. Beau and James, you and me. If they think James is dead, that's good, right? I take her hands from my shirt, peeling away her clawed fingers, smiling softly. Rose has spent plenty of time with Beau. As couples, we've had a few dinners over the weeks, trying to keep things relatively normal for the women. Rose knows that leaving Miami without killing the root of James and Beau's problems isn't an option. And is she forgetting that the bear knows I'm alive? She's clutching at straws. Listen to me, I order, taking her nape and guiding her away from the corpse close by. Remember how much you loved the boatyard? Don't try and convince me you're doing this for me, she mutters. I wasn't going to. I stop us at the shore and point out to the water. We had our first proper kiss somewhere over there. And don't start trying to be romantic. It's also where your jet ski blew up right after. Good times, eh? I take her hand, bringing her rings to my lips and kissing them, eyes locked on hers. She's softening. I can see it past her deep blues. Don't you think Daniel would love it here? She casts a look over her shoulder to James's handiwork. Sure, she says, as sarcastic as can be. Can't wait to show him. Let's FaceTime him then. I seize her bag and pull her phone out, handing it over. You've been avoiding telling him we're back for weeks, feeding him some spiel about your phone's camera being broken so you can't FaceTime with him. I know she's been hoping that she wouldn't have to tell him, that I'd take care of business and we'd be back in St. Lucia before Daniel had to know we were ever here. We're not going home anytime soon, baby. I hate it, but I'm managing her expectations. Daniel's less than 10 miles away. Make the most of it. It'll be another distraction for her. I'm grabbing at them all because I seriously don't want her worried or stressed. Her dainty shoulders drop, her hand coming toward me to accept her phone, at the same time accepting I'm right. Acceptance still looks amazing on her. She dials and takes herself to a nearby rock, perching on it, holding the phone up and pulling a smile out of the bag. Hey, she chimes, and very quickly, she isn't forcing her happiness. I need to get back to that place in her heart where Daniel resides, the place that's reserved only for true smiles and genuine contentment. Nothing hurts me except for Rose's sadness. Where are you? He asks, obviously assessing the backdrop. I'm in Miami. What? We took a little vacation. Thought we'd visit you for once. Mister's here? Yeah, he's here. Her arm appears in the air, out of the shot of the camera, and frantically waves me over, because she can't turn the camera around. I pull my buttonless shirt together as best I can and go over, settling on the rock next to her. Hey, kid. Hey, mister. He beams at me, and it is 100% life. Every time I look at this kid, I see every quality I love in his mom. Softness, looks to kill, acceptance, a massive heart, and extraordinary resilience. Because this kid has had a bombshell, and he's taken it all in his stride, shown Rose nothing but approval and love. Seeing him also makes me sad, because I can never give her kids.
I can't give her a pregnancy without despair or fear. A baby, a toddler, a preschooler, she missed out on all of that. Daniel's suddenly pouting, and it prompts Rose to speak up. What's up? Did you find your hamster? No, and I'm also not allowed to take jet ski lessons, he says, totally solemn. I snort.
Says who? The couple who bought him on the black market? I've got a surprise for you, I say, lifting my shades. What? Tell me. The kid looks like he could pee his boxers at any moment, and Rose casts me a dubious look that I ignore as my phone rings in my pocket. I'll show you when you visit. I stand, dropping a kiss on Rose's head as I fish my mobile out. I've got to take this. See you soon, kid. When? I'll let Mum sort it. I walk away, taking Esther's call. She's here, I say immediately, knowing she'll be worried. For Christ's sake, Mum, breathes, rattled. Has that woman got a death wish? Goalie's flipping. Where is she? Zooming toward you, I expect. The second Mum's finished speaking, I hear the undeniable, angry screeching of tires skidding down the track. She's here. Thanks, Mum. I hang up and look across to Rose, who is in the middle of saying her goodbyes to Daniel. She clicks off the call. You're in big trouble, I say on a shake of my head. Save me, she sings, throwing the back of her hand to her forehead like some twisted damsel in distress. I grin, but I'll make very sure it's gone when I face Goldie, who I can hear marching up behind me. I turn and nearly have my eye poked out by her pointing finger. Do not ever ask me to watch them again, she seethes, nostrils flaring. I close my eyes and gather some patience. I know how really cunning my wife is. Goldie's mood is simply a reminder of the mess I have to deal with as a consequence. Looking over my shoulder, I find the object of my deepest affection and my deepest really frustrations nibbling at her lip nervously. See what you've done? It was my fault, Beau calls, hurrying over and joining Rose on the rock, putting an arm around her friend protectively. Partners in crime, these two, thick as thieves. I'm only marginally grateful in this moment when I've got what I'm sure is a premenstrual black widow hissing at me. James joins me. He looks about as happy as Goldie. Never again, he practically growls at Beau. Clear? Are they holding back laughter? God help them. A word, James says, tearing his warning eyes from Beau and walking away. I give Rose a look that suggests if she moves, I'll set Goldie on her. Then I follow James, giving Goldie a sorry look as I pass. She isn't happy. I can't blame her. It was bad enough when there was only one of them, she growls, going back to her car. Why am I not surprised that Beau gave her trouble as well? I'd say sorry, but Goldie would possibly shoot me for that too. What's up? I ask, following into stride next to James as he walks toward the shore. He rakes a hand through his hair, showing a certain level of stress. I've not known James long, but in that time, I've figured out a few things beyond doubt. For starters, I like him. It's a rarity. He loves fiercely, like me. His woman's peace is his endgame. He hunts his prey and rips them limb from limb, literally. But I've also learned he doesn't show stress. He walked away from his obliterated apartment unfazed, so whatever's on his mind is heavy. Beau's not letting it go. He turns toward me, flicking his eyes to the girls, who are still perched on the rock, looking too beautiful amid the construction site and graveyard. Dexter, I say, showing my understanding. What do you need me to do? Give me his body. I throw a stunned look his way. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't that. Maybe I thought he'd ask me to talk to Rose. Ask her to talk to Beau? I don't know, but having his decomposing remains dug up? You serious? She needs closure. For that, I need his body. Really? I breathe, joining him with a rake of my hand through my hair. What a gift. I'll see what I can do. How's her uncle? The guy has practically barricaded himself in his room since he arrived at the mansion. The doctor's come and gone. The meds have rolled. Not good. I'm not his biggest fan, but he means a lot to Beau, so if I can fix that mess, I will. I blow out my cheeks, reaching for another cigarette. I need a drink. I offer one to James on the off chance he might accept this time. He looks like he needs one, but he shakes his head, and I get to pulling one out with my lips. The men probably do too, after your little rendition of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I nod to the body. The freaking dodo, I mutter, walking away as I light up. I've only been back in Miami a few weeks, and hell knows I could do with a break from it already. James motions to the bunker. Ready to give me a tour? I smile, leading the way to what was a massive hole in the ground. Waterproof, fireproof, and bomb-proof, I say proudly. Taking the steps down, James following. Once we're in the expansive room, where the walls are lined with a racking system to hold the arsenal that's on its way from Chaka, I point to the top of the stairs. There will be a hatch there. The green container will sit over this. Will look like any other container in the yard. He nods slowly, taking in the space. Looks good. It does. You come into hiatus? I want you to meet someone. I take the stairs, and the men lower the container over the bunker with the crane. Who? I turn, walking backward, lifting my shades, smiling ruefully. I've got a private audience with the mayor of Miami. I can't freaking wait to see Perry Adams' face. Can not wait. I imagine it to be somewhere between haunted and petrified. The new boatyard is nearly done. The guns will be here imminently. It's time to get Miami talking rather than whispering. The club is quiet, which is the only reason Rose is here. I even let her sit at the bar and have a glass of wine. Surrounded by men, of course, but still, it's relatively normal. The bartender, a unique human with every inch of his revealed skin tattooed, including his face, sets a bottle of white on ice in front of her before passing Brad a fresh bottle of Black Label. On the tab, Brad says, waving for Nolan to come over. He leaves the crowd of suited heavies and approaches. Yes, boss, he says, as keen as ever. These men, he indicates each one forming a semicircle around Rose at the bar, don't move. The doors covered? Covered. The office covered? Covered. Good man. Brad slaps Nolan's shoulder and points the bottle across the club. We'll be in the office. Bring our guest when he arrives. Brad leaves, and I look up at the guy before me who's blocking my way to Rose. He's a giant, at least a foot taller than I am, and 10 times wider. Bearded, and probably bulletproof too. He wouldn't look out of place on the set of The Vikings. I tilt my head, expectantly. He doesn't move. What's your name? I ask. Tank. I laugh lightly. Makes sense. The woman behind you, that's my wife. Do not let anyone near her. She'll be safe, Mr. Black. He takes one side of his jacket and eases it back, revealing a Glock. I smile. Good man. I pull out a wedge of notes and slip them into his pocket. It's a well-paid position. Great bonuses, perks if you do a good job. What are the perks? He asks, a subtle glint in his eye. You don't die. He pales, just a little. Understood. Good. He remains unmoving, like a dam that will never break. When I say don't let anyone near her, I'm an exception, I say, and he nods, moving one step to the side to let me pass. Once his big body is out of the way, I find Rose on a stool, a glass of wine in her hand, one leg crossed over the other, her expression knowing. I don't entertain her curious look, settling on the stool beside her. Enjoying your wine? I ask, taking the glass from her grasp and helping myself to a sip. I was, yes. She claims it back. Where's Beau? James took her back to the house for a checkup with Doc. Why? Is she okay? She's fine, I assure her, cupping her cheek, quick to put her mind at ease. She missed her routine checkup yesterday because you two were wedding shopping. James rearranged for today and wanted to make sure she showed up. Rose's lips purse. She's been good, not wincing as much, not lost in thought so often. I smile, leaning in and kissing her. You've helped. She shrugs, blasé. It's a good thing we get along.
Anyway, I wanted to talk to you about the wedding. The wedding, what about it? Changed your mind? No. She nudges me, but a sadness washes over her. Who's going to walk me down the aisle? I withdraw, taken aback. I wasn't expecting that. You want to be walked down the aisle? It's traditional. We're not traditional, I point out. Traditionally, a father hands his daughter over to a man, kind of like a transfer of ownership. You'll walk yourself down the aisle. No one owns you anymore, Rose. That's the freaking point. Not even me. I lean in and kiss her deeply, feeling her smile around my lips. But make no mistake, baby, you are unquestionably mine. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Clear. She giggles. We need to talk about my bachelorette party. I freeze. We absolutely do not. Quickly withdrawing from the crook of her neck, I place her back on the stool. I'm needed. I get up, plant a brief, pacifying kiss on her forehead that I know won't pacify her, and move away before she can pin me down. Tank steps aside, I step past him, and he quickly steps back into place like a sliding, automatic bulletproof door. I give him a grateful nod. It's like he knew I needed a fast escape. I'm having one, Rose calls from behind him, so you better find a way to make it happen. Tank's lip quirks, his eyebrows high. I don't know what he's finding so amusing. As soon as I've got word that he's good people, he'll have to deal with her too. Can I clone you? I ask, sizing up the other men in the semicircle, knowing James will be on the same page as me. They all look capable, all stoic, all unmoving. But Tank, he is literally that. He releases a low, hardly heard laugh, but doesn't reply, and I head toward the back of the club, giving Nolan a flick of my eyes. He joins me in a heartbeat. Tank, I say, making him look over his shoulder. What do you know about him? Ex-pro cage fighter, criminal history, father dead, mother in a residential care home. What's the history? He decapitated the man who killed his father. A mercy kill. He's definitely my kind of people. Do you trust him? Of course. He's honorable, Mr. Black. All the men we have here are certified loyal. I make it to the corridor that leads to the office. But I haven't certified them, I point out, and he nods, backing down. You have some employees arriving. I nod past him to the flurry of leggy women strutting up the metal stairs to the balcony bar where the dressing rooms are. Tough job, eh? He laughs and gets on his way, and I look to Rose, knowing the appearance of an army of strippers is likely to draw a reaction. Problem is, I can't really see her past the mountain of a man shielding her. It's reassurance, and I need reassurance right now. I head into the staged office and go to the bookcase, opening the way to the staircase that'll lead me to the men. I punch in the code, take the stairs, and when I walk in, everyone falls silent. I've always said silence speaks louder than words, but now I have no clue what this silence is saying. I slowly close the door, casting my eyes across everyone in here. Brad, Ringo, Otto, Goldie, and Bud. Is anyone going to speak? Or are you all just going to sit there and leave me wondering why you look like we have a problem? Because we might have a problem, Brad says as he pours a scotch. I have a feeling it's for me. Might? I'm being optimistic. He slides my drink across the desk and necks his own. We have a problem. The door opens behind me and James strides in, coming to a cautious stop when he sees us all looking his way. Silent. What? He asks. Good really question. I go to the wall of glass where I have a perfect line of sight to Rose. Tank not quite towering to these heights. Beau's with her now, the girls drinking and chatting. I'd smile if I wasn't busy wondering and worrying what this really problem is. Talk, I order, going to one of the desks and pulling a chair out, lowering expectant eyes on Brad. The guy who heads up the bank where Beau's mother had her safety deposit box. What about him? James asks, settling beside me, his eyes lasers on Brad, waiting. Really talk, Brad. His name's Kenny. Brad pours a vodka and pushes it toward James. He doesn't take it, his attention elsewhere. Kenny Spittle. I recoil, stunned, immediately turning my eyes onto James, who's resting back in his chair, the glass now in his hand. His expression, it's taken on an edge of psycho. Brother? Otto asks, going straight to his phone. Son, Brad confirms, holding up a photograph, a picture of a very happy family by the sea. The Spittles, father, mother, son, and, what I assume, girlfriend or wife to son. So the safety deposit box that supposedly has one key, Ringo says, of which we are in possession, is held at a bank that's managed by the son of a corrupt, retired FBI agent who asked James to kill Brad and ratted out Danny. He's taken the words right out of my mouth. It's too convenient to be a coincidence. Brad nods, and I turn a look onto James.
He's quietly seething in his chair, his fingers clawing the glass in his hand tightly. "Drink it before you shatter it," I say, reaching for the bottle to top mine up. Whether whoever got into that box had a key is irrelevant. Either Spittle's son granted them access to the vault, or he took the contents of that box to them. Spittle must be having really kittens. It explains a lot. After his business with me 3 years ago, he would have avoided being trapped again. I'm a man of my word. When he fulfilled my final order, I got rid of the pictures that had held him to ransom for years. I didn't need them anymore, since I was dead. But now, Spittle's involved with another player, and the other player, we all know who that is, has pulled Spittle's son into the mix. It's irony at its really worst. The man who helped me die has brought me back to life, just to get me killed. And now I have really all ammo to use against him. "Find Spittle's son and bring him to me," I order. Not quite no ammo. And call Len, advise him of the developments, and tell him not to take his eyes off Spittle, not even for a second. Ringo goes to his phone immediately, starting to pace up and down. James is still quiet. "Another drink?" I ask, undoubtedly interrupting him from planning what order he's going to take Spittle's limbs. James says nothing and holds his glass toward Brad, who's quick to top him up. "We need to find out when that safety deposit box was breached." He looks at me, and I see the questions spinning in his warped mind. Finding out when that box was breached will also tell him how long the bear has known that James, the enigma, the man who has slaughtered dozens of his men, is in fact Spencer, James's supposedly dead son. Or was, since James is supposed to be dead again. He's survived 2 explosions. How many times can this man die and come back to life? "I'm sure Spittle's son will tell you if you ask him nicely," I muse, assessing James's persona, watching as he gets more strung by the second. "How's Bo? I need to distract him before he blows up and takes this office with him." James frowns and looks across at me. "What? Bo? How did it go with Doc?" "Fine. She's fine." He returns his attention to the desk, back to seething. "How many men have I got to kill before I get to him?" I blow out my cheeks and look at Otto. He's thinking the same as me, which is basically, Miami had better hold tight. "Drink," I order, getting up, feeling like I need to stretch my legs. I go to the glass wall and check on Rose again. Tank hasn't moved an inch, therefore Rose hasn't either. There's a magazine on the bar. I can't see it from here, but I know what it is. They're scattered all over our bedroom. "When's Adams due?" I ask, when Ringo's finished on his mobile to Len. "Just pulled up." I nod, my eyes still on Rose, hoping she keeps her back to the club. I don't want her anywhere near Adams. It's petty, especially for a man of my status, both in this world and in my wife's world. I have no competition.
Still, the previously bent politician shared intimacy with my wife, and whether she enjoyed it or not, that really sucks. Their connection was profound. I can attest to that. No man could ever forget it. Every man in their right mind would want more. My eyes narrow, my teeth naturally clenching, and I look toward the entrance of the club when I see someone enter out the corner of my eye. I let out a little puff of laughter, watching as Perry Adams, briefcase in hand, heavies to hand, walks across the club floor like the king he thinks he is. A brush with death, aka me, obviously didn't knock him down that peg for too long. I watch him closely, not only to see if he clocks Rose at the bar, but to see if his famously roving eye even glances at any of the dancers parading around half naked. His focus remains forward. I nod approvingly, taking some scotch. Perry Adams looks composed. Not for long. I turn and find James still reeling in the chair, the desk before him about ready to crumble to cinders under his concentrated stare. "Ready?" He inhales, slowly rising. The man is radiating fury. "Ready." Another long slug of his drink before he strides to the door, Otto not far behind. "Hold him in the club until we've moved to the downstairs office," Brad says down the line as we follow. "Given the latest enlightenment, you still think Spittle doesn't know who the bear is?" he asks quietly. I can't see it. Apparently, no person in this town knows who he is. And isn't that the most maddening thing? I can't imagine he'd disclose his identity to a retired FBI agent who's got a mouth on him. The son? I shake my head mildly, my eyes on James' back. I don't know, but I guarantee you he'll find out, I say, taking the stairs. I want a front row seat, Brad grunts, his lip curling. Still holding that grudge? Spittle, the jerk, asked that mad person, Brad's finger comes up, motioning to James' back, to bunk me off. So, yeah, I want popcorn too. I laugh, eyes still on the mad person. With James around, I probably wouldn't need to get my hands dirty ever again. But, well, I like getting my hands dirty. Third time lucky, I say quietly, entering the office. I need to associate with safer people, Brad mutters, pushing the shelving unit closed behind us and going to his phone. We're good. I join James on the opposite side of Brad's desk, our backs to the door, and pull out my cigarettes. Do I need to cage you? I ask in jest, offering James the pack. His eyes turn slowly onto me. He's in no mood for jokes. Just let me lead this, okay? I go on as he takes a smoke. I know Adams. I know what makes him tick. I hold out my Zippo to him before lighting my own. Knock yourself out, he grunts, exhaling as he gets comfortable. Trying to quit? Not while we're in Miami. Brad appears in front of me, taking his chair, and I look over my shoulder to see Otto and Ringo looking cozy on the couch. I return my attention forward as the door opens and I watch Brad's eyes move past me, his smile slowly forming. I'm honored, he coos, the mayor of Miami making a special trip to my club. I've been wondering since you summoned me. Why? Perry replies. Why would Brad Black, ex-mobster, now nightclub owner, want to visit with the mayor? And what did you conclude? Brad pouts. That he wants something. An extended license would be great, Brad says, and I smile. Thanks, Perry. You'd have to apply. But I'm friends with the mayor. I'm straight, Brad, and we're not friends. Okay, I'm not your friend. His hand holding his glass extends across the desk, pointing to me. But he is. He? Who's he? I slowly stand and turn, slipping my cigarette between my lips and sucking back a hit of nicotine, keeping my eyes up. His face. It's really golden. Hello, Perry, I say over my exhale, sending smoke billowing into the room. Gosh, he whispers, frozen. It takes him a few minutes to find any more words, and I let him take that time, thoroughly entertained. I'm completely legit now, Danny. I've gotta be. The time is in order. Oh gosh, don't start creating anarchy. Me? I ask over a laugh. I've been dead for 3 years, Perry, and by all accounts, there's not been much peace around these parts. It's being handled. What's being handled? The gangland killings. Criminals turning up dead everywhere. The police have it under control. It's quieted down. Quieted down? Yes, because the Enigma has been on holiday in St. Lucia and was blown up when he returned a few weeks ago. For goodness sake. So there's no problem with drugs, women, guns? This is America. There's always problems, but it's not an outright war out there. Not yet, no. But Perry had better brace himself. He's also hinted to something that supports what James found out earlier. There's one person controlling Miami, and it isn't who the people elected as mayor. The bear has woven a pretty solid web of crime, somehow getting every crook in this town to answer to him. Who is he? Sit down, Perry, I order, and he scurries over to a spare chair, dropping into it. This is the Perry Adams I remember, constantly frightened. I haven't cheated on my wife since Rose, he mumbles nervously. I ignore James and Otto, who have both just inhaled loudly enough for me to hear. Never speak her name, Adams, I warn. That's the first new rule. You gave me your word. I got you every scrap of information on that lawyer, Green, he rushes on, keen to detail his good deeds. I cleaned up my act. You said, have I asked you for the $35 million you owed me? I ask, and he shakes his head. The photos of you with Rose are gone. I burned them while I shook with fury at the sight of another man with my wife. And I don't plan on killing you. I walk over, standing before him. So I've kept my word. You're not going to blackmail me? Goodness, how does such a pathetic person run this city? He's an embarrassment to men. No, I'm not going to blackmail you, Perry.
I smile, and it's dark. I'm going to ask you very nicely for a few things from time to time, and you're going to give them to me because I'm your friend and that's what friends do for each other. Like what? He asks, surprised but cautious. Well, first of all, I need a permit for the work I've had carried out at Byron's Reach. The work you've carried out, already, without a permit? There was no time to apply. I'm sure you can get something sorted retrospectively, can't you, Perry? What have you built there? Just a cabin. There's a few containers, a massive underground bunker that'll be full of firearms, and my new jet ski business. You need a permit for that too, Adam says, almost reluctantly. Then get me one, I fire back, my face serious. That's all for now. I walk over and help myself to a drink from the bar, which is a very poor alternative to the well-stocked display in the hidden office upstairs. But you're dead. How do I make out official documents to a dead man? I turn and point my drink at James, who remains with his back to Perry. Put them in his name. Who is he? Danny James. The bloke's got many names than the Queen of England, but he had a source who could get us a new identity quickly, and we needed a new identity quickly. But who is he? Perry pushes. You don't want to know. Is that all? I ask tiredly. I know Perry Adams is actually the one wondering that question. Is that all I want from him? A few papers and an easy route to being legit? Or appearing legit? Perry will never know about the bunker. No one will ever know about the bunker. Adam stands, a bit flustered, and edges his way to the door, eyeing everyone in the room, as if he's worried any one of us will pull a gun at any second. Nice seeing you, Perry, Brad beams. Just forward the license when it's ready. Oh, Ringo slaps a palm on his forehead. I forgot to pay those parking fines. I'll get it sorted, Adam says, looking to Otto, waiting for his demand. I'll have a cheeseburger and fries, please, he says, deadpan, and James shows his first signs of amusement since we left the boatyard. I hide my smile and go to the door, opening it for Adams.
Good seeing you, Perry. He looks like he's been hit with a stun gun. Danny Black, the Brit, opening a door for him. His men are waiting on the other side, and the moment their attention points this way, his shoulders rise, his chest expands, and his chin lifts. Jerk. I slam the door and exhale. I still don't like him. Nothing to do with the fact he's been with your wife, Brad says, standing. What's with that? Otto asks, hands facing the ceiling. Forgive me, but he's a bit of a pleb. And your wife, he stalls, thinking better of it, is very attractive, I know. I give the hairy, pierced person a slap on the shoulder. I like you, Otto. Let's not change that. Who's this lawyer? Green? James asks. Derek Green. He's the man who bought Rose's kid on the black market. Adams knows that? Of course he doesn't know that. Does he think I'm stupid? As far as Adams is concerned, Rose needed legal representation after I died. That's what he knows. I feel like I need a head massage. And I'm really starving. We all set for the delivery? James asks, looking on to the club, watching. The guns. He can't wait to load the new bunker and declare his own resurrection. Chaka called earlier. Tomorrow morning. Be ready. I leave the office, my direction automatic. Rose. When I reach the bar, Tank is still in position, along with the other men. Can we lose the other men? I ask, and he gives a short, sharp nod. And you might have noticed, but there's another female behind you now. Who do I need? He points across the club, prompting me to turn. And laugh. Goodness, I breathe, taking in the guy, a dead ringer for Tank in every way but slightly smaller in build. Only slightly, though. You're a twin? I ask, giving him my attention again. He nods. What do they call your brother? Fury. Do I need to ask why? Tank shakes his head and moves to the side, giving me access to my wife. She's oblivious to my presence, lost in articles on cakes, table settings, balloons, and more. She can have whatever she likes, but I draw the line at a bachelorette party, and only because she'd refuse me an invite. My thoughts drift off, and I tilt my head back to look up at the unit of a man guarding my most prized possession, smiling to myself. You work for me now, I tell him, and he nods sharply. My wife's well-being is your one and only concern. Another nod. Every second I'm not with her, you will be. Nod.
He's like a robot programmed to obey my every order. And when you are with her, he asks, eyes forward, I'm growing to like you, Tank, but I'll never invite you into our bed for a cuddle. When I'm with her, you'll know when you're needed or not. I'll organize a room for you and your brother at my home. Do you drive? Nod. Your brother? Another nod. I'll organize cars. I move past him and get up close and personal with Rose's back, my chin on her shoulder. It's been a long day, and I need it to end with food and intimacy. You can have a bachelorette party, I whisper, and she stills, her fingers on the corner of the page ready to turn it. Why are you saying that like I needed your permission? She asks, her tone even. She turns the page again, all casual and unflustered. I look out the corner of my eye to Beau. She's doing a poor job of concealing her smile, dragging her glass closer and pushing the rim to her lips in attempt to hide her amusement. I was expecting a bit of gratitude. I should have known better. Because you do need my permission, but if you'd rather go without. I detach my front from her back and push her empty glass toward the tattooed-covered barman. I wouldn't, she blurts, flying around on her stool and circling my midriff with her arms, squeezing her head to my chest. Thank you, master. Beau snorts over her wine glass, and I give her a warning look that goes right over her pretty blonde head. I don't know what she's so tickled pink about. I might have agreed to a party, but James hasn't agreed to let her join in the celebrations. Don't push me, Rose. She looks up at me, her face accusing. It throws me. So when were you going to tell me that Hiatus is full of semi-naked women? Hiatus is a strip club, I say coolly. Perfect place for a bachelorette party. What? I thought Friday night would work. The night before our wedding? She balks at me. I don't want a hangover on my big day. Then don't get drunk. Danny, it's that or nothing, Rose, I say, making her nostrils flare. She knows the deal. She knows she can't go parading around town on a night out. What does she expect from me? And what about you? She asks. What about me? Are you having a bachelor party? I shrug, unbothered. I'll have a few drinks with the boys. Her shoulders drop, all fight leaving her. Here, on Friday night too? Yes. Come on, we're going for dinner. I nod toward Beau, indicating that I mean all four of us. Where? A little Italian place in the center of Miami. I quirk a brow at Rose, and her jaw drops open. Rose and I had one of our first dates there. Aw, Beau coos. Yes, Rose breathes, her expression full of sarcasm. It's a sign of what might come next. Danny murdered a man for appetizers, threatened to kill me during the main course, and then butchered an old enemy for dessert. It was so romantic. I grin as Beau laughs, completely unfazed. My first date with James was at the opera. He handcuffed me to a chair in a box and left me there while he disappeared to murder a corrupt judge. She toasts the air and finishes the last inch of her wine. Where is he anyway? I look over my shoulder and see him striding this way, and I break away from the girls to meet him. Cooled off? I ask. If you want spittle alive, father or son, I suggest you make sure I'm not around when they're brought to you. Noted. See that guy behind me? James cranes his neck, looking over my shoulder. The one who's as wide as the bar? That's the one. Tank. I figured Goldie might have a problem with any further requests to watch them, so I've outsourced. There's one for you, too. I point across the room to Fury, and James looks. You trust them? I see Brad emerge from the corridor with Nolan and wave them over. He checks out. The others arrive. I'm taking Tank, I inform Brad. And what can you tell me about his brother? He's got fists like boulders, and it's alleged he's bulletproof. His story? Served time with his brother. Cozy, I murmur, taking in the unit before turning to James. You good? Good. I'm going to need to replace them, Nolan pipes up. Then replace them, Brad says, pulling Nolan toward the bar, talking quietly. James leaves me and heads for Fury, motioning him to a nearby booth to talk. That's one issue sorted. I absolutely cannot be worrying about where and when my wife might turn up. I pull my phone out and go to the settings, shaking my head to myself at her sneakiness as I turn off the location sharing feature, looking at her as I do, waiting for the notification to drop on her phone. All I can see is Tank, but then Rose's head slowly appears, craning around his big body. Her face. It's thunder. I blow her a kiss, happy with myself, and lift a foot to join her up. What the frickin'? Time slows to practically nothing, like one of those bad dreams that drag and drag and torture you by keeping you there, as I watch a group of men enter the bar, all lined up, all sneering, all looking pumped up on power. Gosh, the guns in their grasps all rise, and I swing my eyes to the bar, seeing the first signs of real movement from Tank. "Incoming!" I bellow, reaching to the back of my trousers and pulling my gun, ducking at the sound of the first shot. It's not from me. Gosh. Brad dives over the bar for cover, resting the nose of his gun on the wood, firing constantly, as bottles on the optics shatter above him. Jesus Christ. I aim and fire, taking one of the men down. Aim, fire, taking a second, my attention split between the gang and the bar. "Get down," Tank yells to the women, moving fast, getting a grip of a nearby table and ripping it from the floor, the bolts holding it in place, surrendering easily with a ping.
He puts himself back in front of the women, holding the metal tabletop before him like a huge freaking shield. Thank gosh. Danny? At the roar of my name, I instinctively drop to the floor and look up, just as another of the men is taken out. He flies back, hitting the deck. "Stay down," James yells, and I roll to my back to get him in my sights. He's stalking toward me, firing left and right, popping off men like coconuts off a shy. I see Ringo under a table, his lip curled as he shoots, and Otto with his back to a speaker, reloading. James stops a few feet away from me, his gun still poised, his eyes darting. I turn over, checking the club, and then I see him. Backing out of the door, a sneer bigger than Miami coating his familiar face. "What the freakin'?" I whisper, starting to get up, my boiling blood starting to fry my veins. I stare at the entrance, struck. No, it can't be. "Where the freaking is Bo?" James roars, snapping me out of my trance. I slowly turn my eyes onto Tank, who's gingerly lowering his shield. The relief that courses through me when he reveals Rose and Bo hunched on their stools over the bar, arms over their heads, is rampant. Rose turns and cautiously frees her head, peeking up at me. She nods at me and exhales, taking Bo's arm and shaking her. "Bo?" She doesn't move, and my heart races as James sprints full pelt toward her, taking her body gently and firmly. "Bo?" She looks up at him, her eyes wide. "I'm okay," she says, her voice croaky. Her words don't satisfy him, and he starts patting her all over, lifting her shirt, checking her legs. "James, I'm fine." "Gosh, really?" he yells, yanking her into his chest. "Who the freaking was that?" He's frantic. It's understandable. Bo's not long out of the woods, and here she is, dodging bullets. I find Tank with blood on the sleeve of his white shirt. "You good?" "Just a flesh wound." He brushes me off with a wave of his shovel-sized hand, taking a nearby stool. I raise my gun, pacing through the club, and when I make it to the entrance, breathless, I check left and right, searching the street outside. Nothing, but I saw him, and he didn't look very dead to me. "Get inside," Brad hisses, yanking me back into the club and slamming the doors. I step over two bodies, my mind reeling as I head straight back to Rose. I pull her off the stool. James is still holding Bo to his chest, still looking like a restrained monster. "It was Velodia," I say, starting to pull Rose through the club, tossing the keys of my Merc to Tank. "Let's go." "How the freaking can this be? Spittle told me he was dead. He really told me." "What?" Brad asks, audibly stunned. "We're talking about the same Velodia, right?" Ringo asks, tailing us. "The same Velodia who shot you at the Winstable massacre?" "Yes," I grate, still seeing his beady eyes in my mind's eye. "He's dead," they say in unison. "So am I remind them, pushing the door to the rear alley open with the head of my gun. Tank moves past us, opening the back door of the Merc, and I usher Rose in. "Are you sure, Danny?" Brad asks, as James appears, pulling Bo along behind him. He gets her into the back of his range and joins us. "Velodia?" he asks, as the pressure in my head builds and builds. "Russian Mafia? You told me he was dead." "Well, he obviously really isn't," I explode, losing my temper and aiming at a pigeon on a nearby wall, blowing the thing apart.
I need to kill. Anything. I just need to really kill. On that thought, I stalk back into the club and work my way around the bodies, kicking each and every one. Finally, I get what I'm looking for. A murmur. I drop to my knee next to him, snarling in his face as he squints, blood trickling out the corner of his mouth. Where will I find Volodya? I grate. He has a pathetic attempt to spit in my face, the saliva and blood spraying his chin. I locate his bullet wounds, one in his thigh, one in his stomach. Talk, I demand, taking my thumb and shoving it into the hole in his belly, making him squeal. I twist and turn, the squelching sound really hideous. No talking? I lay my gun on the floor and insert my other thumb into the bullet hole in his leg, giving that a few circles. He starts convulsing and jerking, his eyes rolling. I pull out my thumbs, my shoulders dropping in disappointment. He's passed out. Shame. If I thought Doc could save him, I'd have him taken back to the mansion to torture. But I know a dead man when I see one. I pick up my gun, push it into his eye socket, and blow out his brain. Get spittle, I yell, standing and pacing out of the club. Now. I circle the Merc and get in the back, slamming the door shut with force. I feel Rose's worried eyes on me immediately, her hand going to my thigh and squeezing. And without thought, I reach up to my shirt and apply pressure to the old bullet wound below my collarbone from where that Russian jerk shot me 3 years ago. No war in Miami? Rose Esther is fussing around us like a hen, trying to keep our minds occupied with talks of tents, decorative topiary trees, and God knows what else. Beau looks rather engrossed. Me? I'm wondering what the point is, because if today is anything to measure things by, I won't have a freaking husband to marry. The moment we returned to the mansion, Danny called Doc down to check out Tank's arm, James took Beau to their room to double-check every inch of her body, and the men all filed off to Danny's office. Poor Tank, he'd barely been in the job for a half hour before sustaining his first injury. And poor Beau, too. James was not taking her word for it that she was unharmed. He wanted visual proof. She was exasperated, and James was a bull, physically carrying her away when she fought him. I stare at the cup of tea Esther's made me. It's her go-to. Upset? Have some tea. Stressed? Have some tea. Angry? Have some tea. What do you think? Beau asks, looking at me for an answer. Of what? Esther sighs, and I shrug. I didn't hear. Come on. Danny's mom circles the island and joins me, presenting me with a catalog. The oyster or the blush? I consider the two dresses, both stunning, both silk, both undeniably Esther. I've learned many things about Danny's mom in recent years. She's incredibly soft, but hard as nails. She's compassionate and patient. I've also discovered that she has impeccable dress sense since she's been living here as Danny's mother and not his housekeeper. I love them both, I say, looking at the kitchen door. How long have they been in there? I peek at the kitchen clock. We've been knack 2 hours. It's dark outside. I'm dog-tired, but I won't be able to sleep. I can't even begin to imagine the kind of carnage on the horizon. Well, actually, I can, and that is why I'm really petrified. I'll make some tea, Esther declares. You know, I think I'm going to go to bed. I can't stomach any more tea or pretending that I'm fine. I slip down from my stool and drop a kiss on Beau's cheek and then Esther's. Good night, night, they both murmur as I trudge away on heavy feet, Tank tailing me. When I make it to the entrance hall, I stop, listening, seeing if I can hear anything from Danny's office. Nothing. I sigh and take the stairs with effort, clinging to the gold rail to help pull myself up. My heels clink on the marble steps, echoing around the deserted space. Letting myself into our bedroom, I kick off my shoes and pull my dress up over my head as I pad the carpet to the bathroom. I drop it in the laundry hamper and put myself in front of the recently replaced mirror, reaching back to unfasten my bra. I set it on the vanity and rest my hands on the edge, leaning in, inspecting my drained complexion, staring into eyes that look as haunted as they did when he held me here against my will. I feel the same kind of overpowering suffocation and helplessness now, except this time I feel there really is no way out, only by death. I consider my toothbrush, the array of cosmetics I have to clean my face and remove my makeup, but I don't have the energy.
I push away from the unit and go to bed, crawling under the covers, but I don't sleep a wink. When the bed moves, I open my eyes, looking at the clock on the nightstand. It's 2 in the morning. He's been holed up in his office with his men for hours. His chest presses to my back, his hand stroking up my thigh, and then his lips are on my shoulder blade, kissing in slow, soft circles. My body lights up, always does. I'll never stop my natural reaction to his closeness, but I don't respond, my mind having other ideas. No, I say quietly, and his strokes of my legs stop, his lips unmoving on my skin. Rose, I said. No. A heavy, loud sigh, and he's quickly not touching me anywhere. The bed dips again, and a few seconds later, I see his silhouette move across the bottom of the bed toward the doors that lead onto the terrace. My eyes follow, and when he pulls the drapes back, allowing the moonlight to stream in, I permit my eyes to absorb every impressive inch of his naked body. I start at his feet, drift over his sturdy calves, up his legs, across his solid form, his back, his shoulders, and eventually his neck, where his hair flicks out at his nape. He's an Adonis, a masterpiece, still a deadly one, but also a devoted, fiercely protective one. Danny Black, the Brit, the angel-faced assassin, but more than any of that, my husband, my lover, my friend. He pushes the door open and steps out onto the terrace, and I roll to my back, staring into the darkness. My mind circles. Get some sleep, Rose. You're going to need some energy to keep resisting me. Resist him? I couldn't then, and I can't now. God vara me. I get up and go to the balcony, finding him slumped in a rattan chair, his elbow wedged into the arm, the side of his head propped on his hand. A cigarette rests between his fingers, the end burning away just inches from his hair. Troubled. He looks so troubled. I don't want to add to that. It's twisted, backward, crazy, but I have to be here for him while he figures this out. He needs that familiar peace. He needs me, and I can't deny him what he needs, especially when I know I'm the only person in this really difficult world who can give it to him. It's a blessing. It's a curse. It's pressure. I go to him, putting my body in front of his, and he slowly lifts his eyes to mine, his face straight. Passion peaked. They came together intimately, deeply connected. He remained impassive, the cigarette getting dropped, his hands taking my hips lightly. Our eye contact doesn't falter, but our breathing does. It's ragged, broken, strained. His head dropped back, his eyes hooded, drowsy with need, but every single thing I love about his icy blues was maintained. Fire, passion, love. My most important job is to protect you, he whispers, turning his face into my hand and kissing it. No, I fall forward and take his mouth, his gorgeous, absorbing, addictive mouth. Your most important job is to stay alive. My kiss is firm, it's possessive, it's consuming, passionate, and rough. It embodies him. I taste scotch, I taste nicotine. I flex my chest gently, moaning, the tingles building, but Danny gets there first, and he reached his peak, his body tensing against me. For once, he'll leave me unsatisfied, but that's okay. This was for him, his needs, his peace. I hate you, I whisper around his lips, pulling away to get his face in my sights, stroking and feeling at his cheeks gently. His forehead falls onto my shoulder, his sigh weary. I love you too, baby. With my hands stroking his hair, I hold him to me and gaze across the mansion's grounds. And I wonder, how long can he sustain the weight of this world this time around? When I wake the next morning, I'm alone in bed. My mouth is dry and I have a dreadful, anxious feeling in my tummy. I feel around on the nightstand for my cell, at the same time circling my stomach with my palm. It's 10:30. I can't remember the last time I slept past 8. There's a text message from Danny. Morning, baby. I've got things to deal with at the boatyard. Back this afternoon. Let's do dinner tonight. Just us. His words bring a small smile to my sleepy face, and then my phone pings and an image fills my screen. Of him. My beautiful, killer husband. The Rolls-Royce of bulletproof vests. Happy? My smile fades. Things to do at the boatyard. Take a delivery. I sigh. I'll never be happy that I must force my husband to wear a bulletproof vest. And last night at the club, the ambush, the confirmation of enemies far and wide is why. I thought we'd kissed goodbye to the dangerous world that brought us together, the world we barely survived. My stomach churns and I groan, edging to the side of the bed and going to the bathroom where I'm in range of a toilet if I need to. I flip on the shower to cool and get under the spray, willing this awful queasy feeling away. I feel no better by the time I've washed my hair. Anxiety has never featured in my life. I couldn't let it. My walls were high, the bricks solid, but the moment I met Danny Black, cracks began to form, and bit by bit, the wall has come down, exposing me. I love it, I hate it. I hear a knock at the bedroom door, followed by Beau calling my name. "Come in," I shout, pulling a towel down and wrapping myself in it. I step into the bedroom as she pushes her way into the room. I catch a glimpse of Tank and Fury in the corridor, practically filling it. "Hey," I say, taking a brush off my dressing table and starting to work my way through my wet tresses. "Have you been in the gym?" I take in Beau's sporty-clad body. She looks magnificent. Tight black leggings that enhance her shapely legs, a sports bra that makes her chest look phenomenal, and a washboard stomach that I could file my nails on. Her blonde hair is piled high, her face fresh, her eyes alive and shining. Whatever she's had, I want some. These past few weeks, she's come on in leaps and bounds, working out, chatting more, smiling more. But more amazing than how amazing she looks this morning and the progress she's made recently is the absence of sleeves. Her brutally scarred arm is out on full display for all to see. And as if she's noticed I've noticed, how could I not, she lays a palm over her forearm, as if her dainty hand can hide it. "Too much?" she asks, immediately making me feel terrible. I'm not staring because I'm shocked. God, no. I shake my head, ridding my hand of the brush. "I'm proud of you, so proud." It seems while Beau is taking steps forward, I'm going backward. "Did you put sunscreen on?" She rolls her eyes, going to my wardrobe. "Yes, I put sunscreen on." She rummages through my clothes. "Come on, we have a busy day." "Doing what?" I ask, perching on the end of the bed, suspicious, wondering if Danny's been in her ear, telling her to keep me busy. Undoubtedly. "First, we have target practice," she says, "Hasenk. Do workout clothes exist in your life?" "Target practice? I'm no gym fanatic, Beau. The closest thing I have to sports attire is a wetsuit, and that's back in St. Lucia. Then this will have to do." She whips out some yoga pants and a loose-fitting t-shirt. "Get dressed and get your gun." She throws my clothes beside me and pulls her cell out from the back of her leggings when it rings, sighing at the screen. "Your dad again?" I ask, starting to dress. "How many calls have you dodged now?" She's doing anything she can to avoid seeing him, and I know it's because she's worried he'll knock her back a few too many paces. He's called every day. Gazing at the screen, she visibly inhales and answers. "Dad?" She starts pacing, looking at the ceiling every now and then. "I'm sorry, I've been busy." She turns toward me and shows the ceiling one palm, cringing. "Yes, I'm good. No, I'm fine." Her hand meets her forehead. "Yes," she sighs. "Tonight. Okay." She tosses her phone to the bed and grimaces. "Can't wait," she adds to herself, looking at me with begging eyes. I don't know why. There's not much I can do to get her out of it. You can't avoid him forever. She blinks a few times, seeming to completely lose the brightness she's gained recently. "Beau?" Shaking her head, she joins me on the bed as I pull on my t-shirt. "My mom said that to me the night she died." Looking at me, she smiles sadly. She was desperate for me to make amends with him. I reach for her hand and hold it tightly. She might be telling herself she's doing this for her mom, but I can see the lost little girl inside her, the one hidden behind the fierce cop and warrior woman. "How's your uncle? I've still not met him. If I didn't know better, I would think he's a figment of Beau's imagination." "Doc's coming over later." She pulls her hand from mine and reaches for her cell, tapping away at the screen before tucking it back in her leggings. I honestly don't know what to do. He's a shell. It's like the roles have reversed. He's always been there for me, forcing meditation on me, trying to pick me up when I hit rock bottom, which was a lot. She shrugs. It's an offhand move that's far from offhand. Obviously, he's in shock, but I think it's the unknown too, you know? He's had no explanation from Dexter, no opportunity to try and understand. He needs closure. So does Bo. Someone she loved, someone she trusted, not only betrayed her, but delivered a blow, literally, that killed her unborn child and put Bo in a hospital. She'll be lucky if she ever gets her head around that. I hope you both find that closure. I pull my wet hair into a ponytail, unable to blow-drying it. Are you okay? She asks, frowning at me. I'm fine. I slap on a smile, unwilling and unable to offload my woes on my friend. Her strength is putting mine to shame. Are you? I counter, deflecting the question. She eyes me suspiciously. I'm fine. Doc checked me over this morning. But you had a checkup with Doc yesterday, twice, before and after the shootout at Hiatus. I shake my head to myself. A shootout? For Christ's sake. James is just being paranoid. She stands and pulls down the waist of her leggings a little, revealing her wound. It's no longer angry. The bruising faded completely. Hardly noticeable, she murmurs. I wouldn't say that. And even if the visible scars fade to nothing, I know the hidden scars will always be there. I find my purse, pull out my gun, and slip my feet into some sneakers. Ready, I declare, holding my pistol up and posing Charlie's Angel style. Bo laughs, mirroring me. Never send a man to do a woman's job, she says, flipping me a wink. And just like that, I'm smiling with no effort at all. Bo is literally a godsend in my life, and I know she feels the same about me. An urge too powerful comes over me, and I throw my arms around my friend, hoping she appreciates just how much I appreciate her. I feel the same, she says quietly, embracing me, both of us with handguns in our grasps. Watch where you're pointing that gun, I say, my words thick, the lump in my throat growing. She holds me tighter. We're not allowed to cry. I know. Then stop it, she orders, pulling away and catching the wayward tear trailing down my cheek. Sorry, I quickly brush up my face. You do know what you've let yourself in for, don't you? I'm a terrible shot. Ask Danny. We head for the door and I swing it open. Tank and Fury turn and both back up into the wall when they catch sight of the guns in our grasp. Oh, crap. I shake my head, holding up a hand in surrender. I'm not going to shoot you, I assure them, although I seriously wonder if a bullet would even penetrate their humongous frames. They both relax. How's your arm? I ask, pointing at Tank's bicep with my gun. His hands come up. Mrs. Black, he says, his voice pleading. Come on. Gosh, sorry. I lower my weapon and Tank relaxes once again. We're going shooting. Where? I don't know. I turn to Bo. Where? Somewhere in the grounds. It's big enough. She heads toward the stairs. We're not leaving the mansion, so no need for an escort. I follow, as do Tank and Fury, ignoring her. Strict orders, he grunts. You won't know we're here. I look over my shoulder as they follow us down the hallway to the stairs. They can't even walk side by side, they're so wide. I doubt it, I murmur. After bypassing the kitchen to each grab a coffee, we make our way to the gardens. Esther is on one of the pathways, talking to a lady I don't recognize. She shakes her hand, all very officially, and Bud takes over, escorting the woman to the gates. Who's that? I ask, pointing, with my gun. We seriously need to teach you some gun etiquette, Bo scorns, pushing my arm back down. So, who was it? I was interviewing her for the housekeeper position. Oh, we both say, long and drawn out. Something tells me it's another no. How many is that now? I ask, smiling when Esther narrows her eyes on me. You think I'm being fussy. I laugh. I don't think you're being fussy. She's being very fussy. What was wrong with that one? My arm muscles engage again to point, but I manage to keep them under control. I haven't put my finger on it yet. Well, Bo says, you better pull your finger out because Danny will be hiring for you if you don't. Her shoulders drop. I wouldn't ask him to hire someone to do his job. What, kill people? I ask over a laugh, which isn't at all appreciated by Danny's mother.
Her warning look is fierce as I sip my coffee, backing away with Bo. "Where are you two going anyway?" she asks, eyeing our armed hands, and then our 2 personal protection officers. "Shooting practice. Don't forget the tent company will be here later to talk about where it'll be set up." "I won't. And the men's suits are ready to collect." "Great. And your dresses will be delivered tomorrow." "Super." A wedding, a celebration, doesn't seem quite appropriate now. I pout, my stomach turning again, dislodging that anxiety. So I drown it with coffee. Rose?" Bo says, grabbing at my arm. "What?" She starts backing up, her eyes round. Confused, I locate the source of her wariness and find Danny's 2 Dobermans, Barbie and Cindy, before us, their thick necks extended, their eyes set. They're not growling, not barking, but they're wary, their stance threatening. My confusion multiplies. They're used to me now, and they're used to Bo too, so what's their problem? "Hey girls," I coo, extending a hand for them to sniff. They growl, and I quickly retract my offering. "Okay, don't move," I warn Bo, watching them closely, quickly weighing up our options. "You want me to just stand here and wait for them to eat me? They're not going to eat you." "You sure? They're literally licking their lips, Rose, and dribbling." "They are, and it's weird." And then it occurs to me. I slowly look over my shoulder. Tank and Fury are stock still behind us, really scared. "Don't move," I warn them quietly. They don't. Not their eyes, not anything on their colossal bodies moves a whisper. Really, I don't know how to handle this. "Sit," I order, but they don't sit. Instead, they start to growl and snarl. Gosh darn it, I think they only listen to Danny. "Where's Danny?" Fury asks from behind, his voice shaking. "The boatyard." "Great. Sit," I blurt. "Lay." But they remain unmoving, their hackles up, their stare stuck to Tank and Fury. Gosh darn it, I'd take the mutts over you any day of the week. Wise. They're less deadly than I am. I smile at the memory. "Heel," I order, and the dogs are up like lightning, charging toward me and sitting at my feet like good little girls. I give them all the fuss they deserve, hearing Tank and Fury exhale their relief. "Away." They dash off, barking, and I smile. Way less deadly than Danny, and yet I still wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of their bites. "Are you okay?" I ask Bo. "I'm fine, but I don't think they are." She nods toward Tank and Fury. The twins look plain terrified. "I thought it was your job to protect us," I say, smiling and pivoting, wandering off, armed with my gun and my coffee. "Your aim is completely ridiculous," I grumble, taking one step closer to the wall where every single one of the tin cans Bo set out for me is still standing. Every single one.
I peek at Bo's side of the wall. No tin cans, because they're all scattered within a 20-yard radius with holes in them. "Loosen your grip. You're too tense." She aims and fires, barely lining up her shot. Too tense. The shock jerks you and your aim will be off. Tank and Fury both nod, agreeing. Feeling the pressure of my audience's close observations, I try again, closing one eye, holding my arms out straight but not stiff. And "squeeze the trigger," Bo says quietly. "Squeeze the trigger," I murmur, doing just that. A bang sounds, followed by a high-pitched ping, and a can flies off the wall into the air. "Ha, see?" Bo comes over, taking the gun from me. "We're out of bullets." She looks across to the Vikings in silent question. They both shake their heads in perfect sync. Spoil sports. I pout. Then I hear Esther calling me. I shade my eyes to try and see her, squinting. And when she comes into view, I gasp. Oh my God. What? Bo's quickly shielding her eyes from the sun too, trying to see what's got me panicked. My boy, what is he doing here? How is he here? I start hurrying toward the house, taking him in. God, he's grown more in the weeks I haven't seen him. "Rose," Bo yells, and I'm suddenly jarred to a stop, being dragged back. She turns me away from Daniel and takes the gun out of my hand. "Gosh," I murmur. "Now you may go," she says, ushering me away, pushing both the guns into the back of her leggings. I continue toward him, taking him in from head to toe.
I do it every time. Assess every beautiful inch of him, every hair on his head, every fleck in his blue eyes. Hey. He gives me one of those half hugs kids of his age do, a kind of push into the body and one arm around the receiver's back. He's gotten even taller. Will you please stop growing? I can't keep up. He's nearly overtaking me. He points back at the mansion. Whose house is this? He asks, looking stunned. My lips press together and I glance to Esther for help. It's actually mine, since Danny signed everything over to me on his death. But obviously, I can't tell him that. We're renting it. Who are all the men everywhere? He looks past me, his head retracting at the sight of Tank and Fury. They work for Danny. Gosh, this was a bad idea. The questions are just going to keep coming. How did you get here? Esther picked me up from school. She did? Esther smiles, tilting her head at me. What is that? What's going on, and why don't I know about it? Especially when it's concerning my boy. I'm doing burgers for dinner, she says, ignoring my questioning face. Do you want one, Daniel? She just can't help it. There will be no new housekeeper. She relishes her, what does she call it? Faffing too much. Sure, he says, distracted by the mansion. It's massive, man. Daniel, this is Beau, my friend. Hi, Daniel. Hi, he says without even looking at her, transfixed. Hey. I poke him in the shoulder. This is my friend Beau. Ripping his attention away from the house, he smiles awkwardly. Nice to meet you. You too. Beau backs away, keeping her back where our two guns are tucked away, out of sight. I'll catch you later. I'm going to check on my uncle. She reaches behind her and turns stealthily, keeping the guns concealed. Hope he's okay, I call as Fury passes us, shadowing Beau. There's a delivery for you, Esther, says, motioning toward the drive. For me? I ask. She says nothing and makes her way to the house, and I throw my arm over Daniel's shoulder, starting to walk him back. It's so good to have him here, so good to see him, but I'm really not sure if it's a good idea. I push my lips into the side of his head, breathing him into me. Where's Mister? He asks, tensing slightly at my affection. Just dealing with some business. I glance at the sky, giving it a pained look. Jet skis? He asks, hopeful. Yes, jet skis, I chirp. He deals in jet skis. Speaking of which, Esther comes to a stop up ahead, arms up, like, ta-da! I stop in my tracks, stunned, as I stare at a Jeep tugging a trailer up the long driveway, 2 jet skis on the back. Sick, Daniel gasps, breaking away and running toward them. Oh my God, this is sick. I take in the 2 sparkling machines as I kick my legs to life, approaching the trailer as it comes to a gradual stop, while Daniel dances along the side, oh my goshing all over the place. Both are black, both Sea-Doos. I round the back and locate what I'm looking for, and my heart squeezes. One has Mr. scrolled across the back, the other, Kid. Matching jet skis for my man and my boy. I look at Esther, and she smiles softly before entering the house. Surprise, I murmur, completely shook. This is epic. Daniel continues to leap and jump by the side of the trailer, looking about ready to pee his pants. When can I take it out? Oh my God, I'm definitely gonna beat Mister now. He dives at me, throwing his arms around my useless form. Thanks, Mom. Welcome. All I can think about is guns, bloodshed, murder. I break away. Go help Esther, okay? I'll be in soon. He prances off as a young lad hops out the driver's side, his long hair held back by a bandana, his shorts halfway down. I think he likes it, he says, running a palm down the side of one of the jet skis. Who are you? Leon, he grins. You must be Rose. I am. What do you do for my husband? Help run his jet ski business, of course. He pulls out a smoke and lights up, kicking his dirty Converse back and leaning against the Jeep. Of course, the jet ski business. I bend down by one of the jet skis and tap the side. It doesn't sound hollow. It's a good start. I rise, thinking, feeling eyes on me. I peek to my right and find Tank watching me closely. What do you think? I ask, motioning to the machine. Sick, he grunts, and I laugh, then hear the sound of the gate sliding open. A convoy of cars drive through one by one, Danny's Merc and Anne's Mainz Rover in the middle of the long line. Not conspicuous at all, I grumble, folding my arms over my chest. The cars come to a stop, and Danny emerges, looking like the absolute god he is.
Strong, powerful, respected. I take him in from top to toe, his beige chinos, his crisp white shirt as he slips on his shades. He falters in his movements when he finds me. Am I in trouble? He asks, as all the men disperse. I motion to the trailer, to the house, to Danny standing by enough flashy cars to make up a fleet to escort the president. Daniel's here, I know, and you think that's a good idea? I know it's a bad idea for you not to see him. He approaches slowly, perhaps a little wary. You look off. His palm lays across my forehead, his face concerned. I feel a bit queasy, I admit. It might have something to do with endless men wanting my husband dead or dead. I've told you before, I'm invincible. He swings an arm around my shoulders. You've met Leon then. I raise my brows at the boho kid. He looks like hell fit right in, I murmur, and Danny laughs, knowing I'm not talking about the gun side of his business, which is exactly why Leon's been hired. He slots right into the facade. But my question is, does Leon know what else goes on at the boatyard? Of course he knows. He must have been there today when Danny's delivery arrived. I'll get these back to the yard, boss, Leon says, turning another cheeky smile my way, bowing. It was nice to meet you, Mrs. Black. You too, Leon, I say, watching him, full of beans, hop back into the truck and pull away. Danny starts walking us into the mansion, Tank on our heels. What have you been doing this morning? What have you been doing? I counter, holding his hand where it dangles over my shoulder. You know what I've been doing. He pulls his glasses off and looks down at me with high, warning brows. Now answer my question. I pout. Beau's been giving me a master class in shooting. Oh, I'm still quite bad. He laughs, and it's my favorite laugh from him. Pure, real. We enter the kitchen and find Daniel, with his sleeves up, ready to plunge his hands into a bowl of ground beef. Hey, mister, he chirps, his eyes lighting up when he sees Danny. Hey, kid.
Danny pulls a stool out and pushes me onto it, going to the fridge and fetching a bottle of water. He ruffles Daniel's hair as he passes and drops a kiss onto Esther's cheek as she chops onions. What did you think of the skis? Danny settles on a stool opposite my boy, holding my thigh with one hand and drinking his water with the other. It's so sick, man. Daniel's hands plunge into the meat and start mixing in the onions as Esther scrapes them into the bowl off the chopping board. Thanks, mister. Welcome. Maiden voyage soon? When? He asks, as keen as I knew he'd be. Now? Danny laughs while I break out in a sweat. Daniel at the boatyard? Maybe next week, I say, appeasing him, feeling Daniel's amused stare rooted on my profile. I'm glad he's finding this funny. Danny's busy, plotting death. I peek at Esther. She's smiling at her onions. This was a terrible idea. Why am I the only person around here who seems to realize that? And what the hell did Hillary and Derek think about my mother-in-law showing up to collect Daniel? They must have been full of questions. Unless... I look at Danny next to me, my eyes narrowing. He looks out the corner of his eye as he slugs back more water. Obviously, gun smuggling and murder is thirsty work. What? He asks. You didn't kidnap him, did you? I whisper. He rolls his eyes. No, I didn't kidnap our boy. Our boy. The circumstances of Daniel's arrival is suddenly forgotten. Our boy. My heart squeezes, happy and sad. I want him here, of course. All the really time, I want him here, and yet I know that's impossible. My cell rings, and Danny looks down at the screen. The gate? He asks. It'll be the tent company, I answer, and instruct Bud to direct them to the main house. I'll meet them on the drive. Hanging up, I set my eyes on my husband. I'm glad you're back, I say, and he peeks at me with a little fear. Why? I need help deciding where the tent will be. I definitely detect a minuscule drop of his shoulders. Come on, I say quickly before he can object, getting up and heading for the kitchen door. I'm met by Ringo and Otto, their frames filling the doorway, halting the escape. They look straight past me to Danny, and I glance over my shoulder, seeing him nod mildly and get up. You said you'd help, I whine dejectedly. No, you said I'd help. I'll help, Daniel chirps, his fingers slathered in sticky meat. And me, Esther pipes up, a blatant move to placate me. It's all good and well, but I'm not marrying Esther, and it would be quite nice to have my husband involved somewhere in the planning. See?
Danny murmurs as he approaches, sinking his fingers into my hair and kissing my forehead, trying to appease me too. It's covered. He pulls away and I swallow, unable to look him in the eye. I feel like I could cry. How stupid. Okay, I relent, breaking away and turning, hiding my face, but I only make it one step before I'm tugged to a stop. I look at his big, lethal hand wrapped around my forearm. I said okay. A swift tug has me facing him, but I keep my eyes low, willing the glaze to go away. A tent, for goodness sake. What's gotten into me? The tips of his fingers grip my chin and lift, but I resist, making it as hard as possible for him to make me look at him. "Rose," he says, low and threateningly. I swallow and look up. His glacial eyes are annoyed slits, but his grip soon softens, as well as his stare. He breathes in deeply, nodding. "Give me half an hour," he says, eyes on mine, and for a moment I think he's told me to give him time, but then Ringo and Otto back out of the kitchen, and I realize he's talking to them. He dips and bites my cheek. "Come on," he whispers, curling an arm around my neck and hauling me close. "Let's go talk tense." I smile, settling into his side. He chose me. "I won't be long, Daniel," I say, looking back at my boy. He doesn't even acknowledge me, his focus on his burger mixture. He clearly loves being with Esther, who is totally in her element being on grandma duty. When we get to the front drive, I greet a man who's staring up at the front of the mansion. "You must be Franz." "Rose," he says, taking my hand. "Thank you for coming at such short notice." "No problem. You are lucky we had a cancellation. This is my husband, Danny." "Nice to meet you," Franz says, offering his hand. "Husband-to-be, right?" "Right," Danny replies, accepting and shaking, sizing up Franz. "Local?" "Naples, actually. Quite a drive." Danny releases and stuffs his hands in his pockets. "Shall we?" He starts wandering around the side of the house. I was thinking by the pool. "You've been thinking about it?" I ask, following with Franz. "It's off the main patio." "Makes sense." He looks back at me. "Did you have somewhere else in mind?" "No." "Then off the main patio it is." He comes to a gradual stop and points to the lawn. "There." "Great." Franz gets a tape measure out and starts taking notes. "I assume electric is accessible?" "Over there," I say, pointing to an outside socket. "Perfect. We'll need access the day before to get everything ready." "No problem." Danny perches on the low wall that edges the patio. "What kind of lighting were you thinking?" "Over to my wife," he says. "Wife-to-be," Franz corrects him, and Danny peeks at me, a small smile tickling the corner of his lips. "Right," Danny agrees quietly, hardly heard. "Wife-to-be." He crosses his ankles and gets comfortable, and I swing into action, confirming all the plans, lighting, tables arrangements, chair dressings, everything, while Danny gives the dog some fuss. "You could at least pretend to be interested," I mumble, muscling my way in between Barbie and Cindy. He sends them away and looks over his shoulder when Ringo approaches behind us. I really have to go now. He stands and kisses my cheek. "You've got this." He wanders off, talking quietly with Ringo as he goes. I've got this. Have I? Have I really got this? Because I'm losing my grip more each day. I wait until they've disappeared around the corner before following, peeking around the house when I get there. A car pulls up and Brad gets out, going straight to the back. And a few seconds later, a man is dragged from the back seat, wailing his protests. It's the detective who came here when Danny was missing, the one who asked us to identify his body. Spattle. Spittle? I thought he and Danny were good. For God's sake, I mutter, watching as he's manhandled into the house by Brad, who has a gun wedged into the man's temple. Not really cool. God help any man here if Daniel sees anything he shouldn't see. "Rose?" I bite down on my teeth and pluck a smile from nowhere, turning to face Tank. "Yeah, okay," I mumble. I'm spying on my husband. I make my way back to Franz and walk through the rest of the plans, my mind elsewhere, my stomach back to churning terribly. Once we're finished, and I've handed him over to Bud to see out, I hurry back into the house, bypassing the kitchen to avoid Esther and Daniel. I feel sick to my stomach. "I'm fine," I call back to Tank, who's following my hurried pace. I burst into our room, dash across the carpet, and the second I'm in the bathroom, I throw up everywhere on loud, body-jerking retches. "Jesus!" I gasp between heaves, yanking off some toilet paper to wipe my mouth. "Still fine?" I swing round and find Tank in the doorway, grimacing at the toilet. Keep this to yourself, I order harshly. The last thing I need is Daniel thinking I'm not strong enough to deal with everything. I hate this, but I have to endure it. I have to stay strong. Gosh, very me, I whisper, locking myself in the bathroom and drawing on every ounce of strength to pull myself together before I go downstairs to be with Daniel. I need to appear okay, not just for the sake of my husband. James, where are you holding him? I ask Brad as I follow him into Danny's office, the thirst for a kill overwhelming me. He laughs his way to the drinks cabinet and pours himself a scotch as I shut the door, an unmoving sneer fixed on my face. I'm not telling you. He turns, smiling at my barely contained rage. Maybe you should burn off some energy in the gym. I drop into a chair. I'd rather burn some energy on spittle. Why is he still alive? Spittle of one of those things in life that everyone hates, but serves a purpose, so we have to keep it. Brad throws back his drink. Like toes, we all hate them, but we need them. My fingertips start drumming my jean-clad thigh, my mind planning all the ways I'm going to kill Spittle, because one way or another, today or tomorrow, he will die. Brad takes the seat beside me, passing me a tumbler. I can sense some pacifying words on the horizon. There are 3 things I know about Brad Black. He has a sick sense of humor, he's a cold-blooded killer, and he thinks really hard about his kills. A bit like Danny Black, and me. A thoughtful killer is the deadliest killer, a killer who plays with their prey, extends their torture, prolongs the thrill. Although thinking seems to be beyond me at the moment, has been since Bo became the endgame. I just want to kill every person who poses a threat and be done with it. Move on. Seal the peace that is eluding Bo and me. I'm technically still dead. It won't stay that way for long with Danny causing ripples in the underworld. Take a breath, Brad says quietly as I throw the vodka down my throat. Or a drink. The door opens behind us and we both crane our necks to find Goldie hovering on the threshold. What is it? I ask, and she opens up the way, revealing Bo. The sight of her balances me, and I exhale, taking in her lithe body coated in lycra. I've eased her gently into exercise, made a point of it, and her well-conditioned body has handled it well, her muscle memory helping. I flick my head for her to come in as I rise, meeting her in the middle of the room. What's up? I ask, cupping her head in my hands and pushing my lips to the top of her head, inhaling, closing my eyes, relaxing. I expect the smell of sweat. No sweat, just her intoxicating fruity scent. Calm. I need some more bullets, she says. Simple as that, straight up, no hesitation. I still, and my eyes snap open. I see Goldie hovering on the edge of the office with Fury, both doing a terrible job of hiding their amusement, and I hear Brad behind me outright chuckling. Yes, really hilarious. I pull away, although I'm evidently reluctant, and cautiously peek down at her. She's doing a terrible job of hiding her smile, too. Taking my wrists, she pulls my hands down from her face. Good day? She asks. Me? I'm more interested in yours. Rose and I did target practice. My entire being seems to deflate, and Bo starts massaging at her wrist. Take it easy, I warn, replacing her working hands with mine, rubbing gently as I guide her to the couch and nod for her to sit. Otto and Ringo walk in, and Brad stands. He's been dragged into the garden, Ringo grunts. Something to do with the wedding. Freaking wedding, Brad mutters. Worst idea he's ever had. Apparently the suits are ready, Otto says, prompting Ringo to glance down his front. I don't know what's wrong with this one. It's not a tux. Ringo looks across to Goldie. You got a new suit? When I expect her to go psycho on him and his incessant, unexplained need to rile her, Goldie instead lifts her chin. No, actually, I have a dress. Her eyes quickly turn to slits, daring any man in the room to question her. So, of course, they don't. Ringo's learned his lesson. Almost. But a dress? Goldie? Bo laughs beside me, and I turn an interested look her way. She shrugs. About those bullets. I'm living in a messed up version of Little House on the freaking Prairie, Brad snaps. I'm going to smack some balls over the net.
Let me know when Romeo's finished pacifying Juliet. Say that to Rose, Beau shouts on a laugh. No freaking way, he calls back, pushing his way through the men. And woman. So, the bullets. She really wants those bullets. It's the third time she's asked, and I'm worried, especially after she nearly shot me when she found out I was there the night her mother died. Nearly being the operative word here. If Beau hadn't been sporting a broken wrist, I wouldn't be sitting here now. And since she's not averse to getting trigger-happy with me, perhaps I should rethink my desire to ensure she can protect herself. Being in a relationship with Beau Haley is perilous in every way. No bullets, I say, looking up and giving Goldie and Fury a nod. I've got this for now. Goldie pulls the door closed, and I return my attention to Beau. How's Lawrence? She wilts before my eyes, which tells me all I need to know. Not that I need Beau's reaction. I have it from a good source, namely, Doc, that Lawrence is still in his suite here at Black's mansion. He's not eating, not speaking. I don't know, she says on a sigh. He won't let me in his room today. He's locked himself in. I don't even know if he's taking the meds Doc has prescribed. We'll find out. Come on. I catch a wave of uncertainty pass across her face. I've agreed to have dinner with my father tonight. I make sure I hide my grimace as I know she'll be dreading it. He doesn't like me, and I can't say I'm his biggest fan. He's been absent from Beau's life for too long, not there when she needed him. He thinks showing up at the hospital when Beau was shot, throwing his weight around, making demands, would heal the years he's been lacking. It won't. Now he's just another cause of stress for Beau, and that makes me dislike the egomaniac even more. The feeling's mutual, of course, but I couldn't have handled things at the hospital differently if I'd tried. Couldn't have been civil. Not to him, not to anyone. I want to know where, what time, and who will be there. She's not surprised to hear my demands. He's texting me. Good. Let's go check on Lawrence. I go to stand, but she pushes me back to the couch and clambers onto my lap. Oh? Beau, I warn roughly, this isn't the time or the place. I've got Danny on the warpath, Brad sulking, Lawrence hiding, Spittle waiting for me to mutilate him. What? She whispers, her hands moving intimately. I hold my breath, scrambling for some willpower to resist her. I have, to deal with. My back cracks, arching as she touched me intimately. Oh, really? My legs straighten. Black spots hamper my vision. Of course, I can't deny her. Never will. She's been doing so great in recent days. Who am I to hamper her progress? So I take this precious moment to be close to her, the tip of my finger running along the waistband of her workout leggings. Her hands on my chest, she leans into me, eyes flicking all over my face. I want to look at you for a minute. She kisses the corner of my mouth, and every drop of blood inside sizzles. Feel you. Working out suits you. She gives me an impish grin, a telling grin. She's got me, and she knows it. I'd prefer to work out with you. Her smooth palm glided intimately. Since Beau's epic meltdown at hiatus, their intimacy had definitely cranked up a notch, or 20. But I'm still careful, still cautious, still worried about the long-term damage. And yet, when she looks at me the way she's looking at me now, her eyes lazy, full of desire, her body literally captivating me, the animal inside growls his want. You want to work out? I ask, lifting from the couch, Beau attached to my front. I hold her under her arse with one hand and take her to Danny's desk. God forgive me, swiping a few things off before sitting her on the edge. Here? I ask, pushing into her chest, sending her down to the wood. Her breathy, desperate yes is hardly decipherable amid our heavy breathing. But we were together this morning. They came together in passion, their bodies moving as one. Afterwards, breathless, he whispered, "You okay?" She hums, sounding sated and happy, her thighs limp around my torso. Were you hoping someone would walk in on us? I lift, getting her in my sights. She's staring at the ceiling, panting, so I nuzzle her cheek to win her attention. She looks so drowsy, spent. I don't feel the need to be seen anymore. I kiss her hard and deep, with all the passion I feel for her and her alone. So long as you see me, I see you. She bites my lip harshly, dragging it through her teeth, and I hum, eyes on hers until my flesh pops free. Is there any news on Dexter? The biggest passion killer if ever there was one. No, I moved away from her, pulling a Kleenex from the box on Danny's desk and tidying up before pulling her leggings back up. There's been no breakthrough. My mind is feeding words to my mouth, and I have no control over them. Getting Dexter's body back was a priority. Then we found out Spittle's son heads up the bank where Beau's mother held the safety deposit box, and the Russians ambushed Hiatus. Naturally, the latter two moved to the top of our priority list. I pull Beau up and help her get her sports bra back down. Come on. I dip and start collecting up the few things I swiped from Danny's desk, and Beau joins me. "Who's this?" she asks, collecting up the photograph of Spittle and his family, studying it. "That's no one." I plunk it from her grasp and slide it onto the desk, and then take her hand, leading her from the office. "Sure it is," she mutters. I ignore her and bypass the kitchen to pick up the master key from Esther, and by the time we make it to Lawrence's room, Beau is silently apprehensive. I unlock the door, but when I try to open it, it doesn't budge. "Lawrence?" I call, putting some weight behind me. He's pushed something against the door. "What?" I strain, pushing my shoulder into the wood. "For goodness sake! Lawrence!" Beau yells, starting to panic. "Lawrence, let us in!" She starts banging on the wood next to my head. "Lawrence!" Her urgency fuels my own, but for the life of me, I can't get the gosh darn door to move. What in the world has he put behind it? "When was Doc here?" I ask her. "Earlier." "Need help?" I look down the corridor, seeing Fury emerging from his room. "Yes, get this door open." I kick it with my boot, pulling Beau out of the way of the bull that's about to charge. "Hurry," Beau orders, frantic, her voice cracking. "Please, hurry." "Hey." I spin her into my chest, holding her close. I look at Fury over Beau's head, my eyes telling him to get it done and get it done fast. Something's not right. "It's fine. I'm sure it's fine." Fury backs up as far as the corridor will allow, and he stomps forward fast, his shoulder meeting the wood with a deafening bang. The door doesn't budge, and, as inappropriate as it is, I'm relieved because if the unit that is Fury is struggling, I don't need to lift those extra weights as I thought. He looks across at me on a frown, obviously thinking along the same lines as me. What in the world is behind the door? "Bro?" Tank rumbles, appearing at the end of the corridor. "Yes, 2 battering rams. And if they can't shift the door, I'm going to have to break a window and climb up the face of the house." "Help me," Fury orders, waiting for his brother to join him. They run at the door like rhinos, crashing into it, knocking it off its hinges. A collection of bangs sound from inside the room as Fury takes the door and lifts it out of the doorway, propping it up against the wall. A pile of furniture greets us, wardrobes, chests, chairs. "What in the world?" Tank mutters, walking through the heap, shifting it aside like a snowplow clearing a blocked road. "Oh my God, what?" Beau breathes. "What is it?" She tries to go after him, but I grab her, a nasty feeling falling. "Beau." I pull her back, looking to Fury. "Get Doc," I order, and he stomps off at a steady jog. "Wait here." I give Beau eyes to suggest the consequences will be dire if she ignores me. "Really, James?" She dips, dodging my reaching hand, disappearing into the room. "Oh my God, no!" "Goodness gracious," I hear Tank gasp. I'm in the room like a bullet and find Lawrence on the bed with a plastic bag over his head, his lifeless body surrounded with pill pots. "No!" Beau screams. "Gosh, get that bag off." I grab her and haul her out of the room. "Rose," I yell, restraining Beau's flailing arms and legs. I don't even know if Rose is up here. "Rose." "Beau, calm down." I hear footsteps up ahead, and Rose appears with Esther, both out of breath. "Rose, please, take her," I beg as Beau wails and screams in my arms, hitting my chest repeatedly. "What's happened?" she asks, racing down the corridor, her face horrified by the state of Beau. "Beau, babe, come on, come with me." Rose looks at me, alarmed, eyes questioning, and I turn my stare toward Lawrence's bedroom. Rose gasps, catching sight of Beau's uncle. "Gosh, really? Okay. Beau, I need you to come with me." Rose doesn't let Beau's fighting body deter her, grappling with her arms, enduring the constant deranged hits. "Beau, listen to me," Rose shouts, and Beau stills, but her breathing is shot. She looks up at her friend on a despairing sob. "He's going to be okay," Rose says, leading a now compliant Beau to her room. "I promise." She looks at Esther, who watches on, stunned.
Will you make sure Daniel's okay? Translated, keep the child away from the really carnage happening all over this house. I blow out my cheeks, dragging my palms down my face. He's going to be okay. I think Rose just made a promise she can't keep. Gosh, I yell, punching the door that the twins just charged down, knocking it to the floor. I brace myself, trying to get my head on straight. Beau's being taken care of. Now. I stalk toward the bed, seeing Tank with his ear to Lawrence's mouth, his fingertips on his wrist. Well, he's breathing but has a weak pulse. I exhale, relieved, scanning the scene and trying to assess exactly what we're dealing with. Endless pill pots, photos scattered everywhere. I'm here, Doc announces, racing in with his case, Fury following with another 2 hefty bags of equipment. Oh, goodness. He gets to work immediately, while Tank and I stand back, useless. I haven't seen Lawrence for weeks. He was a slight man, all arms and legs, but the weight loss is dramatic, his limbs now bony. It's a shocking sight, and one I take absolutely no pleasure from. I force my eyes away and start pacing the room, wanting to get back to Beau so much, but not with the news I know she'll need. Doc won't insist on a hospital. He knows that isn't possible. Both Danny and I made that clear when we brought the retired doctor into our world, and he accepted on the condition that we provided everything he could possibly need for every eventuality. He got it. I'll need to pump his stomach, Doc says, hooking a bag of fluids to the headboard. Will he live? I ask, my tone as blunt as my words. He'll live, Doc replies, pulling a length of rubber pipe from one of his bags and applying some kind of gel to the length. I saw him only a couple of hours ago. He nods to the piles of furniture by the door. That barricade would have taken him some time to build, and he hasn't vomited. I nod, backing out of the room. Would you two mind? I say to Tank and Fury, indicating the widespread remains of Lawrence's barricade. They nod and get to work. Update me. I make my way to Rose and Danny's room, entering without knocking. Beau is huddled on the bed sobbing, Rose's arm around her. She looks up at me through glassy eyes. He's going to be okay, I say quickly, hoping to ease her worry. But I can't see a way forward without having Lawrence launched constantly, and I'm not letting Beau be that person. She releases a pained whimper and gets off the bed, coming at me and pushing her body into mine. I hold her, feeling her relief all over me, as well as her tears soaking through my t-shirt. I can only thank God that we found him in time, and I know Beau will be crucifying herself over this. While Lawrence was attempting suicide, I swallow down the anger before it consumes me. Beau's been doing so well. Worried about her uncle still? Yes. Asking after Dexter? Yes. But her lost spirit has been awakening more recently, and it's been a comfort to my ravaged soul. This will set her back, and I can only resent Lawrence for that.
Come on, I say softly, gently detaching her from my front, giving Rose a nod of thanks. She waves it off with ease, smiling, though it doesn't touch her dark blue eyes. The situation, naturally, could be the cause for that, but now I'm more together. I notice she looks a bit pasty. I cock her a questioning look, and she once again waves it off. I'm going to take Beau to lie down, I say, leading her from the room. I'm here if you need me. I look back, seeing her heading for the bathroom. She shuts the door, and a couple of seconds later, the toilet is flushing. Way too soon for her to have used it. I'm suspicious, but now is not a good time to question her, so I file my observations away, ready to mention it to Danny. Rose is in the bathroom, I say to Tank as we pass. Tell Fury Beau's lying down for a while. I want to see him, she says, resisting me. No. I scoop her up and lock her to my chest. You'll let Doc get him comfortable, then you can see him. I enter our room and place her on the bed, pulling her trainers off and the sheets back. Her eyes are puffy and squinting, signs of a headache from crying so much. Get in. She does what she's told, and I crawl in behind her, spooning her, cuddling her close. Over an hour passes before her breathing changes. Her body goes heavy against me, twitching every now and then. I lie with her a little longer before carefully easing myself away when I know she's sleeping deeply. I head straight for Lawrence's room, meeting Doc in the corridor outside. He's conscious, he says, pulling the zipper on his bag closed. I would like to say it was a cry for help, but I hear you. I work on fixing my irregular breathing before I enter, my anger building. Thanks, Doc. I gently knock before pushing slowly through the door, and I find him awake on the bed. When he turns his eyes my way, his lip wobbles. Come to tell me what a selfish jerk I am? Yes, I reply, closing the door. You must have known what this would do to her. He's an intelligent man. Lawrence looks away, ashamed. I'm not prepared to let him hide, so I round the bed, putting my big frame in his field of vision. Your husband shot your niece. My voice raises of its own volition. He killed my... I suck back air and suck in some control. I cannot lose my mess. He killed our baby, Lawrence. He closes his eyes, hiding again, but he can still hear me. I make sure of it, pulling a chair up by his bed and getting close. Not threatening, but certainly in his space. You don't have to like me. I don't want or need your approval, but I do want and need you to pull your mess together for the sake of Beau. I swallow. That woman, my woman, has been through hell. She lost her mother. Her father is a self-serving, power-hungry, womanizing jerk who showed no interest in her, not past what she could do for his public image. You, Lawrence, were all she had, and she might have me now, but she still needs you. So I'm going to ask you nicely, just this once, to really get your act together and stop mourning the man who nearly took her from us. Look at what's in front of you and make the really most of it, because we're all learning really fast that life is too short. I clench my eyes shut, grappling for calm, blindly feeling for his emaciated hand and squeezing. I'm begging you, Lawrence. I open my eyes and find his glazed gaze on me, his hand constricting mine weakly. I can't let her return to those dark places again. She's done so well, even after a mountain of more mess being piled on top of her. If she breaks, I'm breaking with her, and that's going to cause all kinds of chaos for Miami. He whimpers, sniveling. Any other man I'd condemn outright for being so weak and pathetic. But Lawrence, I can only feel pity, and my wrath won't solve this. Look at him. I'd break him in two with a flick of my little finger. I don't know how to be without Dexter, he whispers. You'll be honorable, Lawrence. You'll be loyal and real. You'll be everything he wasn't. He eyes me with a weak, wry smile. I never had you pinned as a shrink type. When someone matters to you, when they're your world, you be whatever you need to be to make them okay. A killer too? A killer too, I confirm, not beating around the bush. He's heard things, many things. There's no getting away from that. You told me at the hospital that you'd kill Dexter if you find him. I can only nod. What a really messed up situation I'm in, and once again I wish I could turn back the clock to the moment I snapped and finished Dexter. I've never lived with many regrets. Since Beau ambushed my life, they seem to be coming thick and fast. But Beau's made me promise not to, I add. He shoots his eyes my way. She did? She won't marry me otherwise. Oh. Lawrence breathes, eyes darting, my bombshell sinking into his head. After a few silent seconds, he looks at me again. Who's the bear? I don't know, I confess, realizing I'm still holding his hand. And yet I can't bring myself to pull it away when he's clenching it with force, like a lifeline. He's at the top of the Miami criminal pecking order. I think Jazz figured out who he was, and that Dexter had been corrupted. Hence, he had her killed. Lawrence shows me the first sign of anger, and I can't help but think it's a good thing. He needs anger to extinguish the grief. Anger will help. So I fuel it. But it was Dexter who made it happen, Lawrence. It was Dexter who tampered with the evidence and hid the footage that proved it wasn't an accident. It was Dexter who killed Jazz and nearly Beau too. I do something I hadn't planned, standing and releasing his hand. I turn and pull my shirt up, showing him the mess that is my back. His gasp is weary, weak, and as shocked as it should be. You tried to save them, he whispers. I will find out who the bear is. I will kill him, Lawrence. I drop my shirt and face him, our talk stoking the anger within. I need to be on my A game, and worrying whether you're going to try and top yourself again and distress Beau isn't going to help me. So do whatever it is you need to do. Put your stockings on, your makeup, your really wig, I do not care. But now's the time to pick yourself up.
I see something lift in the frail man, something significant, and yet I can't cling to it, not yet, not until I see him make moves to rectify this mess he's caused. A sharp nod, a sniffle, a rough wipe of his eyes. He can't give me much more in this moment, only an execution. I'll leave you to rest, I say, giving Lawrence space to mentally stock up on strength. I take a few moments outside his bedroom to cool my hot head before picking up my feet. I pass Esther on the stairs, a tray in her hand. She's resting. This is for Lawrence. Doc said some tea and toast would probably go down well. Daniel's eating his dinner with Rose. I smile. Tea. A good old British cup of tea, and Danny's mom makes a cracking one. Thanks, Esther. You're welcome, James. I'll check in on Beau, too. The men just went into Danny's office. She continues up the stairs, and I go find the men, bowling into Danny's office. At the exact moment, he swipes a machete and takes off the head of a man. I stop where I am, avoiding the spray of blood, and watch as the head rolls across the carpet. It slows, doing a little twirl, before coming to a gradual stop at my feet. Eyes on me. I look up at Danny. Feel better? I ask, stepping over the dismembered head, hearing the muffled sound of retching. I peek out the corner of my eye and see Goldie barely containing her need to throw up all over the place. I smile to myself, dropping to the couch. What did I miss? Danny holds out the blade, and Ringo is quick to relieve him of it. He looks down at his shirt, flicking at the spots of blood. Well, Spittle's dead, so you obviously decided what to do with him. I look across to his head, thinking Spittle might have been better off letting me at him. You sure Doc can't work his magic? Danny smirks, dark and dirty, and pulls his cigarettes out, lighting one and exhaling over his words. He was no good to us anymore.
He toes Spittle's body with his dress shoe. His lip curling Otto got into his bank accounts. A deposit landed yesterday. 200 grand. I nod, thoughtful. Payment for services rendered or services to be rendered? I muse, wondering or knowing if Spittle's failure to advise Danny that Volodya is still breathing may have also contributed to his gruesome death. How? Danny's had him watched like a hawk since he kindly removed his genitals from the meat slicer. How stupid can a man be? Or desperate? Otto disabled his mobile phone, Danny says, so when he was seen talking on one, it roused suspicion. He swipes up a clear plastic bag from his desk, and I lean forward, trying to see what's in it. A mobile? Spittle, God bless his heart, Danny muses, taking another drag of his cigarette, tried to hide it when he saw Len coming at him, hid in a cubicle of the men's restroom at the restaurant he was in. When Len kicked the door in, no mobile phone. He tried to flush it? Otto asks. No, he rammed it up his rear. Danny smirks, glancing around the room, seeing everyone wince, no doubt their muscles clenching like mine. Apparently, we need to do internals on our prey now. Everyone steps back. Are you telling me he was using himself with a phone? I ask, grimacing. Danny laughs, and it's a full-on belly laugh, his palm landing on his desk to hold him up. That's a psycho laugh. I've heard my own enough to recognize one. He composes himself, wiping under his eyes. The question I have is how many calls did he make? He holds the bag up again, and the tension in the room thickens, everyone's eyes snapping to each other, wondering which lucky person is going to have the honor of handling it to find out who Spittle's been calling. Any offers? Danny asks, giving everyone a moment of his eyes. No? Brad steams through the door in full workout gear, his muscles still pulsing, his forehead pouring sweat. The toe of his trainer nudges Spittle's head, sending it rolling a few feet across the floor. His eyes widen. For goodness sake, Danny. Good workout? Danny asks, resting his rear on his desk. He's ex-FBI, for Christ's sake. He's a really snake. He pushes the butt of his cigarette into an ashtray. He told the bear I'm still alive. He holds up the bag again. He's been making calls right under our very noses, and he ordered a psycho assassin to murder you, Brad. Don't talk about me like I'm not here, I quip, resting back, enjoying the show. For goodness sake. Brad yanks a towel from around his neck and wipes his face. You're just pissed because you wanted to end him. Yeah, I really did. He snarls down at Spittle's head, draws his foot back, and kicks it across the room, the power giving it some height. Gosh, Danny ducks, and Spittle's head ricochets off the wall behind him, leaving a sizable blob of blood on the paintwork. You jerk. Oh, Spittle, what a really mess he was in. So what has the bear got that we haven't got? I ask, resting an elbow on the arm of the couch, propping my head up, thinking. Because there's gotta be an explanation for Spittle being so very stupid. Everyone turns their eyes onto his head, looking at what being stupid gets you when you're stupid around Danny Black. I need to burn off some steam. Balance. I need to stand on my head to clear my head. I get up and move toward the door. I'll hold the pads first, Danny says, dropping the phone back on his desk. I don't care who gets into that phone, but I want answers by tomorrow. He looks at Brad. Coming? No, I've got to get to the hiatus. He pulls his t-shirt over his head. I can't really believe you've murdered Spittle without me. Stop crying about it, Danny says tiredly. And someone find me his really son. He catches up with me and we walk side by side down the corridor to the foyer. What's going on with Beau's uncle? He asks. Stupid person tried to kill himself. We reach the staircase. Do I have a body yet? I don't like the expression on Danny's face. Yeah, about that. What about it? They gave it to the sharks. That answers that then. Gosh, I'm sorry, mate. I did say I'd make sure no one finds it, as per your instruction. I shake my head, hoping to God my message has gotten through to Lawrence. I need to check Beau. Meet you in the gym. Sure, he replies, heading for the kitchen. Mum, can you take Daniel home? I take the steps 2 at a time and find Fury in the corridor. She's awake. She went into his room, he says, motioning to Lawrence's door. About 5 minutes ago. I nod and take the handle, pushing my way in quietly. She's sitting on the edge of her uncle's bed, holding his hand. When she looks up at me, I expect to see tears. Instead, I see hope. And then she smiles a little. He's okay, she says over a swallow. Glad you're feeling better. I join Beau by the bed, taking a chair, then check my watch. You have dinner with your father in an hour. You'd better get ready. You'll have to leave soon. Oh, I'm going to cancel. She shakes her head vehemently, returning her attention to Lawrence. Uncle Lawrence needs me here. I peek at Lawrence out of the corner of my eye, and his lips purse. He's thinking exactly what I'm thinking. He's thinking Beau just found the perfect excuse to cry off doing something she's been avoiding for weeks. Lawrence is fine. I reach forward and knock her arm lightly, and she looks at me, cautious. She's cottoned on that I've cottoned on. Aren't you, Lawrence? Fine, he agrees, sitting up, the effort it takes him painful to watch. He clasps both of Beau's hands. I don't want to. I inhale some patience, but I keep my mouth shut, hoping Lawrence can solve this without me throwing demands around. It's no secret that I think Tom Haley is a jerk, but once again, I'm willing to overlook that for the sake of Beau. It's another demon of hers that needs crushing. For me, Lawrence pleads, and I slowly sit back, my focus shifting to Beau, watchful. It's below the belt, but I'm not about to call him out on it. Right now, Beau will do anything to help Lawrence, and if that means he manipulates his position for the sake of Beau's peace, I'm all in. It would make me so happy for you to reconcile with your father. I know my brother is challenging, to say the least, but he does love you, Beau, even if he has a hard time showing it. He offers a weak smile. It's not his fault he's an emotional defect. I laugh to myself. Well played, Lawrence. Well played. You'd refuse to believe Lawrence and Tom Haley were brothers if you didn't know them. Chalk and cheese. I see the subtle lowering of Beau's shoulders. Fine, she relents. But if any journalists show up, I'm leaving. Tom Haley better not disappoint me. Go get ready, I order gently, not giving her time to overthink this. I'm going for a workout. She's suddenly acutely aware, running a scrutinizing gaze up and down my form as I stand. She's searching for evidence of a kill. Not me, I confirm, my eyebrows high and knowing. He's waiting for me. She nods, slowly, contemplatively, but she doesn't ask questions, leaning up on her tiptoes and pressing a kiss on my cheek. I push into it, swallowing. She's checking if I smell of murder, too. Don't you trust me? Her mouth moves to my ear, and it forces my body to lock up. I trust you to do whatever it takes, and that might mean lying to me, she whispers, discreetly reaching for my groin and touching me intimately.
My eyes shoot to Lawrence, who's looking at Bo fondly. She squeezes, and I suppress a low, pained growl. You won't lie to me, will you? There's my girl. I believe you have me at your mercy, baby, I murmur. Don't forget it. She clenches down harder, and I cough. Gosh, what is she doing? Bo, I warn, spiking a coy, satisfied smile as she releases me and steps back. Gosh, I turn and leave before Lawrence catches sight of my groin area, exhaling as I go. She's having dinner with her father, I say to Fury after I've pulled the door closed. He's a megalomaniac, so expect hostility. You got it.
And no matter how many dummies he throws out of his pram, do not take your eyes off Bo. He nods, and I slip into our room to throw on some workout shorts before making my way to the gym. I walk in and find Danny raining holy hell on a punch bag, battering the ever-loving gosh out of it. When the door closes behind me, he stops, virtually hugging the bag, panting. I work out alone, he heaves, and we both smile as I lower to a mat and get my arms in position, ready to find my balance and, hopefully, a clear head. I slowly bring my feet from the mat, my knees to my chest, and start extending my legs until I'm as straight as a pole, the rush of blood to my head familiar and needed. I zone out, my mind clears, and I float in a bubble of quiet nothingness. I walk my way through my kills, reassess their purpose, mentally cross them off the web that sprouts from the bear. The Irish, the Polish, the Russians. Drugs, women, guns. Animals. The snake, the shark, the ox. All leaders of their division, but foot soldiers of the bear. My eyes snap open. 70 minutes, James. Danny's distant voice is muffled and grainy. Your head must be really throbbing. I lower my feet to the floor and blink, feeling the blood rush back into my body. His son. I turn my eyes onto Danny. What? Spittle's son. Why haven't they found him? Otto said he's not been at work and no one at the bank will talk. I've pushed the search wider. I start to pace, circling the mat, thinking, you're making me really dizzy. Danny grabs a bottle of water from the fridge and swigs ravenously. Tell me what you're really thinking before I beat it out of you. I'm thinking the bear has his son. It's the only explanation for Spittle doing something so really stupid. You mean taking money, concealing mobile phones in a highly inappropriate way, or crossing us? All of the above, but something tells me he's been even more stupid than that. I get up, grab my phone, and jog out of the gym, Danny on my tail. James, for goodness sake, talk. I make it to Danny's office and push my way in, finding Len clearing up the mess. Dropping to my knee, I scan Spittle's body, feeling at his jacket, working my way down the buttons. I find exactly what I knew I would. I pull the button and a wire follows. I look up at Danny, my eyes telling him to keep his mouth shut. His face. Gosh, he's raging. I yank at the wire, cutting the reception. What the heck? Danny breathes. It was a trap. He wanted you to bring Spittle here. I toss the wire aside and rise. What was said before you decapitated him? He walks over to the scotch and pours himself a large glass, his workout sweat becoming an angry sweat. Gosh, 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 did you mention me? And as if my phone has heard me, it rings, and we both turn cautious eyes onto my hand where it's held. I'm going to assume that's a yes, I say, making Danny's nostril flare. So he knows I'm alive now? I answer my mobile, my jaw rolling. Silence. I look at Danny, seeing the monster drop into his eyes. Silence. I hit the loudspeaker icon. Silence. I will not be the first to break it. How's Bo? He asks, and then he hangs up. Gosh, Danny yells, throwing his glass across the office. I'm gone like a bullet, tearing through the mansion at breakneck speed. Everyone, I roar, crashing through the doors and leaping down the steps. I fall into the nearest car and feel around at the ignition. Keys. I get out, moving to the next car in the long line of Mercs, flinging the doors open one by one. Get me some freaking keys. Here, Danny yells, racing to the Merc at the front. I'm driving. I don't argue, sprinting to the passenger side and falling in. I go straight to my phone to dial Fury, seeing a text message from him. 10 minutes ago. The restaurant is below ground, reception spotty. I won't move far from Bo. Gosh, I slam my fist into the dash, dialing Fury anyway. What is it? Bad reception. It goes straight to voicemail, and I curse my head off some more as Danny skids out of the gates onto the main road. The sound of a phone ringing fills the car, and I glance down at my screen. It's not mine. Tank, Danny says, taking the call through Bluetooth. Now's not a great time. We just dropped the kid home. Rose and your mother are insisting on stopping off somewhere. He stares ahead, his hands flexing around the wheel, his already terrible mood getting some stress added to the mix. Where? Some workshop near the airport. Workshop? I think it's supposed to be a surprise, so I'm feeling a bit backed into a corner here, boss. Text Len and tell him where you are so he can join you. He hangs up and scrubs a hand down his face. Put your freaking foot down, Danny, I order, dialing Fury again. Breathe, breathe, breathe. No answer. I reach forward and pull open the glove box, dragging out the Glock I find and checking the magazine. You know what this means, don't you? I say to the gun, my veins burning, my trigger finger twitching. Yeah, Danny whispers. It means we're both back from the dead. He turns cold blue eyes my way. I will fight you to the death for this kill. Then I'd better find him first, I murmur, my eyes constantly passing between the clock, the speedometer, and my phone. Bo. An hour. For one whole long hour, I've sat here listening to my father talk nonstop about himself, his investments, his unbearable girlfriend, and the development of new apartments he's building on the marina near Sauce Beach. Maybe he's nervous, or perhaps he is simply that egocentric. The only thing pleasurable about dinner with him so far is the food, and the surroundings are quite lovely too. The Mexican downtown is traditional and quaint. The food is delicious. For that alone, I'm glad I didn't turn away at the door when I realized Dad had failed to take into consideration my issue with busy spaces. Although really, it wasn't all that busy in the main restaurant. I've faced worse in recent times, but James isn't with me tonight. My father seemed oblivious to my building stress as we stood on the sidewalk outside, his eyes fixed on my exposed scar. I think I saw regret in his eyes. Regret and pain. I can't eat here, Dad, I'd said quietly. It was in that moment he clicked. He apologized profusely, held me by the tops of my arms, and begged me to let him fix it. He didn't let me down. We've been seated downstairs, away from the main restaurant upstairs. It's quiet down here, just us. No journalists, no girlfriend, and no anxiety on my part. But the presence of Fury hasn't gone unnoticed, my dad recoiling when he caught sight of the mountain shadowing me as I got out of the car. He's a friend of James, I'd explained simply. And he hadn't pressed. I expect he wasn't prepared to face the consequences. Smart man. And so, yes, it's been okay. I can cope with it. My father, on the other hand, blows my mind at every turn. I don't even know what he's rambling on about now. His lips moving, his arms swinging around animatedly between forkfuls of his pasta. What do you think? He asks, taking a mouthful of his wine, waiting for me to answer. Great, I murmur, lost, my compassionate side unwilling to let me rain on his proud parade by telling him I've not been listening. Just nod, smile, agree every now and then, and this will all be over very soon. Excellent, he smiles, holding up his glass for the waiter to fill. I'll make the arrangements. I nod, clueless, and glance at my phone. Still no service. I look to Fury. He shakes his head. I'm getting progressively more restless, my thoughts increasingly difficult to keep in check. There's been no mention of James from my father, the man he thinks abuses me. He's not asked after Lawrence, not that I can share much, of course, and the need to bring up my mother is becoming overwhelming. Here's my father, laughing, jolly, boasting about his high-flying life, and where is the woman he abandoned? The woman who was by his side when he was nothing, the woman he discarded when he became something. Dead, murdered. He's so really blissfully unaware, it's crushing.
But it's not his fault. I have to keep telling myself that, or I'll melt with a rage that's being channeled on the wrong person. I'm just going to use the restroom, I say, getting up, prompting my father to rise too. Excuse me. I dab my lips with my napkin and walk away from the table, fury on my heels. My eyes are on my screen, searching for just one bar that'll give me some coverage so I can check in on Lawrence and also call James, because I know he'll be fretting. Nothing. Gosh, I breathe, pushing my way into the restrooms. I wander around the small space, arm in the air, willing my cell to pick up a connection. Nothing. I pull the door open.
I need to go upstairs for a second, I say to Fury, skirting past his enormous body. I won't settle until I speak to Lawrence and James. I reach the stairs, take the handle, but my foot stops just shy of the first step when I see someone coming down them. My heart begins to beat double time, my head quickly swimming as I back up into Fury's chest. What the hell? I whisper, quickly and instinctively moving behind the nearest thing that'll hide me. Fury. He looks over his shoulder to me, his big, bearded face frowning. Who's that? He asks, hand on his hip. I look past him, just as Ollie reaches the bottom of the staircase, his expression alarmed by the beast before him. My ex-fiancé, I breathe. Should I kill him? What? No, you shouldn't kill him. Why would you ask that? Because I'm pretty sure that's what James would tell me to do. I close my eyes, my meltdown very real. Not only because Fury is right, freaking hell. All is suddenly very clear. This is a trap, a ploy, a joint effort to reel me back into Ollie's affections. We need to leave. Stay there, Fury orders, one arm moving out to hold me behind him, the other remaining under his suit jacket where his gun is holstered. You don't need your gun, Fury. You might know him, but I don't. He's an FBI agent. And James is a mass murderer, so I'll take my chances. Thanks. Ready? Oh, God. Bo? Dad's voice comes at me from the side, and I cautiously peek at him. Why? I ask. Why would you do this? Do what? He astounds me at every turn. Is he that thick-skinned? I move out from behind Fury and face the situation. My ex. Ollie raises a hand in hello, but his eyes are set firmly on my muscle-bound guard. I can only imagine the conversations between my father and Ollie. It's worrying. Ollie was there when Dexter held me at gunpoint. He heard what was said, and in a moment of panic, I try my hardest to remember exactly what that was, and if Ollie was even conscious when it was said. I can't be sure. I can't recall. It was a frantic situation, most of it a blur, and the next thing I knew, I was waking up in the Brits' mansion. But what I can be sure of are the damaging statements that Ollie flung around when I broke my wrist. Dad definitely heard that. So now what? They've formed an alliance? Why did you bring Ollie here? Dad recoils, moving closer, his neck craning to see the bottom of the stairs. Ollie? He smiles immediately. What a nice surprise. God, give me strength. Does he actually expect me to buy his nonsense? Dad, give me some credit. I move forward, but quickly get tugged back by Fury, obviously getting too close for his liking. His hands still on his gun, his eyes still resting on my ex. He doesn't break his stare, simply shaking his head, and because I trust him, and perhaps because I want my dad and ex to come out of this alive, I listen, remaining where I am. Bo, darling, Dad comes to me, arms open. I had nothing to do with this. Then why is he here? I look to Ollie, for the first time noting how forlorn he appears. I saw Tom this afternoon, he says. I asked after you, of course, and he mentioned your dinner plans. Since you're not taking my calls and I can't seem to get close to you, he turns his eyes onto Fury, who moves in closer to me, his massive chest pressing into my shoulders. Bo, I don't know what kind of trouble you're in, but is it that man? Dad pipes in. Are you talking about that man, James? Dad comes to me. Has he hurt you again? No, and I'm not in any trouble, I grate, going to the table and grabbing my purse. Everyone needs to stop interfering. The panic on Dad's face as he rushes to me pierces my heart. Bo, don't go. We were having such a lovely time. I'll call you, I say, passing him, just as an almighty bang comes from upstairs. Oh, really? I whisper. The sound of charging men pounding through the restaurant is deafening, and he crashes down the stairs like a wrecking ball, landing at the bottom, armed, his face nothing short of raw, burning rage. And as if James wasn't enough, Danny speeds down behind him. Both are in workout gear. What the hell is going on? I watch, pensive, as James's gun swings back and forth from my father to Ollie, as if he can't quite decide who to kill first. What on earth? Dad cries, arms held in the air, moving back. Ollie remains silent, backing up into a wall, watchful eyes on James, whose breathing is off the charts heavy. I would like to think the mere fact that my ex is here isn't a good enough reason for James to be charging in on my dinner with Dad, brandishing a gun. But I know James. He hates Ollie. Yet something isn't sitting right. And with Danny backing him up, what's going on? I ask, splitting my attention between them. Why are you here? Neither appear prepared to talk, both silent, both looking pretty gosh murderous. James? He doesn't look at me, his focus elsewhere. What is he thinking? For a man who's been encouraging me to make amends with my father, he's not exactly helping matters. Fine, I snap, pushing my way past them, done with this. With them. I get 2 steps up before I'm hauled back and pulled into James's chest, his gun now set on Ollie. You take your hands off my daughter, Dad bellows. Dad, I breathe, willing him to shut the hell up. Now is not the time to wield his ego. Please. What are you thinking, Beau? He goes on, waving a hand at James, deranged. He looks at Danny. And who the hell is this? His partner in crime? Another wannabe gangster? Oh, Jesus. Dad really doesn't want to know who this is. He doesn't want to know anything. James is not a gangster. He's a murderer, an assassin. He's the enigma, and I know my father will have heard of him because his dead wife was chasing him down before he left her for another woman. That there is Danny Black, better known as the Brit, Ollie says, his face unmoving as if he's heard the whispers of Danny's resurrection. And him, he goes on, turning his eyes onto James, there's no record on him. Nothing. Nowhere. Who really are you? Danny asks, moving forward threateningly. Inspector Gadget? Danny, please, I beg, feeling James's white-hot gaze on the back of my head. He means no harm. Do you, Ollie? James asks, his voice ice. Do you mean any harm? I'm not standing around listening to this, seeing this, Dad yells, yanking his jacket off the back of his chair, his disappointed gaze landing on me. He has no right to feel disappointed, and yet it still stings. This is absurd. He stalks away without another word, and I watch, annoyingly disheartened. This isn't the last you'll hear from me, he yells back. I'll have you thrown in jail. Danny's suddenly moving fast, and he seizes my dad, throwing him against the wall, wedging the gun in his cheek. Danny, I yell, scrambling to get free from James' tight hold and failing. This is definitely the last we'll hear from you, Mr. Haley, Danny whispers menacingly, moving his hand to Dad's throat. My father's eyes widen and fear falls into them. Danny, stop. The only reason, he hisses, you're not dying now, Danny moves the gun to my father's temple and Dad flinches, is because you're Beau's father, and I have a really gosh annoying fondness for your daughter. He shoves him away, so go away before I misplace my morals. My head goes into my hands, my brain about to explode. That's it. I can kiss goodbye to any kind of happy families I might have secretly hoped for. It was one thing Dad suspecting James was physical with me. I could have proved otherwise. But there is nothing I can do to erase the past 5 minutes of weapons being flaunted and deadly threats being thrown. Beau, Ollie says quietly. Beau, Just go, Ollie. I exhale, begging him with all I have. Go before they kill you. I back up toward the ladies' restroom and disappear through the door, going to the mirror and roughly wiping my eyes. I have around 2 seconds alone before James charges in. Don't, I warn, furious, unable to appreciate the immense ball of rage burning wildly before me. He's caused me untold stress by barging in on my dinner, and himself for that matter, as well as Danny. My father might have been frightened while Danny held him at gunpoint, but once he's out of reach, his ego will kick in and he will be moving mountains and using his influence to get James and Danny thrown in jail. I would like to think he'd be doing that for me too, and he'll no doubt play that card, but I know my father. It'll be for his image more than anything, because God forbid anyone finds out that his ex-cop daughter is wrapped up in the criminal underworld of Miami. You've made this even more hard, difficult work than it already was, James. I move past him fast. Obviously, he makes a grab for me, but this time I don't let him win, stealthily twisting and locking his arms, sending his gun to the floor. I rush up the stairs. Beau! I ignore him, marching through the restaurant, seeing all the tables are now without diners. There's no staff either, empty. But then, seeing two men like James and Danny charging through with guns would explain that. "Bo, go away, James," I yell, pushing my way out of the door, looking for Dad. I see Ollie pulling away and Dad getting into his car up the street. "Dad, I can't leave things like this. I can't let him think I'm a doormat or even a victim. Dad, wait." He stalls at his car, watching me hurrying toward me. "Dad, please," I say, coming to a stop, a little breathless. "Bo, my darling, come home with me," he pleads, his face soft, his worry real as he massages his chest. "I can't do that, Dad." "You can," he insists, constantly looking past me to the restaurant, wary of what's going to come charging out of the doors at any moment, gunning for him. "I'll take care of you." I smile, but it's sad. It's like he's brandishing words he thinks I need to hear. Problem is, even if they were the right words, it's too little too late. His phone rings, and he curses, taking the call, grimacing as he continues to rub circles on his chest. "Dad, are you okay?" He looks ashen. "Bo, for goodness sake," James bellows, and I look back, seeing him and Danny piling out of the restaurant, still armed. "Gosh darn it," I mutter, torn between holding them back and seeing to my father. "Just give me a minute," I say to Dad, heading back toward James, set on calming him down. Why are they here? Especially together. I walk with intent, like no woman should walk toward two deadly men. "Bo," Dad calls, holding the side of his car, his body hunched. I stop, worried. "Dad? I'm fine," he wheezes, trying to straighten himself and failing. Jesus, has my boyfriend given my dad a heart attack? "Bo!" James yells, winning my attention. Boom! The front of the restaurant seems to swell. The sky lights up, windows shatter, glass sprays, and the sound pierces my eardrums. I scream, bringing my hands over my head to protect me from the flying debris. I stagger toward a nearby wall to lean on, my hands holding my ears with force, suppressing the exposure to the never-ending roar of noise. The flashbacks, the screams, the burning, unbearable heat. I see Mom's car. I see her face the second before it blew up. No! I look up, spinning on the spot, disoriented. The ringing in my ears is unbearable, my vision foggy. It's all too familiar, but I can't feel the blackness setting in. I can't feel the pain. "James?" I yell, frantically searching the street. Panic pushes my shock aside. He was closer to the restaurant. Oh my God! "James!" I scream. The smoke is thick. Car alarms wail, people scream. "James! Bo!" I gasp and move toward his voice, cutting the plumes of dense air with my body, coughing into my hand. The heat. God, the heat. "James?" "Here," he says. "I'm here." He emerges from behind one of Danny's Mercs, holding the side to hold himself up. All the windows have been blown out, the hood littered with broken bricks and glass. James's face is smudged with soot, and he has a horrible hacking cough. "Really me," Danny splutters, getting up from the ground, his hands braced on his knees as he coughs his guts up. "Fury," I murmur, scanning the area. Where's Fury? Both James and Danny look to what remains of the restaurant, the flames billowing inside. "Oh no," I whisper, my hand coming up to my mouth. "No, no, no." "Bo, we need to get out of here," James barks, seizing me. "But Fury," I wriggle and squirm in his hold, trying to pry his hands from around my waist as he drags me away. "He's here," Danny yells, disappearing behind a mountain of rubble and emerging a few moments later with Fury staggering along beside him, hacking and choking. "Get in the car." My relief gets the better of me, emotion catching up, and I let out a racked sob. It's short-lived. "Dad," I blurt, starting to fight James's hold again. "My dad." I'm suddenly facing the other direction, James having swung around, and I see my father holding on to the side of his car, looking completely stunned. He's in shock. I break away, running toward him. "Dad," I pant, making it to him, holding his suit-covered arms. "Dad, are you okay?" "Bo, we need to go," James barks. "I can't just leave him. He's a zombie, completely out of it." "Gosh," James curses, taking my father's arm and guiding him to the passenger side of his car. "Where are your keys?" Dad blinks rapidly, patting at his pockets absent-mindedly. "I don't know. I had them."
I scan the sidewalk where he was standing and spot them in the gutter. I've got them. I dip, collecting them, and throwing them across the roof of the car to James. Get in, he orders me. I do as I'm told and watch as James rounds Dad's car, signaling to Danny up front, and as soon as he's behind the wheel, he screeches off, throwing me back in my seat. Get your belt on, Beau, he demands harshly, catching up to Danny as I slowly pull my belt across, shaken to my core, my ears ringing, my attention split between my raging boyfriend and my traumatized father. Until I hear sirens. I peek out the back of Dad's car and see various emergency service vehicles speeding into the street from the other end. You knew something was going to happen, I whisper, turning back around. James is supposed to be dead, so what in the freaking world is going on? He looks up at the rearview mirror, finding me. Are we just going to skirt past the fact that someone just tried to blow you up again? He doesn't say anything. He doesn't have to. The bear's moves are becoming bolder, and death seems to be getting closer. It's complete chaos outside Danny's mansion when we pull through the gates. Otto and Goldie look about ready to tear each other's heads off, Ringo between them, Brad's just getting out of his car, and Rose is being held on the steps by Esther and Tank. I peek at my father, who hasn't breathed a word for the whole journey, his gaze set firmly forward. And it isn't because he's scared of the man beside him. I don't think he's got it in him to be anything at the moment other than frozen from shock. As soon as James rolls to a stop, I get out, rounding the car to open the door for Dad. He looks at me blankly. My smile is weak as I offer my hand, and he accepts, letting me help pull him out. I shut the door and motion the way, seeing Rose flying down the steps and diving into Danny's waiting arms. She checks him everywhere, kisses every square inch of his face, and then slaps him. I watch, tense, as everyone waits for his reaction. He cracks his jaw, rolls it, gives Rose a murderous glare.
And then she dives back into his arms on a broken sob. Beau, Dad says, turning into me. Where are we? What on earth is going on? He looks up and around again before grabbing my arms and getting close. We must leave. You'll be safe with me. I can only smile dejectedly at his naivete, taking his hands and holding them. I'm safest here, I assure him. I promise you. He deflates before my eyes, as if it's just this moment finally sunk in that I'm here of my own free will. I don't understand. He shakes his head, frowning, looking as if he's trying to unravel it all here and now. Why? Because I need to know who killed Mom, I admit, the words just coming. It's time to give Dad some of the information he needs so he can wrap his mind around my life. And because I love James. Dad's frown deepens. Your mother died in an accident. It doesn't escape my notice that he's completely swerved my final statement. It was no accident. He recoils, his eyes flicking to James. What are you talking about? One day, Dad, I will tell you everything. I tuck an arm through his and start leading him toward the house. But just know this, I say, looking at him. James is saving me. He shakes his head, a clear indication that he doesn't understand and probably never will. I should call Amber, he says, reaching up to his chest again, massaging. Dad, I want Doc to check you over first, I say, not liking his chalky complexion. Who's Doc? Esther approaches, her friendly smile as friendly as always. I can't help returning it because I know what's coming. I'm putting the kettle on, she says. Would you mind showing my dad to the kitchen? I ask. I'm sure he could do with one of your famous teas. I pass him over to Esther as his head bats back and forth between us. Esther will take care of you. I'll be there in a minute. Esther, ever on the ball, whisks him off, away from the brewing showdown on the driveway, without giving him the opportunity to protest. And like she knows him inside out, she starts distracting him from the army of murderers behind him with compliments. I sigh, seeing Fury limping toward the house. Rose is still attached to Danny's front while he talks to the others, obviously detailing what just went down. And James is sitting on the hood of Danny's mangled Merc, arms and legs crossed, watching me. I wander over and lower myself next to his. Why were you there? Because I got a call. From? The bear. What did he say? Your name. I swing my eyes to his, not panicked, not worried, just surprised. So he lured you there and you fell for it? God, he must have been in his element with Danny Black there too. 2 birds, 1 bomb. Did he know the Brit was there? Fell for it. James laughs over his breath, and there's not one scrap of humor in it. What did you want me to do, Beau? Carry on with my workout and hope he was joking? My eyes drop to the ground. I don't know what in the fricking world I want. I just want this to be over. I rub at my temple, hearing Otto and Goldie still bickering. What's wrong with those two? Otto was hanging out at hiatus with Brad. Goldie wasn't best pulling up. Pulling up, he takes my arm, stroking over my scar. I look down and see a long cut, the blood drying. You're always injured. I know what he's thinking, and it doesn't sit well. So I pull my arm away and move in front of him, my arms draped around his neck. I'm okay, I assure him. The cut? It's trivial. It's nothing in the grand scheme of things. We've both sustained so much worse. I reach forward and brush my fingertip lightly over his cheekbone, where a tiny shard of glass is glimmering in the sunlight. Keep still, I whisper, leaning into him and placing my mouth over the area, sucking gently while running my tongue across his skin. When I can no longer feel the shard grazing my flesh, I pull back and pinch the shard off the end of my tongue. I'm okay, he whispers, gazing so deeply into my eyes. And because we understand each other's language, I take his hand and lead him into the house, to our room, to our bed. After their night, they felt deeply connected. Danny, if this is the welcome home I'll get each time, I might try and get myself blown up every day, the slap aside, of course. My blood has gone from being charged with adrenaline to charged with need for her. Tension broke. Clear my head. I'm certainly not thinking straight because every fiber of my being is demanding me to go on a shooting spree until some really person tells me who in the freaking world the bear is. He's laying traps down all over Miami, and we're walking right into them. Tension broke. Baby, I can't breathe, I whisper, reaching back for her arms and forcing them away. She loosens her hold, but compensates by holding on tighter. I'm going to take a shower, I say to no one in particular, carrying Rose up the steps as Tank moves aside, nodding. I take the stairs and wander through the mansion, and the pressure builds and builds in my head, questions running in circles. I have no answers. I don't even feel close. Spill is dead, his son is missing, and we don't know who the bear really is. One thing is clear, though. The bear succeeded in intercepting the safety deposit box before anyone else, which means James' suspicions were correct. Beau's mom really did figure it out. Forgive me, but it's a massive, really ego-crusher knowing that a law-abiding FBI agent unraveled the mystery, and we're nowhere near really close. I growl to myself, my concern for our situation growing by the hour. No one is talking. No one is dealing with us. Everyone in Miami appears to be under his control. Everyone except us. And that's a problem for him. I let us into our suite and go straight to the bathroom, lowering Rose to the vanity and flipping on the shower. I put some music on, strip gown, cast my filthy gym clothes aside, and move into her, taking the hem of her jumper. Arms up, I order, lifting it over her head and throwing it on top of the pile of laundry. Tell me what happened, she says quietly, as I reach behind her and unhook her bra. No. I drag the lace down her arms and drop it to the floor, moving to her jeans. I don't want to talk, Rose. Lift. She pushes her hands onto the counter and raises her hips. So I'm just here as a form of relaxation for you, am I? I discard her jeans, then her knickers, and take her ponytail in my fist. Hard. And because Rose is Rose, she pulls against my hold, showing me that the woman I fell in love with is still here. No, you're here as a form of purpose. I loosen my hold and tighten it again, my eyes fixed on hers. Her palms splay on my pecs and stroke down my torso, through the dust and grime sticking to my clammy post-workout skin. After their night, he reached for the shower gel, squeezing some across her back, and straddled her hips, starting to work her muscles back to life as he watched her profile, her cheek resting on her folded arms under her head. Her eyes were closed, her lips parted to find air. "You weren't wearing your vest," she says, remaining in her darkness. "You promised." I don't think a bulletproof vest would have saved me from a bomb, baby. I push my thumbs firmly into her spine and work them up to her neck, her body rolling with them. And there wasn't time. Why? My escape has been short-lived. The bear knows James is alive. James got a call. What did he say? I feel her muscles harden under my touch. "Relax," I order, massaging deeply. Nothing. Only Beau's name. I swallow, watching my touch move across her shoulder blades. He knows she's James's weak spot, as you are mine. She moves to turn over, so I get off her, resting on my heels. Is she okay? A few scratches. She was on the street. We were nearly on the street. Why wasn't Beau with you? She and James had an argument. Her ex was there when we charged in, so James's already boiling blood bubbled over. Beau stormed out. We were a few too many paces behind. "So you only got out alive because James and Beau had an argument?" she asks, and I nod. That's the crux of it.
Although we only made it out by the skin of our teeth, Danny, I feel like he's getting closer and closer. Her worry is warranted, and I won't insult her by claiming otherwise. I puff out my cheeks, taking her hands and standing us up. I get under the spray and soap myself down. That's enough. How was your day shopping? Fine, she sighs, frowning as she starts shampooing her hair. We need to talk about Daniel. I still, worried. What about him? He's a smart kid, Danny. There's only so long we can keep the truth from him. Her worry slips into a small smile. He loved his jet ski, mister. I nod, like it's nothing. Good, I say gruffly, rinsing. I seize her jaw and her hands freeze in her hair. Don't worry about Daniel, I order, kissing her hard. She should know better. I'll protect that kid as vehemently as I protect her. Now the boatyard's nearly finished, he can try out his new ski. I'm not comfortable with him being at the boatyard, Annie. I suck my bottom lip between my teeth as I step out and reach for a towel. I can't claim being with us is the safest place for Daniel to be when there are bombs going off left and right. You know me, Rose. I won't allow him to see anything he shouldn't see. It's a stark contrast to my childhood, where I saw all the things I definitely shouldn't have seen. She sighs. I should check on Beau. I laugh a little. Not tonight. I dry off, our bed calling, sleep calling. We're going to bed. She smiles, but it drops as she takes a soapy hand to her stomach. I falter, drying myself with the towel. What's up? Nothing. She shudders. I feel like we shared a very passionate night. I grin. You're welcome, I quip, satisfied and semi-sated. I could enjoy your company forever, baby, and never feel full. Her nose wrinkles as she steps under the spray to rinse her hair. Meet me in bed, naked. I grin, and let's see how long you can resist me. I slept like a baby, but I don't wake feeling refreshed and revitalized. Sitting on the edge of the bed, I drag my palms down my rough face, exhaling heavily. Rose is sprawled beautifully across the sheets. So peaceful. At least, she looks it. I fear she's as churned up inside as I am. Leaving her sleeping, I shower, dress, and make my way downstairs, texting Tank as I do, my face in my phone as I take the steps. I frown at the missed call from Leon 10 minutes ago and call him back. What's up? I ask, frowning harder when he starts to explain. You serious? Dead serious, D-Boss. I'm sending Len over. When he gets there, you help him put the individual in the yellow container. I hang up and text Len as I hit the marble. Look up. And freeze. What the really? I immediately move a step back. Actually, who the really? I take in the back of a slight, tall figure of the woman, her masses of blonde, tumbling curls cascading down her back, skimming her lower back. Her sequin-embellished catsuit is blinding, her platform stilettos skyscrapers, putting her at least half a foot taller than I am. The new in-house guest? I frown. She has rather large feet. And, come to think of it, wide shoulders. I inhale, ready to ask her who she is and what she's doing in my house when she swirls around. I recoil, my